After being dumped by a materialistic girl, I activated the God-level rich system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Full-time experience system activated. This week's profession, bartender. Job rating, D-level professions refresh weekly. Achieve an A rating to unlock a new job ahead of schedule. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've received a beginner-s gift pack, 100% ownership of Nightfall Bar and a starting fund of 10 million yuan. Work as a bartender, and I get a whole bar. Drive for a week, and I get a luxury yacht. Try being a landlord for fun. Wait, what? You're telling me this entire upscale neighborhood belongs to me now? Chapter 1, The System Descends. Jinju City. Nightfall Bar. Shukai, do you still want this job or not? A customer just splashed some water on you, and you dared to fight back. Let me remind you, the customer is always God. In the bar's back room, the manager pointed angrily at the young waiter, cursing him out. Hurry up and deliver these 2 bottles of Ace of Spades Platinum to the VIP room and serve them well. If I get another complaint, pack your things and get out. Shukai kept his head down, his face expressionless, not showing a trace of anger. Because at this moment, all his attention was focused on a message from his girlfriend Song Shin-yu. Shukai, let us break up. Don't contact me again. Why? Sorry, your message has been rejected by the recipient. He gripped his phone tightly, trying to calm his emotions. Forcing a smile, he replied, all right, I'm on it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've acquired the full-time experience system. This week's profession, bartender. Job rating, D-level professions refresh weekly. Reach a level to unlock a new job early. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've received a beginner-s gift pack, 100% ownership of Nightfall Bar and a startup fund of 10 million yuan. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Was that an illusion? Ding! Experience gift pack is being issued. Looks like I've been reading too many novels. Shukai smiled bitterly and shook his head, then pushed the cart to deliver the drinks. As he opened the door to the VIP room, he immediately felt it was a small world. 3 men and 2 women were seated on the sofa. The man in the lead wore glasses and an expensive watch, clearly the host of the gathering. Well, if it isn't you. Sun Chen-yu chuckled, a mocking glint flashing in his eyes. Hello sir, here's the wine you ordered. Shukai's smile was stiff. Just earlier, he had accidentally bumped into Sun Chen-yu, and in return got a drink dumped on him. Already on edge from the breakup, he nearly lashed out, which led to the earlier scolding from the manager. But now, reason had prevailed over impulse. Shukai knew he needed money badly and couldn't afford to lose his job. Just then. Shukai? A surprised female voice suddenly rang out. He turned to look and saw a woman heavily made up, wearing a sparkly crop top and a super short skirt. Her face was full of shock as she stared at Shukai. Shukai. It really is you. A top student from Qingda, working as a waiter in a bar. No wonder Shin-yu broke up with you. What, Yao Yao, you know this guy? Of course. This guy even managed to steal my best friend back then. But what's the use of being handsome? Look at him now, total loser. How can he compare to young Master Yu? The one mocking him was none other than Song Shin-yu's best friend. Shukai's face darkened at her words. He didn't want to argue and turned to leave. I said, did I let you go? Since we all know each other now, come over and drink all this. I'll let the earlier incident slide. Sun Chen-yu said coldly from behind him. Sorry, I don't offer drinking services. Shukai replied and prepared to leave again. Smash. A wine bottle suddenly shattered at his feet. Leave? Try it. Don't want to drink? Weren't you tough just now? Then get on your knees and kowtow. Or should I call your manager again? Sun Chen-yu sneered. He knew the bar manager well. It would take just one word to get a mere waiter like Shukai fired. Shukai clenched his fists, fury rising inside him. But he still held it in. Ding! Dear user, your account ending in 5165 has just received a deposit of 10 million yuan. Current balance. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. A sudden deposit notification froze him on the spot. 10 million. Seeing the full amount on the screen, Shu Kai's breathing grew rapid. Could it be what he heard earlier wasn't a hallucination? It was real. That meant he really had a system now. Hell yeah. I have 10 million. Why should I take this crap anymore? I quit. Having endured long enough, Shu Kai suddenly turned back with a smile. You all really enjoy making people drink, huh? Chen Yao Yao twirled her freshly manicured nails, sneering. Shu Kai, if I were you, I'd know my place. Not many people get to drink with young Master Yu. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be qualified to shine his shoes. Sun Qianyu was visibly pleased with the flattery. Har har, that's right. Make us happy today, and see all that cash on the table? It's yours. Come on. Crawl like a dog and warm up the crowd. Har har har. The whole room burst into laughter. Crash. Just then, the unopened ace of spades bottle smashed over Sun Qianyu's head. Glass shards scattered everywhere as blood streamed down his face and he screamed in agony. The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared at Shu Kai in disbelief. He has gone mad. Completely mad. Shu Kai. Are you insane? Do you know what you've done? Chen Yao Yao shrieked. Sure enough, Sun Qianyu roared. Kid. Just wait, if I don't cripple you today, I'll write my name backwards. What are you all standing there for? Get someone in here, now. Before long, the bar manager Zheng Hao barged in with a group of people. Young Master Yu, are you all right? Manager Zheng, look what your employee did. If I don't get a proper explanation today, this won't end well. Get your people in here, beat him to a pulp. Otherwise, I'm not letting this go. Hearing Sun Qianyu's shouting, Zheng Hao's face twisted with rage. He raised his hand, ready to slap Shu Kai. But just then. Zheng Hao. What do you think you're doing? A sharp voice rang out from the doorway. The click-clack of high heels echoed as a woman entered the room. She had a noble aura, wearing a tight, sexy dress, looking around 28 or 29. As she walked in, her commanding presence made everyone instinctively step aside. Be boss. Zheng Hao was stunned. Even the owner was here now. Miss Ming. Apparently, even Sun Qianyu recognized her. She was none other than Ming Ru, owner of Nightfall Bar. Out of the way. Ignoring everyone else, Ming Ru took a deep breath and walked straight up to Shu Kai. President Shu, we finally meet. Here is the transfer contract for Nightfall Bar. Please have a look. Chapter 2, I'm done pretending. Time to reveal everything. As soon as the words left her mouth, the entire private room fell into a dead silence. President Shu? The owner of Nightshade Bar, a place that easily costs tens of millions, had just addressed that kid as President Shu. And from what she said, Shu Kai had bought the whole bar. Impossible. Everyone looked at Shu Kai as if they'd seen a ghost. Especially Chen Yao Yao, who stared at him wide-eyed, completely stunned. You bought this bar? Are you serious? Shu Kai didn't respond. Even he was a little surprised. Sure, he knew the system had given him ownership of the bar as a reward, but he didn't expect it to be delivered so smoothly. He had to admit it was pretty considerate. President Ming. Shu Kai greeted with a smile. Ming Ru nodded and then arched a cold brow toward Zheng Hao. And you? What were you just trying to do? Be boss, let me explain. Zheng Hao was clearly panicking. Save it. I'm no longer the boss here. The person you were just about to hit. That's your new boss. Not my problem anymore. Ming Ru waved him off, looking annoyed, and stepped back. Thud. Zheng Hao dropped to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. Shu Kai, no, boss, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Please forgive me. Shu Kai smiled lazily. Manager Zheng, let me formally inform you, you're fired. This man had always made things hard for him. Now, it was payback time. He glanced over at the group Zheng Hao had brought with him. Take him out and show him some hospitality. I'll cover the medical bills. Yes, boss. Several burly men instantly dragged Zheng Hao out of the room. Moments later, screams like a pig being slaughtered echoed from outside. Only then did Shu Kai turn to Sun Qianyu, still wearing a pleasant smile. You're young Master Yu, right? I heard you wanted to cripple me. Well? What are you waiting for? Sun Qianyu shuddered so hard he nearly collapsed. Cripple Shukai? At this point, he wanted to disappear into the floor. He wasn't even a real rich second gen, just a spoiled brat from a well-off family who liked to act tough on occasion. Today, though, he really messed with the wrong guy. The new owner of Nightshade Bar. That was way out of his league. President Shu, I was wrong. I didn't recognize greatness when I saw it. Please, be the bigger person and let it go. As he begged, he started slapping himself in the face repeatedly. All his previous arrogance was gone. Get lost. Shukai didn't even want to waste more energy on him. Yes. Of course. Sun Qianyu bowed repeatedly, then ran for the door. But not before shooting Chen Yao Yao a venomous look. You wretched woman. He cursed internally. If not for her, he wouldn't have ended up in this mess. As for Chen Yao Yao, she was now completely stunned. How could this be? Was this really the same Shukai she used to know? Where did all this money come from? Unless he'd been pretending all along? Could Shukai's true identity be that of a hidden rich heir? The thought made her stomach twist. She'd been chasing after rich men in places like this for years, hoping to catch herself a wealthy husband. But now? Her cold attitude had completely cut her off from the jackpot. She could had everything, and she'd thrown it away with her own hands. Hey Shukai. She forced out a fake smile, trying to patch things up. Shukai shot her a sideways glance and walked out of the room without a word. Boss's office. Click. A diamond-studded lighter flicked to life, igniting a slim lady's cigarette as it touched her red lips. Ming Ru smirked. Well, President Shu. You sure know how to have fun. A guy worth tens of millions moonlighting as a bar waiter? Shukai scratched his head, unsure how to explain it all. Relax. I'm not interested in the weird fantasies of you trust fund kids, she waved it off. In any case, the bar's yours now. I'm done with it. Goodbye. For her, the bar was just a temporary amusement. Now that she was bored, she'd happily sold it to someone online. As for Shukai? She wasn't the type to fawn over spoiled rich boys. Just then, a sweaty driver rushed in and knocked on the door. President Ming, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you had plans tonight. I took your car in for maintenance. What? Ming Ru's brow furrowed deeply. She was the type to value punctuality above all. And now, she had less than 30 minutes to make it to her meeting. President Ming, where are you headed? Want me to drive you? Shukai offered, sensing an opportunity. Of course, it wasn't about being a simp. He still had the system's mission in mind. After all, he was technically a bar employee right now. Serving the customer was part of the job. You? Ming Ru raised an eyebrow. All right. Let us go. I've got a meeting at Yunlan Hotel, and I'm short on time. She didn't refuse. A meeting at this hour? Shukai was surprised but didn't ask questions. He just silently admired how busy this woman was. As they exited the bar, Ming Ru gracefully led the way toward the underground parking lot. Where are you going? Shukai called out. She turned, confused. To the parking lot. You're driving me, aren't you? Right then, Shukai pressed a button on his key fob. Beep beep. A cheap electric scooter on the side of the road flashed its lights. Can't afford a car, he shrugged. If you don't mind, hop on the little e-bike. Ming Ru stood frozen. Then suddenly burst out laughing. It was like spring thawing ice. Even Shukai was momentarily dazed. Damn. This woman was something else. You're kidding, right? She said between laughs. It made no sense. How could someone who just bought her bar not even own a car? A multi-millionaire pretending to be a waiter, and now offering a ride on a scooter? Ming Ru, who hadn't thought much of him before, now found herself curious. What? Don't trust my driving. I'll have you at the hotel in 15 minutes. Guaranteed. Shukai grinned confidently. It was true money gave him confidence. If this were the old him, he'd never dare make such an offer. But now? Even on a scooter, he was fearless. Fine. Ming Ru bit her lip, hesitated for a few seconds, and then took the helmet. It was her first time ever riding on one of these things. The night breeze was cool and pleasant. Just as she was starting to enjoy herself, the scooter suddenly accelerated. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Shukai. By the time she realized what she was doing, her heart was already racing. Shukai, focused on the road, noticed nothing. Once they arrived at the hotel, he glanced at her and blinked. "Are you okay, President Ming? Your face looks a little red." "I'm fine. Thanks for the ride," she muttered, trying to calm her thudding heart. Yunlan Hotel. By now, several passers-by were completely stunned. "Holy crap! She's gorgeous. Wait, no way. A goddess like her just got off a scooter. What is happening with the world today? Where did I go wrong? Mom. I believe in love again." "No need to thank me," Shukai smiled. "The contract isn't official until it's posted tomorrow. So technically, I'm still your bar waiter. It's only natural I serve the boss, right? PFFFT. Ming Ru laughed again. "All right, Mr. Waiter. If you're not in a hurry, my meeting will be quick. Wait inside and I'll treat you to dinner afterward." Clearly, Shukai's strange charm had sparked her interest. "At your service, Miss Ming." Shukai made a mock gentlemanly bow as she walked into the hotel with a smile. "Ding! You've earned sincere appreciation from the customer. Job rating, C rank. Ding! Congratulations! Job rating upgraded. You've received a reward, Bugatti Veyron." Chapter 3, Pretty Boy. The system voice suddenly rang in my ears. Shukai suddenly opened his mouth wide, and then became extremely excited. He didn't expect that he could get new rewards after his career rating was upgraded. Bugatti Veyron. This is one of the fastest sports cars in the world. Its selling price is as high as more than 25 million, and it is limited worldwide. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. As a man, who doesn't he have a dream of running a supercar? Not to mention, it is arguably the world's top supercar. Who could have thought that half a day ago, he was just an ordinary waiter in a bar, but in the blink of an eye, he owned a bar, had more than 10 million in his card, and even drove the Bugatti Veyron that countless people dream of. So, as long as I continue to refresh my score, I can get more rewards. Shukai touched his chin. He originally said casually that he would pick up Mingru. But now it's different. Serve. Must serve well. With this in mind, Shukai immediately entered the hotel lobby. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw a slightly familiar figure. At the counter, among a group of people, there was a woman who was dressed very coolly, had a hot and attractive body, and a sweet and charming appearance. She was wearing high heels and spoke in a delicate voice. "Xiaojie. Thank you so much, I didn't expect you to remember my birthday. And this is my first time to hold a party in such a luxurious hotel. Sir, your total consumption this time is 28,000. Swipe the card." The boy was wearing an expensive casual suit. When he heard the bill of 28,000 yuan, he pretended to be generous and took out his card directly, even accidentally revealing his Mercedes-Benz G-Class key. As expected. "Wow. Class monitor, I didn't expect you to buy a Mercedes-Benz G. This car must cost more than 1 million yuan, right? Our Xinyu is so lucky. It seems that she won't have to suffer so much in the future if she follows you." Hearing her bestie's words, Song Xinyu blushed immediately. "Ting Ting, don't talk nonsense." "Har har. It's okay." Zhu Huo waved his hand and smiled calmly. 28,000 yuan may seem high to you, but for people from a family like mine, it's actually nothing. As long as it's for the sake of happiness, money doesn't really matter." Song Xinyue's eyes were full of charm, and they were so charming that they could be seen through lines. "Wow. Class monitor, you are so romantic." Zhang Tingting raised her hands in an exaggerated manner, and then showed disdain, unlike Xinyue's ex-boyfriend Shukai, who has nothing good to offer except for his handsome appearance. He has no talent but likes to make empty promises, saying that he will treat Xinyu well in the future. Who wouldn't say such things? Par. Get down. Has no one ever told you that speaking ill of others behind their backs is a low-class thing to do? At this moment, a slightly cold voice suddenly sounded behind them. Zhang Tingting was startled. Turning around, I saw that the person coming was none other than Shukai. "Shukai. Why are you here?" Song Xinyu, who was full of affection just now, suddenly changed her expression the moment she saw Shukai. Didn't I already tell this guy that we broke up and even blocked him? I didn't expect him to be so shameless and actually followed me here. It's really disgusting. Why can't I be here? Shukai looked at Song Shinyu with a smile. If he hadn't seen what happened just now, he might have wanted to ask her in person what he had done wrong in their 3 years of relationship. But now, he just wants to laugh. Why didn't I see this woman's true face before? Didn't I tell you clearly not to bother me anymore? Do you think this is fun? Alright. Since you won't give up, I'll say it again in front of you. There's no possibility for you and me. No matter how much you beg me, I won't get back together with you. Song Shinyue's expression was grim, and there was even a hint of disgust in her eyes as she spoke. Just at this moment, Zhu Hua chuckled and walked forward, ostentatiously holding Song Shinyue's slender waist as if to assert his sovereignty, and then sneered and said, "Shukai. It's been so long since we graduated from university, where are you now?" Zhu Hua said this deliberately to humiliate Shukai. After all, he was the school idol back then, and now he has fallen to this state. How could he not be happy? None of your business. Shukai responded calmly. Hey! Don't be angry. I know Shinyue's departure is a big blow to you. How about this? My dad's company is still short of a cleaner, you can come and do it. 5,000 a month, it's better than being a bartender at all. Zhu Hua smiled wryly, don't look at me like that. For the sake of our 4 years of college experience, this is my way of compensating you. Har har. Monitor. Why are you wasting your time talking to this guy? He's only paying 5,000 a month, and you'd rather give him to a beggar. Just then, one of Zhu Hua's lackeys sneered. Seeing that Shukai didn't speak for a long time, Zhu Hua also lost interest. Yeah, there's really nothing to say to trash like you. The ridicule from all around made Song Shinyue's cheeks hot. After all, no matter what, Shukai is also her ex-boyfriend. It is an indisputable fact that the two were in love. The ridicule from people around her seemed to be mocking how poor her vision was in the past. She spoke again, Shukai. Please leave quickly. Aren't you embarrassed enough? It doesn't matter if you are thick-skinned, but please don't appear in my life again. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Do you understand? Why should I leave? Shukai sneered, who told you that I came here to find you? Are you being a little too self-indulgent? Song Shinyu was completely impatient. You didn't come to see me. Are you here to spend money? Shukai, please lie and look in the mirror. With your salary as a bartender, can you afford to spend money here? Please, this is the Yunlan Hotel, not the roadside stall you took me to before. Zhang Tingting crossed her chest and sneered, Shukai, do you still think Shinyu is the simple and silly girl she used to be? Over the years, she has long since recognized the reality. What's the use of being handsome? Can it make a living? In this society, whoever has money is the daddy. 28,000 for a birthday party, the squad leader can easily pay for it, but what about you? You've been frugal for half a year, and you can't even afford the birthday present Shinyu wants. If I were you, I would leave now, so as not to humiliate myself by staying any longer. Zhu Hua sneered again, all right brother, I know you are very unwilling now, but remember, losers should not dream of high-end configurations. But I'm you. After all, I've dated a goddess like Shinyu, and I can brag about it for the rest of my life. But the words haven't finished yet. Accompanied by the sound of high heels, a woman wearing a cheongsam and with a lazy and noble temperament came forward and took Shukai's arm. Sorry to have kept you waiting, dear. Chapter for this is my Bugatti. A gentle voice sounded. Everyone's attention was attracted by the newcomer. The person who came was none other than Mingru. Especially Song Shinyu, her eyes widened in shock at this moment. Because the visitor's temperament, appearance and figure made her, who was originally quite pretty, look a little embarrassed. This is not being compared. This was completely killed in an instant. More importantly, everyone present heard the word dear clearly. Anyone with eyesight can see that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. Weren't you in a meeting? Why did you come down? Shukai knew Mingru was there to help him out, but he was still a little surprised. I thought about it and decided that I couldn't keep you waiting too long, so I cancelled the meeting temporarily. Mingru smiled considerately. In fact, she had already heard the conversation between several people. I came here at this time simply because I couldn't bear to listen anymore. So he looked at the others and asked, What do you want to talk to my Xiaoshu about? As soon as she opened her mouth, she spoke in the tone of a queen. Song Shinyu felt a little ashamed at the moment, but the jealousy of a woman still made her ask unconvincedly, "Who are you? Is it your turn to speak here?" At this moment, she did not notice that Zhu Hua's expression next to her had changed. Others didn't know him, but he was lucky enough to meet him occasionally. Isn't he this the CEO of Yunlan Group? How come she is here? Even though Zhu Hua had been trying hard to hint at it, it was already too late. Mingru put away her smile and glanced at Song Shinyu. "My dear guest, I am the person in charge of this hotel. I am in my own hotel. Do I need to ask you for permission?" "What? This woman is actually the owner of this hotel?" Not only Song Shinyu, but even Shu Kai was a little surprised. Although I knew Mingru's background was probably complicated, I didn't expect that this hotel actually belonged to her. Zhu Hua had a flattering look on his face at the moment, and stepped forward to apologize with a smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ming, my girlfriend doesn't know you, so I'm a little offended. Please forgive me for my mistakes." "Who are you?" Mingru raised her eyebrows. "Me? Zhu Hua. My father is Zhu Qingshan. He supplied goods to your hotel. I think we have met several times before." Zhu Hua was so excited at the moment, and looked so flattering that he even forgot the existence of Song Shinyu beside him. "What goddess? The person in front of me is the real white, rich and beautiful one. If I could get in touch with this person, I wouldn't have to struggle in my life." Mingru's eyes flashed with undisguised contempt. "Zhu Qingshan. Sorry, I don't usually remember small figures." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Hua's smile froze on his face. These words are really a slap in the face. "All right. You guys can go now if you're fine. Also, I just informed you that starting today, your names will be permanently blacklisted by the Yunlan Hotel. Don't come here again, lest you dirty my newly replaced carpet." Mingru spoke calmly, her beautiful eyes like a silent slap, lightly falling on the hot faces of several people. After saying that, she took Shu Kai's arm. "Let's go. Don't we still need to eat?" Looking at the two people's backs as they walked away leaning against each other, Zhu Hua clenched his fingers tightly and his teeth chattered. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "No wonder it's so amazing, it turns out he's being kept by someone. He's just a gigolo, pretending to be your mother." Little did he know that his tone sounded sour while he spoke. Unfortunately, Song Shinyu next to him obviously didn't hear it. She had mixed feelings at this moment. Although she hated Shu Kai from the bottom of her heart, at this time, a woman who crushed her in all aspects actually called herself Shu Kai's girlfriend, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She can choose not to have it, but she can't be robbed of it. "Thank you for helping me out." On the other side, Shu Kai, who had already walked far away, withdrew his arm very appropriately. Seeing the other party's actions, Mingru couldn't help but laugh softly. "Why? Do you feel embarrassed that I'm your girlfriend? Are you so eager to draw a line?" "Oh, that's not what I meant." Shu Kai was slightly stunned and quickly waved his hand to explain. Seeing Shu Kai's embarrassed look, Mingru couldn't help but laugh again. To be honest, she really couldn't see through the person in front of her. A rich second generation who can work as a bar waiter for so long shows that he is a very cunning and patient guy. But now he seems so frivolous, just like an ordinary boy. "All right. Just consider it as a thank you for sending me here before. Now we're even." Mingru blinked, looking charming and attractive. Shu Kai's mind was shaken, and then he smiled and said, "Okay. In that case, I'll treat you to dinner next time. I can't let you help for nothing." Mingru was about to nod in agreement. But at this moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. After picking it up and taking a look, she smiled helplessly and said, "Sorry, it seems that I can't have dinner today. I suddenly have something else to deal with. I can only do it another day." "No way. Sister, how busy are you?" After hearing this, Shu Kai felt a little helpless, but since the other party had said so, there was no need for him to force them to stay. "Okay. Let's make an appointment another day." Mingru chuckled, "At a contact number." "Good." The two exchanged contact information, and Shu Kai watched Mingru leave. What a mysterious woman. After talking to himself, he walked straight towards the underground garage. According to the system prompts, his Bugatti Veyron should be parked in the underground parking lot at this moment. After a while, he took the elevator to the basement floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw a group of familiar figures. It's really haunting. Shukai rubbed his eyebrows, looking a little helpless. Those people were Zhu Hua, Song Shenyu and others who were just about to leave. The moment they saw Shukai, they were obviously stunned for a moment. But then Zhu Hua laughed with gloating, "Hey! Isn't this the kept gigolo? Why did he come down alone? It looks like he made his sponsor unhappy. Did he get kicked out?" Song Shenyu was angry. When she saw Shukai, she said coldly, "Shukai, you are so disgusting. I thought that although you are poor and have no ability, you at least have some backbone. I didn't expect that you would be a gigolo for money. It's really disgusting. Are you talking about yourself?" Shukai replied casually. "What did you say?" Just a few words almost made Song Shenyu explode. Her best friend Zhang Tingting quickly spoke up, "Shenyu, why bother with such a person? People like him who just want to eat and wait for death will probably live like this in their lifetime." Drop. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz G next to it suddenly turned on its lights. Zhu Hua sneered, "Yes. Although I, Zhu Hua, don't have much ability, at least I don't need to be a gigolo for others. I rely on my own efforts. Take this car for example. If some people really rely on themselves, they probably won't be able to drive it in their lifetime." Shukai smiled, "Does your father know that you are so good at pretending? Rely on yourself. Don't you have any idea how much you weigh?" Zhu Hua's laughter stopped abruptly and his face looked extremely ugly. "Shukai, can you please stop looking down like that? I think you are just jealous. Zhu Hua can afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class on his own, but what about you? Besides being a gigolo, what else do you have?" Song Shenyu spoke angrily. Shukai shook his head and laughed, "Just a G-Class, is that so great? Why should I be jealous?" Song Shenyu was so angry that she laughed, "No. How can you, a rider on an electric bike, say such a thing? You are so powerful, why don't I see you driving a luxury car?" "Luxury car? Is this what you're talking about?" Just at this moment, not far away, a dazzling light came on. When the extremely exaggerated streamlined body of the car was illuminated from the darkness, everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted to it. "Oh my god! What a cool sports car!" Even though Song Shenyu and other girls had no idea what sports cars were, their eyes lit up for a moment. If you could sit in this kind of sports car and experience it, it would be worth it in your lifetime. But it was different for Zhu Hua and other boys. They exclaimed in surprise immediately. "Fuck! Bugatti Veyron. There's a Bugatti Veyron parked here. This is a limited edition model, the price of the car is over 25 million. Is this Mr. Ming's car? Impossible. Even Mr. Ming may not be able to afford this car." After a moment of exclamation, Zhu Hua and others came to their senses. Looking at Shukai, he sneered, "Shukai, even if I can't afford a Bugatti Veyron, what does that have to do with you?" Song Shenyu also said, "Yes. Even if Zhu Hua can't afford such a supercar, at least he has a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. What about you? You can't even afford a wheel, what qualifications do you have to complain here?" "Yeah, that's right. You are right, I am indeed not qualified." Shukai held back his smile and simply ignored them, walking straight towards his car. Seeing this, several people were stunned. What is this guy doing? Why is he walking towards the Bugatti Veyron? Who knows? I guess you've never seen a sports car like this in your life, so you want to admire it up close. Idiot. Who gave him the courage? For a sports car of this level, even if a piece of paint is lost, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell it. Let's stay away from it, in case the owner of the car sees us and we are confused. Just at this moment. Buckle. With a slight sound, Shukai opened the car door. See this situation. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 5 Song Shenyu regrets. When everyone saw Shukai putting his hand on the door, they were shocked and Wu Hua shouted to stop him without hesitation. "Shukai, are you crazy? Why don't you open your dog eyes and see what kind of car this is? If you scratch it, your life will be over." No one thought that it was Shukai who opened the car, they just thought that the owner forgot to close the door. Shukai didn't say anything, but quietly took out the car key from his pocket, and then put it on his hand and played with it. Then he leaned against the car door and said with contempt on his face, "Are you guys doubting that I picked up the key again?" Shukai's actions confused everyone, and they all started to wonder, could this really be Shukai's car? This huge contrast was hard for everyone to accept for a while, and they all stayed where they were. What a joke! Song Shin-yu was the first to react. I don't know how many green onions you have. Is this what you can afford? I remember you don't even have a driver's license, let alone do you know how much this car costs? Do you know what level of luxury car this is? Is it the key you just stole from the hotel? If you damage someone's car, I tell you, you won't even have time to cry. Zhang Tingting, who was standing by, also echoed, that's right. Just tell the truth. I can't believe you would do something like this just to show off. That's right, Shukai, stop pretending. If you really damage this car, I'm afraid you won't be able to pay it back even if I sell your whole family. Zhang Tingting, who was standing by, saw Shukai still leaning against the door. She felt a little sorry for the car and was already imagining what the owner of the car looked like. After all, this car is so cool, and it's so expensive, it must belong to a top wealthy kid. It would be great if I could meet him now. Zhang Tingting's expression contained a hint of greed and desire. Shukai looked at their clown-like performance and snorted with disgust written all over his face. Then you guys just wait here for the owner to come and catch me. I'm leaving first. If it were in the past, Shukai would definitely be thinking about how to show off in front of them and how to slap them in the face. But when he really had the ability, he found that he had no intention to continue to tangle with these jumping clowns. The money that he thought he would never be able to earn in his entire life was now within his reach. Shukai inexplicably felt like he was dreaming. However, looking at the shocked expressions of these people, Shukai felt that all this was true. In this case, I must seize the opportunity. Who knows if this system will disappear again? I must not waste time and everything I have now. After making up his mind, Shukai opened the car door, sat in, started the engine smoothly, and with the roar of the 16-cylinder beast, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Everyone stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to react. After a long while, Zhang Tingting finally spoke. Looking at his confident expression, this can't really be Shukai's car. But how is this possible? How could this be Shukai's car? Hasn't Shukai always been recognized as a big loser? How could he possibly afford such a luxury car? Moreover, even Mingru probably couldn't easily afford to buy him a car, right? Could it be that Shukai had really been pretending to be a poor boy, and that he had offended Shukai before? When Wu Huo thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his back, and he even felt a little panic. If this was true, he seemed to be doomed. Wu Huo's face was a little pale at the moment, but no one cared about it because everyone present was doubting their lives. Could it be that I have become a clown? Wu Huo looked at the exhaust of the car going away, and was even thinking about everything he had done before. Is it too late to ask Shukai for forgiveness now? Song Shinyue's face felt burning with pain, and he felt as if he was humiliated by Shukai. But when he was with me at the beginning, Shukai couldn't be seen as a rich second generation. What's more, I had been to Shukai's home and he didn't look poor at all like he was pretending. She didn't believe it and didn't dare to believe it. Oh. Don't guess anymore. Shukai is suffering for his reputation. Song Shin-yu continued to be stubborn. It is indeed possible that he didn't steal it, but rented it. In order to find some footage here, Shukai can be said to have used all means possible. Just as Song Shin-yu finished speaking, Xiu Jie on the side said with a look of sarcasm on his face. Rent a car? Where can you rent this car? Let me tell you, you can't even buy this car even if you have money, let alone rent it. This kind of limited edition luxury car can only be purchased by someone with a formidable background. After Xiu Jie said this, the only remaining doubts in Song Shinyue's heart collapsed instantly, and she was even thinking about how to win back Shukai. But at this moment she didn't dare to say anything, nor did she dare to tell others what she was thinking. She could only silently clench her fists and regret her decision to abandon Shukai. At the beginning, everyone's expressions were still happy, but now, everyone's face was filled with dull worry and fear, fearing that they would be retaliated by Shukai. Who would have thought that Shukai was so rich, and might even be a top-notch rich second generation who lives in seclusion? Let's go. I'll take you back first. Although Wu Huo was panicked and embarrassed at the moment, he still wanted to pretend to be calm in front of everyone. Just now, Song Shin-yu and Zhang Tingting searched the price of Bugatti Veyron on the car website. Now, looking at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, she inexplicably felt disgusted. If it weren't for their instigation that made him ditch Shukai, he would have been sitting on the Bugatti Veyron, smiling and enjoying the breeze. No, I still have something to take care of. I'll take a taxi back by myself. Wu Vuo and the others were not fools, so they could naturally guess what Song Shinyu was thinking. Wu Vuo's face darkened and he glanced at her. It's up to you. Wu Vuo then got into the car decisively, and his two younger brothers followed closely behind. Zhang Tingting wanted to go along, but when she saw that Song Shinyu was unwilling to get in the car, as her best friend she had no choice but to stay where she was. Shinyu, what's wrong with you? Why don't you take the bus? And why are we going back to school at this time? Zhang Tingting glanced at Song Shinyu with some resentment, and rubbed her shoulders with her hands, which were now a little cold. Song Shinyu didn't dare to tell the truth, fearing that she would be laughed at. What's more, she was not sure that she could win back Shukai's heart now. Tingting, I'm just worried that it might not be a good idea for two girls like us to be with a few guys so late at night. Let's take a taxi back. Seeing Song Shinyu say this, Zhang Tingting rolled her eyes inwardly, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only accept it by default. I don't know when I'll be able to ride in the monitor's car next time. I'm thinking of taking a few more photos to post on WeChat Moments to show off. Zhang Tingting kept complaining on the way. At this moment, Song Shinyue's mind was completely on Shukai. She held her phone and kept thinking about how to send a message to Shukai to seek forgiveness. Chapter 6: Landlord, Mother and Daughter. On the other hand, after Shukai returned home, he was already thinking about how to speed up the use of the system in his hands to quickly complete tasks and unlock new rewards. After all, I already have my first pot of gold, so there is no need to think about working anymore. I can quit all my previous jobs. I just need to focus on mastering the system. But how to make more money and how to use the current system are the real problems that Shukai has to face now. Lying on the bed and thinking, Shukai fell asleep. The next day, Shukai was woken up by a phone call while he was still asleep. Shukai picked up the phone, and before he could answer the call to inquire about the situation, he was scolded by the person on the other end of the line. Shukai, look at what date it is today. When are you going to delay paying last month's rent? I know you're a college student and it's not easy for you to have a job, but I need to make a living too. How can you have the nerve to delay me every month? If you can't pay the rent today, you'll have to pack up and get out. The landlord's sharp and piercing voice suddenly woke Shukai up, and he frowned and looked at the time. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Fortunately, I don't have to go to work, otherwise I would be late and fined. Only then did Shukai remember that he did still owe rent. In the past, in order to provide for Song Shinyue's monthly expenses, he had always been spending more than he earned, but this time he only owed a few days' rent. I also told the landlord on WeChat that I didn't have the money now and it would take a few days to pay it back. The landlord agreed verbally at that time. But now, just over 2 days later, the landlord is already yelling. Seeing that there was no response from Shukai, the landlord angrily scolded Shukai a few more times. Shukai was about to say something, but the landlord just hung up the phone. After being scolded in the morning, Shukai had no intention of continuing to sleep. I took out my phone to pay, but it suddenly froze. The mobile phone was bought by Shukai when he just entered college, and it was a second-hand copycat phone. It would freeze from time to time. I'll get a new phone later. Now that I am worth tens of millions, it's time to update my equipment. Seeing that there was no response from the phone, Shukai simply gave up the idea and put it aside, preparing to finish washing his face before continuing. Just after finishing my work, before I could come to my senses, there was another fierce knock on the door. Most of the doors here are made of iron, and the volume will increase at the slightest disturbance. The landlord knocked on the door very loudly, and the house was small, so the echo kept ringing, making Shukai very upset. When Shukai opened the door, he saw the landlord in a nightgown with her hair curled up casually. She looked at Shukai with a frown. Hey, you said you are an intellectual even though you are a college student, how come you are so shameless? How long are you going to delay paying the rent? Here, Shukai was about to explain, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the landlord again. You are an educated person. I've been out there for so long and can't even afford the rent. It's really a waste of my education. The landlord particularly disliked Shukai and looked him up and down. Wearing a cheap old man's vest and low-quality slippers. What a useless look. Mom, don't say that. The girl who spoke was the landlord's daughter, her name was Zhao Yilan. Zhao Yilan's beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. It's not easy for everyone. They may have some difficulties. Besides, didn't they say it would be postponed for a few days? Shu Kai looked at Zhao Yilan. Zhao Yilan wore a satin shirt on the upper body and a pink skirt on the lower body. Her hair was simply draped over her shoulders. She looked fresh and elegant. She smiled slightly when she noticed Shu Kai's gaze. Shut up, why are you still speaking for outsiders? I've already given him 2 days' grace, what else do you want? The landlord shouted again, as if he had noticed his daughter's gaze. He pulled her arm and glared at Shu Kai. Zhao Yilan lowered her head and said nothing. It's your turn now. Shu Kai frowned. The landlord always looked down on people. If someone had money, she would be willing to give him a few days' grace, or even share any good things with him. If the landlord is extremely poor, he will be disgusted with all kinds of things, and even any noise made in the middle of the night will be considered to be made by these poor people. If the water and electricity bills are low, the landlord will even curse at you with disdain. Shu Kai originally chose this house because it was close to the school and the rent was cheap, but he didn't expect the landlord to be so difficult to get along with. Give it to you quickly. After saying this, the landlord looked at Shu Kai with disdain. With so little water and electricity, it's no wonder you're destined to be poor. Zhao Yilan couldn't listen any longer. Mom, don't say that. Everyone has their own difficulties, not to mention that it's okay if someone gives it to you. It's your turn. Shu Kai looked at the landlord coldly as he went downstairs. By the way, be more careful with your words next time. For the sake of your daughter, I won't bother with you this time. Hey, you owe me rent, and you're still making a fuss, . You poor bastard, you still want to get ahead of me. Shu Kai stopped walking down the stairs and looked at the landlord with sarcasm in his eyes. No matter how poor I am still better than you. You are such a grown-up but you have no manners at all. The landlord pointed at Shu Kai angrily. Just as I was about to start cursing, I saw Shu Kai got into a sports car downstairs and drove away. At that moment, the landlord was stunned and didn't even react. Where did this poor guy get the car? And this car looks expensive. Zhao Yilan was even more stunned. He only knew that Shu Kai was a poor student who had just graduated, but he didn't expect that he had such a nice car. How did this money come from when they can't even pay their rent? Zhao Yilan was a little suspicious, but didn't think much about it. However, the landlord had already started swearing sourly. It's obvious that he has found some rich woman to support him. He must have become a gigolo. No wonder he always left home early and came back late before. The landlord's words were really rude. Mom, don't say that. I don't think Brother Shu Kai is looking for someone like that. You silly girl, why are you always speaking for him? I'm warning you, don't just think about getting close to him because he's handsome. That's impossible. Zhao Yilan sighed helplessly. Mom, what are you talking about? Chapter 7 Resignation. Don't worry about what I say, just remember this, you're looking for a rich husband, okay? What's the point of having a handsome guy like this? He can't eat or sleep. The landlady kept complaining, the curling iron on her head trembling as she kept muttering. In her opinion, her daughter has a good education, is beautiful, has a good figure, is young, and has fair skin. The door of her house was almost broken down by those who came to propose marriage. At least we have to find a top-rich second generation. If I were cheated by a penniless pauper like Shu Kai, I would probably not be able to sleep at night and would cry my heart out. But when Zhao Yilan heard what the landlady said, she didn't take it seriously. She curled her lips, rolled her cute eyes upwards, and muttered in her heart. Who says you can't eat or sleep? Now that you have found a handsome guy, are you still worried about having nothing to eat or a place to sleep? Thinking of this, a mischievous expression appeared on Zhao Yilan's pretty face. Realizing that Zhao Yilan had not returned yet, the landlady turned around and reached out to pinch her ears, cursing at her harshly. You stupid girl, come back here right now. You're still staring at me when there's no one around. Believe it or not, I'll dig your eyeballs out. No, no. How could a landlady weighing 180 kilograms catch up with a young girl like Zhao Yilan? She dodged, rolled her eyes and made a face, smiling as if to provoke him. The landlady was so angry that she was shaking all over. Without saying a word, Zhao Yilan immediately rushed up the corridor, jumping and skipping, as beautiful as a picture. 11 o'clock in the morning. It was no longer rush hour, so there were not many cars on the elevated bridge in Jinju City. Cars were traveling in groups of 3 or 4, moving at a snail's pace. And suddenly, a gracefully shaped Bugatti Veyron was speeding along the road with the roar of its beast-like engine. In the blink of an eye, he quickly overtook several cars. It's like an arrow shot from a bow, extremely eye-catching. For a moment, people in the surrounding cars couldn't help but stand up and exclaim, "Fuck, it's so fast." In the middle of the cars moving at a snail's pace, a young couple was sitting in a domestic car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. The girl was very beautiful, pure and cute. The boy was wearing a pair of glasses and looked very gentle, and the two looked like a couple. The girl was attracted by the sound of the engine and immediately turned her head to look over, looking at the Bugatti Veyron in the distance with a surprised tone. "Fuck, isn't this the latest model of Bugatti Veyron? When did we have such rich people here?" The boy heard this, glanced at her, a jealous look appeared on his face, and he immediately said in a sarcastic tone, "I don't know, maybe he's some rich second-generation guy, he must be showing off his wealth, bar. TSK, what if he's a first-generation entrepreneur," the girl said with a pout. "How is that possible? Don't you know that the fastest way to lose money now is to start a business besides speculating in stocks?" The boy was still unconvinced and insisted on his statement with all his might. Okay, anyway, their money is not earned easily." The girl seemed completely unhappy. She rolled her eyes, snorted, and immediately turned her head away. "Looks like he's angry." "Hey." The boy was frightened immediately, and said awkwardly with an apologetic smile on his face, "Hey, don't be angry, I'm wrong, isn't that okay?" Inside the Bugatti Veyron speeding on the road, Shukai was holding the steering wheel, listening to dynamic and exciting music, holding the leather steering wheel in his hands. "I just felt like all this was just a dream. I have to say, this car is really good, the acceleration and handling are first class." Shukai stepped on the accelerator again, and the speed of the Bugatti Veyron reached 140 miles per hour, which was extremely fast. This time, he will be able to experience what speed and passion are. He doesn't like racing, he just wants to experience it. After all, seriously speaking, Shukai has never driven such a good car in his entire life. Now we have to enjoy the charm of this top sports car. However, it is also very important to abide by the law. Just for such a short distance, Shukai quickly slowed down the car. Safe driving is very important. At this time, the navigation system on the phone suddenly started playing. "You have deviated from your course. We have replanned your route. You are 15 minutes away from your destination." Shukai's face was embarrassed for a moment, and he immediately turned the steering wheel and drove in the normal direction. He usually rides an electric scooter and has never walked on an overpass, so it is normal that he doesn't know the road. The place he was going to now was where he usually worked. In the past, he worked part-time in a bar just to make extra money. His main job is working in a gold exchange in the city. He is a salesperson and has a heavy gold sales task every month. But despite this, after a tiring day, Shukai still persevered in working part-time at the night bar at night and never complained. After all, it costs a lot of money every month to support the ex-girlfriend who spends money like water. But what did we wait for in the end? But it was a ruthless breakup. A dog that licks the boot, doesn't he get a house? Fortunately, it's all over now. While thinking, Shukai stepped on the accelerator again, and the car rushed out suddenly. The strong push on his back pressed him firmly on the seat. Jin City. In the bustling city center, the glass of the towering office buildings reflects the dazzling sunlight, which looks a bit dazzling. Downstairs of a centrally located office building, beautifully dressed young men and women and white-collar workers were walking back and forth on the sidewalk next to it, holding coffee cups or various drinks in their hands, looking relaxed, just like a fashion show. Suddenly, accompanied by the roar of an engine, a Bugatti Veyron came rushing in and stopped directly on the side of the road. Then, the driver's door was opened and Shukai walked down quickly with his back straight. I looked up at the office building above my head. After graduation, he started working in the gold exchange in this office building, but he worked so hard and earned so little money. He even owed a lot of debts. It is normal to spend more than you earn. I live a miserable life every day. Now that he has money, Shukai's spirit are immediately different, and he stands taller than others. Really? Only when you have money can you have confidence. Shukai's car immediately attracted exclamations from passers-by, who looked at him with mixed expressions of surprise, envy, etc. After a day and night of transformation, Shukai was used to it, so he stopped hesitating and walked in quickly. Now that we have money, why do we need bicycles? What kind of work are you still doing? He came here today just to resign. Chapter 8. What did you say? Thinking that Shukai was about to resign, he felt very happy. When I walked towards the company building, it seemed that even the air around me was sweet. You know, when I came to work in the company before, every day was like going to a grave. I felt so miserable. This time, change the world. Farmers are rising up and singing. Wu Tilder. When Shukai walked into the company, it was almost 12 o'clock. The entire office is crowded with all kinds of busy people, all of whom are typing away tirelessly on their computer desks, and many are also making phone calls to greet clients. On weekdays, they are responsible for gold sales. So stressful. I dare not stop for even a second. The company where Shukai works is not small, with several hundred employees. It has 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and can be considered a good workplace. Otherwise, Shukai wouldn't have worked here for so long. At this moment, Shukai walked in by himself. When he passed by many colleagues' desks, he noticed that many people were looking at him with a bit of joking. Like waiting to watch the fun. Is there still something on my face? Shukai frowned, but didn't think much about it. Instead, he went straight to his desk and packed up his things. After all, I am going to resign. Why do you care so much about him? But at this moment, a disgusting mocking voice came to my ears. Yo yo yo, isn't this the dog who got kicked hard by the goddess and then apologized humbly? Does the red exclamation mark look good? Do you like it? Hearing this, Shukai couldn't help but frown. Then he raised his head, and what came into his sight was a big fat face, full of holes and pits, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. His hair was greasy and stuck to his face, and he was wearing a wrinkled suit. He looked like an office worker who had lost all his energy and spirit due to being tortured by work. It is no exaggeration to call it a local dog. At this moment, he was saying things that were unbearable to the ears in a very sarcastic manner. Wang Ming. Shukai is the company's supervisor and also the team leader and immediate superior of their group. This bastard has been making things difficult for him ever since he joined the company. Whenever he encounters the most difficult clients, he always throws them to him without exception. Even if he achieved the sales target, they would still find all kinds of ways to deduct his salary. In short, do whatever you can to disgust him on purpose. For this idiot. Shukai had been furious for a long time, but what he was more curious about now was how this fat and big-eared idiot knew about his breakup with his girlfriend. Thinking in my heart, Shukai took a look at the computer and immediately understood. It turned out that I was in such a hurry to go to the bar before getting off work yesterday that I forgot to turn off the computer. There is no quitting WeChat. He let people in the company see his ex-girlfriend Song Shinyu breaking up with him and his humble apology. Damn. So embarrassing. He scratched his head. If it were in the past, Shukai might have been even more sad. But now that he has a Bugatti Veyron and 10 million on him, Song Shinyu is nothing. The young model in the club, isn't she attractive? Still thinking about that green tea bitch, if Shukai could travel back in time, he would want to slap himself in the face. Now that I have money, I naturally have the confidence. So he angrily retorted without any hesitation. What the hell is this to you? Besides, I'm here to resign today. If you say one more word, I promise to make your head explode. Do you believe me? Shukai was not joking. I had previously given Sun Qianyu a beating at the night bar. After trying it once, I have to say, it's very smooth tilder. The feeling of splitting the head of someone you dislike can really be summed up in one word. Cool. That feeling is even somewhat fascinating and unforgettable. In the past, whenever Shukai was bullied or suffered a loss, he would just swallow his anger. But now that I have money, there is no need to be afraid of anything that happens. The worst that can happen is that I have to pay for the medical expenses. It's not like I don't have money. Looking at Wang Ming with crooked teeth, shaking legs and shoulders, I have wanted to try it for a long time. But I have never dared to do it. Now, isn't the opportunity here? But I never thought about it. Hey, your head is chopped off, do you have the guts to do that? Can you afford the medical expenses? Do you believe that I will extort you until you have nothing left but your underwear? A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Ming's face. He didn't expect Shu Kai to dare to confront him like this, but after he changed his mind and his expression returned to normal, he began to mock him even more sarcastically. What? You're thinking of quitting your job just because your girlfriend dumped you? I'm telling you, even if you want to resign, I'll still record you as late today and deduct your salary. Don't even think about this month's salary. In Wang Ming's eyes, even if Shu Kai was hit with 3 sticks, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Shu Kai is handsome and tall, about 1.8 meters tall, and still young. Wang Ming was a dwarf about 1.6 meters tall, short and fat. Standing next to Shu Kai, he looked like a weight. In the past, every time a new young and beautiful female intern came to the company, her eyes would be filled with stars when she looked at Shu Kai. But every time he went up to her to get close to her, she wouldn't even look at him. This made Wang Ming very angry. On their way home from get off work one day, he saw Shu Kai's girlfriend Song Shinyu. She was so beautiful, about 1.7 meters tall, which was not good looking for a small town student like him. She is simply a goddess who is high above everyone else. The kind that I dare not blaspheme at all. How could such a poor guy find such a beautiful girlfriend? He couldn't accept it. He was so jealous that he deliberately disgusted Shu Kai whenever he had the chance. Now that I have finally found the opportunity, I cannot let it go easily, even though the breakup of Shu Kai has caused a lot of controversy in the company and everyone knows about it. But he just wanted to say it on purpose to make him look bad in public. When Shu Kai saw that this guy refused to listen and deliberately ran into the muzzle of the gun, he smiled sinisterly. Without hesitation, he picked up an ashtray from the table and held it in his hand. Weigh it. Quite heavy. It should be enough to give this idiot a beating. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of colleagues. Many of them stopped what they were doing and looked over one by one. However, some of the looks they gave Shu Kai were sympathetic, some were teasing they were complex and different. But no one stood up to speak for Shu Kai. But Shu Kai understood. After all, we are all here to work, so it is better to have less trouble than more. If it does not concern you, just stay out of it. He has experienced enough of the fickleness of human nature in the past few years of working. What's the matter? Why aren't you moving? Come on, smash it. Wang Ming pointed at his head and stretched his head out to challenge. Chapter 9. It's disgusting. Why not? Shu Kai grinned and was about to explode. Another sharp and clever voice suddenly sounded. Boss, I think Shu Kai just broke up with his ex. He's not in his right mind and his words are not in tune. Please don't be angry. He's a poor guy, how dare he hit someone? Even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare. A fat body suddenly came up to Wang Ming. The two of them looked extremely well matched, standing together they looked like mating sows. It was disgusting. This person is also Shu Kai's colleague. Her name is Lilu. She dresses up gorgeously on weekdays and flirts with men in the company all day long. If they ignore her, she will spread rumors and say that others are harassing her. She even deliberately seduced the handsome Shu Kai. Although Shu Kai is poor, he is still a handsome young man. He definitely cannot eat such stale food that has been left over from the previous night. Besides, I was still kneeling and licking Song Shinyu without any reason at that time. At the moment, Lilu was wearing a pair of black stockings, and her 2 big thick legs looked like pig legs sold in the vegetable market. It was nauseating just to look at them. She moved closer to Wang Ming and rubbed her breasts against him passionately, her eyes almost tearing. At the same time, he glanced at Wang Kai in a show-off manner, as if mocking or provoking him. HMPH. Shu Kai felt really sick and felt like he was about to vomit out yesterday's meal. He clenched the ashtray in his hand even tighter. She and Shu Kai started working at the gold exchange company at the same time. She lacked love in college, and finally got into the gold exchange where there were more wolves than meat. She just waited and waited, waiting for the unspoken rules in the workplace. Guess what happened? Hey! No one pays attention to her. That's so infuriating. As a result, by chance, he ran into Shu Kai and his ex-girlfriend coming to the company. After seeing the lustful eyes of his supervisor Wang Ming, he understood what was going on. So he spared no effort to seduce Wang Ming. Want to prove your charm? Now that I have finally got the chance, I naturally have to come out and perform well and make my presence felt. For this woman. Shu Kai was naturally not in a good mood. This woman was not only very slutty, but even after he rejected her, she often deliberately made things difficult for him at work. He and Wang Ming are birds of a feather. Feeling the two soft lumps on Li Lu's chest, Wang Ming's eyes couldn't help but flash with heat, and he licked his dry lips. He suddenly stretched out his hand from a place where no one could see, and slapped the fat buttocks fiercely. The fat buttocks trembled, and he lowered his voice and said, "You're such a slut, you're such a slut. Hateful tilder." Li Lu said in a deliberately coquettish tone. "I just like your flirtatiousness." Two sows were flirting in front of him. "Oh shit. I can't stand it anymore. Wait until I've dealt with him, tonight." Wang Ming was about to say something when he suddenly felt a hit on his forehead. Then, his eyes went dark and a warm liquid flowed onto his head, bringing a burning pain. "Arr!" Wang Ming screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and immediately fell to the ground, his body trembling. He reached out his hand to touch his head and took a look. "Oh shit, it's blood." His fat face was trembling. When he looked up again, he saw Shukai holding the ashtray, staring at him with narrowed eyes, looking ferocious, and smiling horribly, saying, "Aren't you pretty cool? Show me another one." Shukai had been displeased with him for a long time. In the years since graduation, he has been disgusted with himself for several years. How many days and nights? This ashtray is my tribute to my damn youth. You. At this moment, Wang Ming was already frightened out of his wits, and most of his soul had been lost. No matter how disgusted he was with Shukai on a normal day, he just swallowed his anger. When have you ever seen such a scene? Moreover, when he saw Shukai's ferocious and beast-like eyes, he immediately trembled in his heart and could not speak clearly. He threatened tremblingly. You, I'm going to call the police. How dare you hit someone? I'll blackmail you to death." There was some noise coming from here. The colleagues who were watching on the sidelines exclaimed in surprise. They had no idea what was going on and their faces were filled with horror. "Director." Li Lu was also frightened. Her voice suddenly rose in a coquettish tone and she rushed to Wang Ming in a hurry. When she turned her head again, she met Shukai's eyes. The fierce look in his eyes made her tremble with fear. That big mouth with bright red lips was speechless for a long time. This scene. Shukai felt uncomfortable again when he saw this. Is this a human being? Shukai cursed inwardly. I don't know how Wang Ming could bring himself to say that. Just looking at Li Lu's behavior makes me almost vomit the food I ate the night before. Fortunately, Shukai doesn't hit women, otherwise, he would have beaten her up today. Get out of here. Don't force me to take care of you too. Shukai warned, weighing the ashtray in his hand with a cold look in his eyes. You, don't mess around. Li Lu was so scared that her whole body trembled, and the fat on her body swayed. He immediately stepped back in panic. Looking at Shukai's eyes just now, she really felt that if she dared to say one more word, the ashtray would definitely fall on her head. Call the police, he hit someone, he hit me. Wang Ming covered his bloody forehead and screamed at the top of his lungs, crying for his parents. But everyone present was in awe. Although these people usually don't mind other people's business, they basically won't come forward to help if they see a colleague being bullied. But some of them still have some good feelings towards Shukai. After all, Shukai has always been honest in his work and is quite popular among his colleagues. In addition, Wang Ming often deliberately made things difficult for everyone at work, so naturally no one would come out to speak for Wang Ming at the moment. Shukai looked around and a sneer appeared on his face. Hey, Manager Wang, look at how unpopular you are normally. Now that you've been beaten up, no one is helping you. As he spoke, he approached Wang Ming with the blood-stained ashtray in his hand. Wang Ming was completely frightened. He moved his fat body on the ground, using his hands and feet. At this moment, a sharp female voice suddenly came from behind, scolding. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you making so much noise during work hours? Hey, why is there blood on the ground? A colleague asked in confusion. Wang Ming, who had just been beaten to the point of doubting his life, now seemed to have seen a savior. Chapter 10, Taking Sides. He barely supported his 180-pound body, struggled hard, and cried out like a sob. Boss Liu, please help me. This Shukai is not only late, he also hits people. He must be fired. At that moment, the bad guy came to complain first. Shukai said nothing, looking back with the ashtray in hand. I saw it in front of the office door not far away. A woman who was about 1.7 meters tall was frowning and looking at him with surprise, her face full of confusion. There was a strange look in his eyes. She wore a black and white professional women's suit on the upper body and a pair of black stockings on the lower body. The stockings outlined the perfect curves of her calves to the fullest, showing the beautiful lines of her legs at a glance. It can be said that the figure is quite good. Moreover, on his high nose bridge, he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with a professional style, making him look extremely charming. It can be said to be the best. Shu Kai didn't rush to explain, but just kept silent, as if he was waiting for something. There was a silence in the air. The woman in front of me is called Liu Jing. He is the highest level of management in this gold exchange. Although he is not the boss, he can be considered a big boss. I have dealt with Shu Kai several times at work, but they were just some notes to report work, and we didn't have a very deep friendship. Is everything he said true? Liu Jing frowned and couldn't help but look at Shu Kai with a look of surprise in her eyes. She knew a little about Shu Kai. He was usually friendly at work. Why would he suddenly hit someone? She was a little confused. The key point is that the person who was beaten was his supervisor Wang Ming. Also using an ashtray. She couldn't help but glance over, and after seeing clearly what Shu Kai was holding, she exclaimed inwardly, "Oh shit! So big." Then, Shu Kai began to explain slowly. "I just came here to resign, but he insisted on sticking his head out so I could hit him. It was such a perverted request, and if I didn't satisfy him, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to sleep at night." Shu Kai spread his hands helplessly and shrugged his shoulders. He really spoke the truth. "Mr. Liu, don't listen to his nonsense." When Wang Ming heard this, he immediately covered his forehead and cursed angrily. "Enough." Unexpectedly, Liu Jing frowned and started scolding directly, with a bit of unkindness in her eyes when she looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming usually acts arrogantly in the company, and many colleagues have reported this to her privately. They said he harassed female colleagues and even had some sexual transactions involving money. It's simply outrageous. If Wang Ming didn't have some connections at the head office, he would be some distant relative of a certain leader. If it weren't for face, she would have fired him long ago. And at a glance, she immediately guessed it. Besides, she had some feelings for Shu Kai, a handsome young man, and she wanted to help him right away. This matter stops here. Wang Ming covered his forehead with his hands, looking dissatisfied, and stammered, wanting to say something. "Stop looking and get back to work." Liu Jing interrupted directly. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd in the office, then turned to Wang Ming and urged him. "And you, go to the finance department and report your work injury. The company will pay for the medical expenses. Next time during work, don't shout so loudly. Show some manners." Li Lu, who was so noisy before, now dared not say a word. Liu Jing has the final say in the branch company. She is their top boss and even Wang Ming has to curry favor with her. If you jump out to cause trouble at this time, won't you be fired? Although workers are like cattle and horses, this job is still good. She immediately curled her lips in dissatisfaction and said nothing more. "Mr. Liu." Wang Ming was very angry. He never expected that Mr. Liu would be like this. They actually asked him to report the work injury directly to the finance department. This bias is almost obvious. Is this possible? "Are you late today?" Liu Jing's tone softened and she looked at Shu Kai. "No, I'm here to resign." Shu Kai was also a little surprised as to why Liu Jing was so partial to him. But now the other party has already come out to smooth things over. It would be inappropriate if he hit anyone again, so he threw the ashtray to the ground with a clang. "Resign." Liu Jing was stunned for a moment, then her face returned to normal and she said softly, "Okay, then come in with me." After saying that, she turned around and walked into the office, leaving behind a beautiful figure. Wang Ming's face turned red, he covered his forehead, and looked indignant. Shu Kai followed in with big strides, and when he passed by Wang Ming, he gave him a fierce warning look. Wang Ming was so frightened that he trembled and his legs almost gave way and he fell to the ground. He was really frightened by Shu Kai's ruthlessness just now. Afraid of a disagreement. Another ashtray waiting. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and many people even began to cover their mouths and laugh. "What are you looking at? Just give me work." Wang Ming noticed something and started to scold loudly, becoming so angry that he was fuming. Mr. Liu was taking sides so blatantly just now, how could he not be angry? "Supervisor, Seeing that Mr. Liu had gone back, Li Lu suddenly came out again, and said hesitantly as if she wanted to show something on purpose. Get out of here too. In the office. Liu Jing has already walked into the office. She first asked Shu Kai to sit down, closed the door, and poured him a glass of water and placed it in front of him. After doing all this, he sat down in an orderly manner and asked in a slightly gentler tone, which was completely different from the way he treated Wang Ming just now. Why do you want to resign suddenly? I remember that you have a lot of pressure in life, right? You have to pay the rent and support your girlfriend. When Shu Kai joined the company, I have also paid attention to him. After all, Shu Kai has a good appearance, is sunny and handsome, and smiles at everyone he meets, so I know a few things about him. So he immediately tried to persuade him to stay. I thought he acted impulsively because he was treated unfairly. If you feel that the company's management system is not appropriate, you can tell me and I can improve it as appropriate. You are not a child anymore, don't make decisions on impulse. Liu Jing brushed her bangs away and looked at Shu Kai seriously. At the same time, the pair of long and beautiful legs were put together and laid on the side of the sofa, like a perfect work of art. Ahem. Shu Kai covered his mouth with his hands and coughed a few times awkwardly. He had just noticed the artwork accidentally and almost lost his concentration. Don't look at what is indecent, don't look at what is indecent. Or do you have any special needs? Liu Jing suddenly asked again. Chapter 11 Trading. Look at what you should look at, and don't look at what you shouldn't look at. This is his most basic principle as a man. After a pause, he gathered his thoughts and said seriously. No, Mr. Liu, I didn't act on impulse. Please help me get a certificate of resignation. Now that we have the system, why should we go to work? I am not crazy, do I think I am addicted to being a cow and horse? It would be better to concentrate on being a waiter in a night bar, where you can see beautiful women, admire long legs, and make money. How wonderful this is! You are crazy to go work instead of living a life like a god. More importantly, if you can get the career level to full marks, you can also unlock new careers. Just thinking about it, Shu Kai couldn't wait. Liu Jing looked at Shu Kai seriously, and seeing that he didn't seem to be speaking in anger, she smoothed her hair, nodded, stood up and said. Okay, I'll give it to you. If you regret it within 3 days, you can come to me and I'll reapply for you to join the company. In fact, she still has some good feelings towards Shu Kai. This young man is serious about his work and is always smiling in the company. I just wanted to help him. But now that the other party has made up his mind to leave, she can't say anything more. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Shu Kai even felt a little guilty in his heart. Why didn't I realize that Liu Jing was so nice to me before? However, he still has a lot to do right now. The system tasks have not been completed yet, and there are new careers waiting for him that have not been unlocked. I absolutely cannot continue wasting my time in this place. Time is short and the task is heavy. Think about the luxury cars, beautiful women, mansions and brand name watches you will have in the future. Shu Kai felt excited. I can't wait to serve dishes in the bar. It's so fucking frustrating. It can be said that for 8 generations past, there has never been a rich person in their Shu family. I didn't expect that my generation would have a chance to change its fortunes. This is truly a time for the farmers to rise up and sing. Although all this is due to the help of the system, it is also my own ability. Otherwise, why wouldn't the system bind others? Right? Shu Kai thought with a tea-smoking mood. Liu Jing naturally didn't know about Shu Kai's wild thoughts, but with a hint of worry between her brows, she hurriedly stood up, walked to the desk in front of her, pulled out a chair and sat down, skillfully turned on the computer and started operating it. Shu Kai withdrew his thoughts and waited quietly by the side. After a while, his eyes glanced around casually. Suddenly I noticed that there was something under a document. It turned out to be half a black card. This gave him a sudden shock. Fuck, isn't this the VIP membership card for the night bar? Shu Kai couldn't help but look at Liu Jing seriously. Could it be that Mr. Liu, who is usually dignified and elegant in professional attire, is also a VIP member of the night bar? So, Ms. Liu is also one of my clients. If I serve her well, will there be a system reward? System, help me check if Liu Jing is the VIP of our night bar. Replying to their host, the system has found out that Liu Jing is a customer of the night bar, and you can get rewards by serving her. Fuck. Shu Kai was so excited that he almost jumped up. He didn't expect to bump into her by such a coincidence. Doesn't that mean? His eyes involuntarily swept up and down Liu Jing. The Liu Jing in front of him exuded a mature and steady aura. Shu Kai's gaze became increasingly fiery. Service. What service is not a service? Cough cough. But Shu Kai was not a pervert and he immediately looked away. I have to say that Mr. Liu's figure and appearance are first class, compared with those internet celebrities on the popular short video platforms. It is exactly the same. Even in the company, many young male colleagues were excited, with hormones overflowing, and they intentionally or unintentionally flirted with Liu Jing. But without exception, they were all rejected. With a beautiful woman at hand and the temptation of saving 30 years of hard work, which young man full of vigor and vitality can resist it? But women of Liu Jing's age like wealthy and successful husbands, so how could she have too much involvement with those little boys? It is also because of this that Liu Jing only has a liking for the tall and handsome Shu Kai and has no other feelings for him. Liu Jing's eyes were filled with worry at this moment, and she stared at the computer screen in front of her with burning eyes, as if she was in a trance. She was wearing light makeup, and her long and beautiful eyebrows looked a little haggard. Obviously she had not had a good rest during this period. Isn't this a good time for you to show off? Boss Liu, have you encountered any troubles during this period? Shu Kai asked impatiently. Liu Jing, who was typing away at the keyboard with her slender fingers, stopped and looked up. She didn't feel anything was wrong at all and said, during this period, the sales task given by the head office is very heavy, and our branch has only completed less than half of the performance. Sigh. Liu Jing sighed, and the worry between her eyebrows became even more intense. Suddenly, she changed the subject and looked at Shu Kai thoughtfully, and asked, don't you know? This question made Shu Kai feel a little embarrassed. Before, he was just a cow horse. He either worked in a company or worked part-time as a waiter in a night bar. He had no time to care about things like sales performance. He was lucky enough to be able to make a living. Now that Liu Jing asked him this, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed and scratched his head. Seeing his look, Liu Jing smiled. Now that Shu Kai was about to resign, she couldn't say anything more. The printer next to him beeped, and then several sheets of A4 paper were spit out. Liu Jing reached out and took the paper and put it on the table. Okay, just sign and you can leave. If you have any ideas later, you can always tell me. Until this moment, Liu Jing still wanted to keep Shu Kai. Unexpectedly, Shu Kai did not take the resignation certificate on the table, but asked abruptly, Mr. Liu, how much is our company's sales performance this month? I think I can help. Can you help? Liu Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing. In her opinion, Shu Kai was just a college student who had just graduated and entered the society. The savings in his pocket were probably not even as much as his monthly expenses. The other party is now brazenly saying that he will help the company solve its sales performance problems. This is a joke. Okay, I appreciate your kindness. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can come back to our company and help us improve our sales performance. Liu Jing said with a smile, not taking Shu Kai's words to heart at all. But Shu Kai didn't care. After all, it sounded ridiculous that a cow horse, who couldn't even pay the rent or have enough food to eat now, could help the company achieve millions of sales. Chapter 12. You're both fired. But maybe Shu Kai couldn't do it before, but he may be able to do it now. Just think about it, the better you serve Liu Jing, the richer the reward from the system will be. Shu Kai said seriously, Boss Liu, you may not believe me, but tell me now, how much is the gold sales amount that our company still lacks to achieve? Liu Jing thought Shu Kai was joking, but now seeing his serious expression, she couldn't help but frown and told him the situation. Our company still needs more than 6 million in gold sales, and it must be completed before the end of the month. No problem, I'll buy them all. Shu Kai said with certainty. I have to say, now that I have money, I can speak with confidence. In the past, he would have to hesitate for a long time to buy a 5 yuan pancake, but now he is faced with more than 6 million yuan in gold. But I decided to buy it without thinking and without hesitation. This feeling is so cool. I have money. It turns out that the body is very strong. Moreover, it is not a loss to buy it. After all, gold not only maintains its value, but also appreciates in value. Shu Kai, who studied finance in college, has read a lot of related news before. He believes that the price of gold may continue to rise, which is equivalent to an investment. Now that you have the system at your disposal, are you still worried about having a shortage of money in the future? You said you bought them all. Liu Jing was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise and her bright red lips formed an O shape. Yes, 6 million, right. As he spoke, Shu Kai took out his cell phone. He had worked in the company before, so he naturally knew about the company's collection account. In addition to the 10 million yuan reward from the system, with just a swipe of his finger, 6 million yuan was transferred directly. Before Liu Jing could come to her senses, she suddenly heard a financial report prompt sound from the lower right corner of the computer, indicating that 6 million yuan of funds had been transferred into the company account. R. Liu Jing screamed in fright, covering her mouth and looking at Shu Kai in surprise. She was completely stunned. She never expected that. She just thought Shu Kai was joking with her, but it only took a few minutes. 6 million has arrived. The company's monthly sales performance was completed in an instant. Big customer. A real big customer. If possible. For the company, this person is simply the god of wealth. How could they let such a person go so easily? Liu Jing wanted to kneel down for her. But after all, Liu Jing was a strong woman who had been working in the business world for many years. She quickly came to her senses, smoothed the hair by her ears with forced calmness, took a few deep breaths, and the 2 lumps on her chest kept shaking. This money was transferred by you. She still found it hard to believe. If it wasn't me who transferred it, who else could it be? Shu Kai smiled. But just as Liu Jing was trying to digest this incredible fact, the door was suddenly pushed open, and then Wang Ming, with the blood on his head not yet completely coagulated, rushed in. Boss Liu, did Shu Kai bully you? Tell me and I'll call the police to arrest him. It turned out that Wang Ming, who was very angry, had been squatting outside the door. When he suddenly heard Liu Jing's slightly terrified scream, he rushed in without saying a word. He felt that Shu Kai was bold enough to hit him, and it was not impossible for him to openly molest his female boss in the company. At this moment, he was determined to send Shu Kai to prison personally. Shu Kai turned his head and looked at Wang Ming, who looked as embarrassed as a fat pig, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. He didn't expect that the severe beating he received earlier had not taught this pighead a lesson. It seems that the beating was not harsh enough. Get out now. Liu Jing shouted suddenly, stood up, slammed the table with her hand, and her pretty eyes were full of anger. What a joke! Just now, Shu Kai spent a full 6 million to help the company achieve its sales target for this month. What would happen if we called the police and got Shu Kai arrested now? Isn't this like chasing the god of wealth away with a stick? As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Shu Kai again, her heart full of surprise. Why didn't she realize before that Shu Kai was so capable? Could it be that some rich young man came to their company to experience life? The corners of Wang Ming's mouth trembled constantly on his fat face, and he thought to himself, this situation doesn't seem right. It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't Mr. Liu be crying and saying that he was a hero saving a beautiful woman, and then calling the police to send Shu Kai to jail? Could it be that I made a mistake? Boss Liu, Manager Wang, are you all right? I've called the police. At this moment, the fat woman Li Lu rushed in, holding a phone in her hand, looking at the scene in the office in front of her. She couldn't help but be stunned, as if it was not what she had imagined. Just now when Wang Ming was scolded by General Manager Liu, she felt a little guilty, so she hid aside, worried about making General Manager Liu angry. But I regretted it afterwards. Afraid that Manager Wang would hold a grudge against her because of this, she felt that she had finally gotten the chance, so she volunteered to step forward. Shu Kai crossed his arms, said nothing, and just watched the scene with a smile. I thought to myself that I definitely didn't need to do anything in this situation, and I was sure Liu Jing would be able to help me settle everything. Liu Jing was so angry that her chest was heaving. Her pretty face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. She gritted her teeth and cursed fiercely, "From now on, Wang Ming, you are fired. There will be no more people like you in the company." Wang Ming was stunned and stood there, totally unaware of what was happening. He stammered, Mr. Liu, Mr. Liu, what's wrong with you? Manager Wang didn't do anything wrong. Li Lu was also shocked. In order to please Wang Ming, she had sacrificed a lot of her looks these days. If Wang Ming was fired now, then wouldn't all my work be in vain? I've been taken advantage of by this fat pig for so long in vain. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot there's another one here. Liu Jing looked at Li Lu coldly, then glanced at Shu Kai, who was silent beside her, then immediately frowned and said sternly, "And you are also fired by the company. Before 12 noon, you two must report to the finance office and leave the company immediately. Don't let me see you again, otherwise I will call the police and take legal action to sue you for trespassing." Just now, when a few people had a conflict, Liu Jing noticed that Li Lu and Shu Kai also had a conflict, and now they had to be dealt with together. Joke. The happier the god of wealth is, the better. Chapter 13: A rich second generation experiencing life. After saying that, Liu Jing looked at Shu Kai guiltily. Fortunately, she has been working in the business world for many years, and she made the trade-offs in just a moment. Shu Kai must not be offended easily. Are you kidding me? If someone can casually take out 6 million to buy gold, then who else could he be but a rich second generation? At the moment, Liu Jing only felt that Shu Kai had come here to experience life before, and now he was planning to resign because he couldn't stand the atmosphere in the company. Wang Ming was completely stunned after hearing this. The corners of his mouth trembled, and he fell to his knees with a plop. You know, in order to get a job in this gold exchange, he begged and pleaded with everyone, and gave gifts. It took him several years before he was finally arranged into a supervisory position in the company. Now, I was just trying to please my female boss, but I ended up being fired. Wang Ming's big fat face was full of fear, his lips kept trembling, his eyes rolled back, and he looked like he was about to faint. Li Lu was also struck by lightning. She had originally wanted to say something good about Wang Ming to restore his image, but now she was also fired. What was going on? What's the matter? My words don't work, right? I've already told you to leave the company before 12 o'clock, otherwise I'll show you what trespassing means. Liu Jing tapped the table quickly with her fingers, constantly reminding him. The two looked at each other, and saw deathly despair in each other's eyes. What is this? At the same time, both of them looked at Shu Kai, as if they understood something. No, they must be having an affair, otherwise why would Mr. Liu want to fire us for no reason? The two couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Shu Kai kept silent. Faced with Wang Ming, who had made things difficult for him before, and the disgusting Li Lu, he naturally had no intention of speaking well of them. He immediately clapped his hands and said to Liu Jing, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, for cleaning up the bad habits in the company." Normally, as a senior manager, Liu Jing doesn't know much about the situation of her employees. Wang Ming has already caused complaints from her colleagues, but everyone is helpless. Liu Jing's eyes moved slightly and she nodded at Shu Kai. Judging from the other party's reaction, she seemed quite satisfied. I couldn't help but feel happy. Then he looked at Wang Ming and Li Lu with a cold gaze, and repeated in a cold tone. I told you two to get out of the company right now. Don't make me say it a second time. The two of them stood there in a daze, not moving a step, their eyes filled with shock, not realizing what was happening. Liu Jing didn't indulge them. She picked up the phone beside her and dialed the number. Hello, is this security? Yes, come to my office and take these two people out. The two of them still looked stunned. Shu Kai just stood there and waited silently. In just a few minutes, several uniformed security guards rushed in. After a quick glance, Liu Jing pointed at Wang Ming and Li Lu and said, It's these two, take them out. Liu Jing is a senior leader of the gold exchange and is naturally familiar with the property management. The security guards already knew her and did not ask any questions. They just picked up Wang Ming and Li Lu and walked out. The two looked ashen, but they still shouted in despair. Boss Liu, please don't be fooled by Shu Kai. The two men were dragged out screaming like pigs being slaughtered. After the two left, the office returned to peace again. Liu Jing took a few deep breaths, calmed herself down, glanced at Shu Kai, and said as if to take credit. Do you think I should handle this? Shu Kai was stunned at first, but then he quickly realized that Liu Jing was doing this series of actions just to please him. However, now that Wang Ming and Li Lu have both received the punishment they deserved, he doesn't want to care about it anymore. After all, settling scores with pleasure has always been Shu Kai's style. Then, he looked at Liu Jing and said, Manager Liu, I want to ask, are you free to have dinner together tonight? Liu Jing was stunned at first, but quickly came to her senses. There were quite a few men who asked her out for dinner on weekdays. Without exception, she knew clearly what was in those men's minds. They were all thinking about matters between men and women. Liu Jing is very principled in her daily life and would never sell herself out simply for performance. This Shukai is handsome, generous, and more importantly, he is a young hunk and a hidden rich second generation. For a moment, this woman, who is nearly 30 years old, couldn't help but have some thoughts. I thought that if something really happened between him and me, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In fact, Shukai didn't think too much about it. He thought that if they could have dinner together in the evening, maybe he could find out if Liu Jing needed any help with anything else. This way I can continue to provide services to her. If that doesn't work, you can go to the hotel to provide services. Anyway, as long as it can increase the system rewards, it's fine. At the moment, Shukai didn't mind serving their guest in front of him well. Seeing Shukai staring at her, Liu Jing smiled shyly and thought to herself that it might be possible to have a meal together. I'm available anytime you have time. Liu Jing had unconsciously changed her way of addressing Shukai to honorifics. Are you kidding? 6 million at a time. What kind of family background does he have to have? I guess only a rich second generation can be so generous, right? If we can get close to Shukai, then we won't have to worry about the company's sales performance in the future. Congratulations to their host for gaining the admiration of the guest. Your professional rating has been upgraded to B level. At the same time, rewards will be issued, and you will receive a Qinglong Bei Viller. The key has been issued in your Bugatti Veyron, please check. Host, please keep up the good work. Others may not know much about it, but Shukai knows something about the Qinglong Bei Viller area in Jingju City. I have seen many real rich second generations in Nightfall Bar before, but even so, not many of them can own a Qinglong Bei Viller. Why? Isn't it because the price is too expensive? The houses there cost more than 100,000 yuan per square meter, and the total price of a villa in Qinglong Bei can reach 100 million yuan. With such a high price, even the rich second generation who have real money in their pockets have to think twice and stay away from it. When Shukai heard this, he became extremely excited and his expression changed slightly. When Liu Jing saw this look, she mistook it as the other party thinking about having dinner with her in the evening, and then she associated it with what might happen in the evening. So she felt a little unnatural and her pretty face immediately turned red. Then when is convenient for you? Liu Jing asked. Chapter 14 Determination. I'm free this afternoon, how about we go now? Shukai couldn't help feeling anxious at this moment. He was becoming more and more interested in this system, and couldn't wait to get the system level to full marks as soon as possible. You must serve. Serve Liu Jing well. Shukai thought to himself. Then please wait for me for a moment. Liu Jing stroked the hair beside her ears, her face flushed, as if she didn't dare to look directly into Shukai's eyes. Shukai was a little surprised. He didn't expect Liu Jing to become a different person all of a sudden. However, he didn't think much about it. He walked out the door and said, Okay, I'll wait for you then. After Shukai walked out of the office, he noticed that the way his colleagues looked at him had changed, and now they were filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, Wang Ming, who is usually difficult to deal with, was directly picked up and thrown out by the security guard. He looked extremely miserable. Without thinking too much, it was obvious that all this was related to Shukai. Shukai didn't care too much and didn't even respond to those glances. Anyway, I don't plan to work in the future. The road ahead is long and it's almost time to say goodbye. Because he had an appointment with Liu Jing, Shukai did not leave immediately, but stood at the door waiting silently. After a while, Liu Jing, with delicate makeup, walked out of the door. This scene made everyone present stunned, and their eyes were full of astonishment. At this moment, Liu Jing had taken off her professional women's attire and changed into an ordinary casual outfit. The upper body was a grey knitted vest, and the lower body was matched with a pink long skirt, revealing a section of slender and round calves. Her calves were like perfect works of art, without any excess fat, and her cheeks were rosy, like a young girl in love. Shukai, we can go now. Liu Jing tied her hair and walked over. When Shukai saw this scene, he was stunned and sighed in his heart. I'll go. I've never seen Liu Jing like this before, I didn't expect she'd be so pretty. What are you doing? Let's go. Liu Jing lowered her head slightly, her face became redder, and she didn't dare to look directly into Shukai's eyes. Shukai came back to his senses and said quickly. Okay, let's go downstairs. Okay. Liu Jing naturally took Shukai's arm, and the two walked towards the elevator together. At this moment, after a brief silence in the office, incredible discussions were heard. Oh my god, could it be that our CEO Liu has been hooked up with Shukai? Oh my god, this is really a case of one bright spot in the east and another in the west. Everyone was talking at once, with shocked looks on their faces. At this moment, on the busy and bustling street, there stood a figure. It was Song Shin-yu, dressed in white. Her eyes were red and she looked like she had been crying all night. Last night, she thought about it all night and felt that Shukai must be lying to her, otherwise why would he pretend to be a poor loser all day long? She felt that Shukai was definitely testing her, but she just hadn't stood the test yet. When she thought about how Shukai had loved her wholeheartedly in the past, she thought that if she just explained it to him, everything would be clear. So today, she came to where Shukai worked. As soon as he arrived, he saw Shukai's extremely eye-catching Bugatti Veyron parked downstairs. He immediately went next to the car and waited silently, thinking that as long as Shukai came out, he would be able to explain things to him. Song Shin-yu stood on tiptoe, stretched her neck, and looked inside secretly. But after a while, the scene happening in the distance made her completely stunned. She froze in place. Her eyes, which had finally relaxed a little, became red again. Shukai, where do you think we should go for dinner tonight? At this moment Liu Jing naturally took Shukai's arm, and her tone was just right, neither too intimate nor too cold. Liu Jing has a very good grasp of the relationship with Shukai. She felt that since the other party was just a young playboy who came to the company to experience life, she didn't think about developing a long-term relationship with him. But at the moment, no matter what the other party asks for, she will naturally try her best to satisfy it. After all, Shukai was a tall guy, 1.80 meters tall, with a tough look, like a little star. If something really happened between him and me, I wouldn't really be at a disadvantage. Besides, it can also help the company recover some performance, so why not do it? Shukai was a little confused by Liu Jing's change for a while, and just walked out with his head down. After a while, I heard a cursing voice. Shukai, you bastard! Shukai and Liu Jing turned their heads at the same time. Song Shin-yu in front of him had a look of pain on her face. She pointed a finger at Shukai and cursed him in an angry tone. Liu Jing was a little stunned and wanted to let go of Shukai's hand subconsciously. But after a moment she changed her mind and realized that was not right. The breakup between Shukai and his girlfriend had caused a lot of buzz in the entire company, and she had heard about it as well, but she just didn't take it to heart. So what if Shukai really has a girlfriend? Do I have to give way to him? While thinking about it, Liu Jing leaned towards Shukai's arm again. Shukai's expression was also very ugly. He just stared at Song Shin-yu silently and said coldly, "What are you still doing here?" Song Shin-yu's face was full of anger, and she said in a bad tone, "It's only been a short time since we broke up, why are you looking for a slutty woman like this again?" Upon hearing this, Liu Jing couldn't stand it anymore. She curled her lips and cursed. "Who are you talking about? Besides, haven't you already broken up with him? An excellent man will naturally be popular outside." These words were extremely harsh, and they made Song Shin-yu feel extremely uncomfortable when they fell into her ears. You know, she always thought that Shukai was a loser, a poor loser, so she resolutely broke up with him. But now someone told her that Shukai was an excellent man. How could she accept this? It was as if something that he once treasured was taken away by someone else. "You must have done it on purpose, right?" Song Shin-yu said angrily. You know, the two of them had broken up before, but every time they broke up, Shukai would carry big and small bags with all kinds of delicious food waiting for her downstairs of the dormitory, looking like a dog. She just couldn't believe that Shukai really changed his personality in such a short time. She just felt that Shukai was definitely lying to her, and thought that as long as she said some nice words, the other party would definitely change his mind. Chapter 15 I don't believe it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Shukai suddenly said coldly, "Are you sick? We've broken up. If you stand in front of me again, do you believe I will call the police to arrest you?" What? Song Shin-yu's face turned pale instantly when she heard this, and then, without any warning, Shukai pushed her hard. The force was so great that Song Shin-yu staggered and almost fell. Afterwards, Shukai took Liu Jing and walked towards the brand new Bugatti Veyron without looking back. Two crisp bangs were heard, and the door closed. In this bustling commercial street, it seems particularly harsh. Shukai and Liu Jing got into the car directly. In the future, don't stand in front of other people's cars. If they get scratched or hit, you won't be able to pay for it. Shukai said this lightly, and then stepped on the accelerator. The Bugatti Veyron was like an awakened beast, and the 16-cylinder beast version of the engine made a deafening roar. With the dazzling red taillights, it disappeared from Song Xinyue's sight as fast as lightning. Song Xinyu stood there, her pretty face flushed red, she was shaking with anger, and her originally slender index finger turned white from exerting too much force. It seemed as if all the anger at this moment was concentrated at the fingertips. "You son of a bitch, how dare you do this to me?" Song Xinyu cursed angrily in her heart. She just couldn't understand why Shukai, who had treated her like a dog, trying to please her and take care of her in every way. How could such earth-shaking changes happen in such a short period of time? Could it be that all his tenderness and affection before was fake? He must be lying to me, he must be lying to me. It must be because I failed his test. That's why he's taking revenge on me. He must still like me. How could he do this? He just left me like that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Song Xinyu hurriedly took out her cell phone from her pocket, swiped the screen quickly, and turned to the WeChat interface. It clearly showed the scene when she broke up with Shukai. At that time, he was afraid that Shukai would harass him, so he blocked him. At this moment, Shukai was quickly removed from the blacklist. Then she bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and edited a text message and sent it out. "Shukai, you lied to me, didn't you?" Song Xinyu stared at the phone screen without blinking, with a hint of anticipation. But after a moment, her eyes widened and she stared blankly at everything in front of her, totally unable to believe what she saw. She was blocked. Although she had a vague premonition in her heart before, when the reality was right in front of her, she still felt like she was struck by lightning. "Shukai. You scumbag." The red exclamation mark on the screen was particularly eye-catching, violently attacking her nerves. Thinking in my heart, if I hadn't broken up with Shukai, wouldn't I be the one sitting in the Bugatti Veyron enjoying the breeze? What kind of family background does it take to be able to afford a Bugatti Veyron? Wouldn't luxury cars, famous watches, and brand-name bags be readily available? Just thinking about it, she felt a little unwilling. She still doesn't give up. Song Xinyu only felt her face getting hot. She tightly grasped the phone in her right hand, bit it with her silver teeth, and her eyes were red. The grievance on that face seemed to be about to turn into mist and overflow. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." Song Xinyu muttered to herself. She just couldn't accept this fact. Shukai, who once dreamed of the future with her and even decided what to name their child. But now he has become so cruel, the huge contrast makes her simply unbelievable. She stared at the direction where the Bugatti Veyron was going, and kept muttering to herself, "You must be deliberately taking revenge on me. You must still love me in your heart. Right. We definitely still have a chance. He did all this just to get revenge on me. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to his house to find him." At this moment, Shukai was driving a Bugatti Veyron at lightning speed on the viaduct. Naturally, I didn't know about the series of events that happened to Song Xinyu. If he knew, he would just mutter something. This woman has so much on her mind. He casually glanced at the 7-inch electronic screen and checked the vehicle speed and other relevant information. There is also nearby navigation. Liu Jing sat in the passenger seat, her eyes full of surprise. Like a curious baby, she looked around carefully, not daring to move her body. Although she is considered a top boss in the gold exchange, her annual salary is only around 500,000. Normally, she would never dare to dream of driving a top luxury car like the Bugatti Veyron, let alone sitting in the passenger seat. At this moment, sitting next to me is a very handsome young man in his 20s, about 1.85 meters tall. It all seemed like a dream, and it felt so unreal to her. I just don't know if there are double doors. It would be great if you could. If that's the case, she can move on her own. Liu Jing was in a daze, her eyes were full of shock, her mouth was slightly open, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "What's wrong? What kind of music do you like to listen to?" Shukai noticed her unnaturalness, staring into the distance intently, and slowed down a little. After all, the car is traveling at a speed of over 140 km/h. If you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and people will die. Although the safety factor of the Bugatti Veyron is very high, Shukai dare not gamble with his life. "I finally got the system in place, but the comfortable days didn't last long. But don't go too far and get yourself into trouble. Nothing, nothing. Liu Jing said in a flustered tone, smoothing her hair unnaturally, her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. She actually answered the question irrelevantly. By the way, where are we going now? At this time, her curiosity about Shu Kai grew stronger. Such a young man in his early 20s, full of vigor and vitality. She was not unaware of the bullying by Wang Ming in the company, but because there were so many people around, she couldn't express her position clearly. A young man in his 20s with an extraordinary background has suffered such injustice, and yet he has been able to endure it until now. This is a period of several years. She felt more and more that Shu Kai's identity was not simple, and she admired him even more. Seeing this, he silently changed the song and replaced it with one of his favorite DJ songs. They all say that I am the most charming and invincible overlord spear. The powerful and rhythmic music instantly filled the entire carriage. After doing all this, Shu Kai turned his head to look at the time on the electronic screen next to him. Chapter 16. You want to come directly. It's still early, only 12 o'clock noon. As for what to do, I really don't know yet. Liu Jing looked at this tacky song blankly, her beautiful eyes widened. Is this the taste of all rich young men nowadays? But sitting in the Bugatti Veyron and listening to this song, it doesn't seem so bad at all. Shu Kai really has different tastes. So romantic. Mr. Liu, is there anything I can do for you? Just as Liu Jing was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Shu Kai's voice in her ears and she turned her head instantly. Shu Kai looked at her strangely, with an indescribable meaning in his eyes. Help. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Jing's face turned red in just a moment. You're sitting in the passenger seat. How else can I help? Sure enough, men think similarly. Isn't it just about that thing in bed? As she thought about it, her proud 30-60 curves couldn't help but straighten up, silently showing off her assets. How about, accompany me to buy some clothes? You see, it's time to change the seasons. It's almost time to change clothes. Liu Jing said softly, fiddling with her hair unnaturally, her eyes dodging, not daring to look directly into Shu Kai's eyes. Although Shu Kai is handsome, strong, 1.85 meters tall, and comes from a well-off family, he is a rich second generation. But if you really want to do something, you have to show some sincerity. It's not like you should get straight to the point right away. Just thinking about it made Liu Jing feel very panicked. Of course, if Shu Kai really meant that, she could accept it. He told her. Unexpectedly, Shu Kai agreed without even thinking. No problem, which mall do you usually go to? How about Yuan Mall? Now this is my own customer. The better the service I provide, the more rewards the system will give me. Shu Kai could not neglect his god of wealth in any way. Yuan Shopping Mall. It is the most prestigious shopping mall in Jinju City, where countless world-class brands are gathered, and the dazzling array of products will dazzle your eyes. To provide service, we must do it at the highest level. Besides, I wonder if the system will give me rewards if I give Liu Jing clothes as a gift. Shu Kai wanted to give it a try. Even if this was not a service, he wouldn't lose much money. He could just consider it as trial and error. After all, there was still a lot he didn't understand about the system. Still have to explore slowly. Hearing this, Liu Jing was surprised and looked at Shu Kai in disbelief. She had previously thought that Shu Kai had demonstrated his astonishing financial resources. Maybe she just wanted to get something for nothing, but she didn't expect that the other party would actually take her to Yuan Shopping Mall. Just thinking about it, Liu Jing couldn't help but feel a palpitation in her heart. Although her annual salary is nearly $500,000, after paying for car loans, mortgages, and a bunch of miscellaneous expenses like cosmetics, she barely has much money left every month. She had never been to a shopping mall like that which only the upper class could go to. She could only look at it from the outside and sigh in regret. Okay? Liu Jing responded timidly. Set off. Shu Kai stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. Everyone says I'm the most romantic and invincible overlord spear tilder. Yuan Shopping Mall. It was a weekday and there were not many customers coming to shop, just a few here and there. Inside the mall, the tellers, neatly dressed and with professional smiles on their faces, stood outside the door and greeted customers politely and professionally. Shu Kai took Liu Jing and walked into the mall. Since they came out of the company, Liu Jing has kept her arm around Shu Kai and has never let go. Although Shukai didn't know what Liu Jing was thinking, he could guess that she must have thought of him as some rich second generation. But he didn't think too much about it. Everyone just gets what they need. I can get system rewards for serving her, and Liu Jing wants to get something from me, so we don't owe each other anything. And he had just thought of it in the car. The 6 million gold I bought earlier might even appreciate in value. All in all, it's not a loss at all, let's put it this way. Although I haven't become a billionaire yet, I must experience the thrill of using money to stir up the business world in advance. 6 million. I'm going to kill my way into the gold futures market. Shukai was lost in thoughts. The two walked into the mall hand in hand. Although Liu Jing is approaching 30 years old, she has taken very good care of herself. Her skin is as smooth, tender, and crystal clear as a peeled egg. Although she was wearing casual clothes, she was still beautiful and charming, and her beautiful temperament could not be concealed. Along the way, many people looked sideways with fiery eyes. Looking at Shukai again, his extremely simple and plain outfit makes him look a bit like a loser, but his face is quite good, sunny and handsome. As a result, some people mistakenly believed that Shukai was a kept gigolo and could not help but murmur among themselves. TSK, what's the point of relying on your looks to make a living? I can do it too. I guess the person who supports you has to feed you wolfberry water every day, otherwise why would he like you? Snort. The people passing by were muttering to themselves. Shukai didn't care. If it were the old him, he would have argued with the other party. But now that he has money, he thinks these gossips are nothing. Be open-minded. Afraid of the ball. Liu Jing silently pulled Shukai's arm and walked forward, staring at her toes like a shy girl. Shukai had been working for 3 years, but he had never seen Liu Jing like this, so he asked, by the way, you just said you wanted to buy clothes, which store do you want to go to? As Shukai spoke, he scanned the many luxurious and dazzling high-end brands present, including LV, Hermes and so on. There were even many brands that he couldn't name. Liu Jing was stunned for a moment and replied, I don't know either. Her mind was full of thoughts of what might happen during the night. In her opinion, buying some clothes now was just a formality, a stepping stone. She couldn't make herself look too cheap, so she had no intention of making active choices. Shukai was a little stunned, not quite understanding what she meant, but he immediately made up his mind, how about going to LV? After all, this is the only luxury brand he knows, and it sounds more fashionable. Okay, I'll listen to you. Liu Jing responded quickly and said no more. Shukai took Liu Jing's hand and walked towards the LV luxury store at high speed. 2 receptionists with delicate makeup stood outside the store, looking polite, showing 8 white teeth and smiling sweetly, welcome to LV. Shukai couldn't help but feel a little timid in this situation. After all, he was extremely poor before and couldn't even pay the rent. A bag from a brand name store like this one, where any single bag costs tens of thousands, was something he couldn't afford even if his bones were crushed. Although I have money now. Chapter 17 Temperament not keeping up. But the confidence and temperament have not yet caught up, and it will take some time to adapt. No, I have to cheer myself up and stop looking like a poor loser. I am a rich man. I am rich now. Shukai muttered to himself, straightened his back, and mustered up his energy. Liu Jing, who was standing by, also timidly followed Shukai into the store. It was also her first time to visit LV. A bag here can easily cost hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. She has long been overwhelmed by the pressure of mortgage and car loans, and she rarely pays attention to these luxury goods on a daily basis. After all, it's too expensive. So, now that I followed Shukai in, I couldn't help feeling a little guilty. There were 2 delicate-looking cashiers at the counter in the store, squatting on the floor sorting things. One of them was Zhang Tingting. She was playing with her mobile phone out of boredom, browsing some social apps, and searching for new strategies to catch a rich husband. Ever since she entered university, her goal has been very clear, which is to find a rich husband and hook up with a wealthy man. She felt that this was the only way to directly cross the class line. It is the wisest choice. Only yesterday. What happened with her best friend Sung Shinyu in the KTV made her mind confused and she was gritting her teeth in hatred. She never imagined that Shukai, who usually dressed poorly and had less than 200 yuan on his body, and looked like a loser, was actually a hidden rich second generation. What's even more outrageous is that a sports car suddenly appeared. This is too dramatic. After she returned home, she searched the internet for the price of Bugatti Veyron and was shocked when she saw it. Limited edition. Wow, 26 million. When she saw this number, she was stunned on the spot, thinking that she might have counted the zero wrong. Zhang Tingting was completely stunned. After a lot of effort and uncertainty, she counted again several times before she was sure that she was not mistaken. Then, for the next few days, she felt like she had lost her soul and was in a daze. Because just yesterday, Song Shinyu called and said something sarcastic on the phone. His words were full of accusations that she shouldn't have persuaded him to break up with Shukai. But can she be blamed for this? If Song Shinyu hadn't had some bad thoughts, why would she break up with Shukai? Besides, who would have known that Shukai also liked to play the role of a hidden rich man? Who told you not to pay close attention yourself? Besides, who knows if Shukai is just pretending? Zhang Tingting pouted in dissatisfaction, scrolling through her phone and talking to herself. She thought this was very abnormal. If Shukai is really a hidden rich second generation, there should be some signs showing it on a daily basis. But the only person she noticed was Shukai. His conversation, clothing, and daily behavior habits all seemed to be filled with two words: loser. No matter which rich young man is in front of her on a normal day, it is difficult for him to escape her eyes. How could I have been so mistaken that I didn't realize that Shukai was a rich second generation? This is weird. Just as her thoughts were surging, a female colleague beside her suddenly pulled her arm and reminded her, "Stop playing with your phone, a customer is coming." Oh. Zhang Tingting quickly put away her phone, stood up, adjusted her expression, and tidied up her messy clothes. For waiters like them who work in luxury stores like LV, the requirements are very strict. If any small mistakes are made, their wages will be deducted. So you must pay attention at all times. But relatively speaking, their salaries are generally not low. Including commissions, they can earn nearly 10,000 yuan a month. For her who had just graduated from college, this was quite satisfying. In fact, in order to get a job in this LV luxury store, she has put a lot of effort in other aspects. Even the hue. Ahem. However, this does not affect her requirements for a boyfriend, including but not limited to being 1.85 meters tall, having a car and a house, being young and promising, and having a monthly salary of more than 300,000 yuan. Her standards for choosing a partner are very strict. Zhang Tingting regained her composure and looked up. But when she saw who walked into the store, she was stunned. Her eyes widened and she looked shocked. I almost shouted it out. What are you doing? Huh? Didn't you see a guest coming? Seeing Zhang Tingting's expression, a colleague nearby hurriedly reminded her. After all, in a luxury store like this, expression management is also very important. No. Zhang Tingting was a little incoherent. It was not for any other reason, but because the person walking in front of him was none other than Shukai. More importantly, there is a woman with an intellectual and beautiful temperament standing next to him. Although she is a little older, probably a few years older than Shukai, her skin is well maintained and her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque. It can be seen that she was definitely a school beauty when she was young. Even now, it is enough to kill a lot of so-called internet celebrities on the street in seconds. But to be honest, Liu Jing just lacks some collagen on her face. Judging from her facial features and bone structure, there is nothing to pick even if you take her to a beauty salon for reference. Perfect. Why is Shukai here? Who is this woman next to him? Zhang Tingting was suddenly surprised. She even thought before, if Shukai is a rich second generation, then wouldn't she have a chance too? After all, there are still a few years of classmates here, right? Maybe they will sell their bodies and get into bed without knowing why, and then ask for some compensation for the loss of youth. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Just as she was thinking about it, Zhang Tingting put on a smiling expression and was about to greet him with a smile, but after a moment, she stopped. Wrong. She put together the scene of running into Shukai and Ming Ru together in the hotel. If Shukai was really a rich second generation, how could he possibly get involved with a woman who is older than him? The only possibility is that Shukai is not really rich, but is just a gigolo who sacrifices his looks for money. Oh shit. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Although Zhang Tingting looked down on Shukai from the bottom of her heart, thinking that he had no money and was a poor loser. But we have to admit that Shukai's looks and facial features are still good. With his height of 1.85 meters, He gets a lot of attention wherever he goes. Even when he was in school, he was often on the confession wall and was the most popular school idol. Even compared with some of the popular young stars on the internet, he is not inferior. If you really want to live off others. But I have the capital. But in an instant, Zhang Tingting's thoughts took a 180-degree turn. Pooh. Chapter 18. Are you addicted to being a gigolo? Humph, you're obviously a poor loser, but you're pretending to be rich. Luckily, I'm smart, or I would have been fooled by you. Zhang Tingting cursed in her heart. At the same time, she secretly took out her mobile phone from her pocket and took a picture of Shu Kai and Liu Jing at an imperceptible angle. A colleague nearby was shocked when he saw this and quickly exclaimed, "What are you doing? You can't take pictures in the store, don't you know?" She was both angry and anxious. Zhang Tingting had been working here for almost half a year. How come she didn't even understand the rules? But Zhang Tingting quickly raised a finger to cover her mouth and made a gesture to keep quiet. "Don't worry, I have something important to do." After saying that, he walked into their house mysteriously, and did not forget to remind him, "Help me block it for a while, I will be back later." The female colleague was completely stunned, somewhat unable to come back to her senses, with a look of surprise on her face. You have to know that there are performance requirements for working in such luxury stores. Every time a customer comes, everyone basically rushes to serve. What happened to Zhang Tingting today? She gave the customer to herself. Normally, when she sees a customer, she rushes towards him like a boar seeing a sow. Why is she like a different person today? The female colleague raised her eyes and looked at Shu Kai standing in front of her. After a moment, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. She finally understood. Although Shu Kai is handsome, one can tell at a glance that his outfit costs no more than 200 yuan in total. In luxury stores like theirs, many people often come in to look without buying, wasting their energy and time. She subconsciously thought of Shu Kai as that kind of person. However, out of professionalism, she still showed her standard 8-tooth smile and greeted him with smiling eyes. "Hello, sir, it's a pleasure to serve you." Shu Kai just glanced at her indifferently and nodded slightly. His eyes wandered among the dazzling array of merchandise in the luxury store, and he couldn't help but sigh. Just a week ago, he didn't even dare to enter such a store, but now he is dazzling looking at these dazzling brand name bags. But I felt more confident. Sure enough, things are different now that I have money. Liu Jing also frowned slightly, looking at Shu Kai secretly, and was also puzzled in her heart. "Mr. Liu, do you see anything you like?" Shu Kai asked with a smile. Now that he had money in his pocket, he spoke in a more generous manner. Liu Jing was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses in an instant. Just now, she was a little dazed. The Shu Kai in front of him is not a beast of burden who works hard for 3 meals a day, but a wealthy second generation who can buy 6 million gold of the company with one move. Next to this top second generation rich man, what else do I have to fear? She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, tucked her hair around her forehead, revealing her pretty face, and said, "How about you introduce me to this place? I'm not very familiar with this place." These words were spoken very naturally, and there was nothing wrong with them. "Okay." The female colleague smiled sweetly on the surface, but glanced at Shu Kai and Liu Jing without showing any expression. When she heard Shu Kai calling Liu Jing General Manager Liu just now, she guessed something in her heart. I thought, no way, could it be that this rich, powerful woman is keeping this young hunk? I have to say that Liu Jing is worthy of being a strong woman who has been working in the business world for many years. Although she feels a little nervous inside, she doesn't show it at all on the surface. At first glance, it is easy to think that Shu Kai is the gigolo she keeps. And she is the real sponsor. "Come over here with me." The female colleague walked to the shelf nearby, stood on tiptoe, and used the hook in her hand to pick out a black handbag with a gold buckle, and displayed it in front of the two people. "This is our new LV model, 120,000, take a look." Liu Jing glanced and looked at the price list calmly, her heart skipping a beat. 120,000, what does this mean? This is equivalent to several months' salary. Although she could afford the price of 120,000 yuan, her daily expenses were too high. How could she dare to spend money like this? Moreover, she didn't know what Shu Kai was thinking, so she didn't say anything. Shu Kai, who was standing nearby, noticed Liu Jing's expression and understood a little, so he immediately asked, "Why? Mr. Liu, do you like it?" "Just kidding, Liu Jing is now a VIP customer of his night bar. The better the service, the greater the reward. If Liu Jing likes it, and he doesn't buy it, wouldn't that be crazy of him? Liu Jing waved her hand. Forget it, it feels too expensive. As she spoke, she raised her eyes and glanced at Shu Kai secretly. Even though he had just witnessed Shu Kai spend 600 cash to buy gold, he was still a little nervous. However, judging from his tone just now, does it mean that if I just nod, he will buy it for me? What exactly does Shu Kai's family do? The female colleague standing by looked at the two of them, her brows furrowed involuntarily, and she complained in her heart. These two have quite a lot of scenes, and they act so realistically. Aren't you just a pretty boy? Where do all these scenes of overbearing CEOs come from? However, this thought only flashed through her mind, and her smile was as sweet as ever. Shu Kai was concentrating on thinking about Liu Jing's affairs, so he naturally didn't notice these things and just spoke casually. If you like it, why don't you just wrap it up? But he hadn't finished talking yet. At this moment, a scornful and mocking voice came from behind. Hey, Shu Kai, I think you are addicted to being a gigolo. Didn't you act as a gigolo for Miss Ming before? Why, you changed someone now. You are quite busy with your business. The sarcasm in his words was almost overflowing, making one feel sick. Shu Kai frowned and looked back. I saw Zhang Tingting standing behind him with a menacing look, her hands on her hips and a sarcastic look on her face. Seeing this, the female colleague's face changed, and she hurried forward to hold her back, lowering her voice and saying, "What are you doing? This is a customer of our store after all, aren't you afraid of having your salary deducted?" But Zhang Tingting became even more excited, and her tone became more and more arrogant. What are you afraid of? Can't you see? He is just a pretty boy. It turned out that she had just sent the photos of Shu Kai and Liu Jing to Song Xinyu, telling her bestie that she was not mistaken. Shu Kai is just a pauper and a loser. He used to cheat everyone by being a gigolo, and now he has found a new rich woman. Those so-called Bugatti Veyrants. They are all fake. They are all lies. But right now, the other party hasn't replied to her yet. After hearing this, Liu Jing's face changed and she looked at Shu Kai in astonishment. Pretty boy? What's going on? She was a little dizzy for a moment. When Shu Kai looked at Zhang Tingting's ugly and smug face, he couldn't help but feel angry. Chapter 19. Why are you pretending to be a rich second generation? He felt that Zhang Tingting was like an annoying fly that could not be driven away. Why did she appear again? He said coldly, whether I am a gigolo or not has nothing to do with you. You are a salesman, how dare you say irresponsible things? Zhang Tingting's face suddenly turned pale and blue, and she immediately cursed, bullshit. She was instantly defeated. She came here to work with the intention of catching a rich husband. After all, those who can spend money in high-end luxury stores like LV are either rich or noble. If you don't have much money in your pocket, would you dare to wander around in this kind of store? Not everyone is like Shu Kai. Zhang Tingting fantasize all day long. You never know when a rich young man might come with his girlfriend to buy a bag. Maybe if the turtle sees the green bean and they like each other, they can add some prestige, and then show off their charm a little bit, then they can hook up with each other naturally. As long as you can achieve class transcendence. Even if she calls him dad, it's fine. However, it has always been said on the internet that salesgirls in luxury stores always have high aspirations, lofty ambitions, but a fragile life. She is not destined to be a princess, but she has princess syndrome. Therefore, Zhang Tingting hated it most when others said she was a stinky salesperson, but Shu Kai scolded her like that in front of her. How could she not be angry? He immediately started to curse. Why are you pretending? Aren't you just being a gigolo because you're thick-skinned? You make a little money and you use it for free on women. As she spoke, she looked at the panicked Liu Jing and hurriedly dissuaded her. Sister, let me tell you, this kind of pretty boy is always trying to cheat women out of their money. I saw him with Miss Mingru some time ago, and he's with you today. This kind of guy is always greedy, and he'll just walk away after taking advantage of others. Don't spend money on him. Don't be fooled by him. Zhang Tingting put her hands on her hips, spitting and cursing vigorously. Today, she wanted to expose Shu Kai's true face in public. He was pretending to be a decent person before, and I, the class monitor and Song Xinyu were almost fooled by him. But Shu Kai had a calm expression and looked at Zhang Tingting as if he was a fool. I didn't do anything, but the other party looked like his defense was broken. Miss Mingru, rich second generation, pretty boy. These words kept spinning in Liu Jing's mind, making her unable to recover for a while. What the hell is going on? But after a moment, she reacted. If Shu Kai could be with Miss Mingru, wouldn't his family background be even more extraordinary? Liu Jing has been working hard in Jinju City for a long time. I also have some understanding of several famous families here. Ming family. In Jin City, it is an absolute behemoth. Ming's enterprise is huge, involving many industries such as commerce, environmental trade, hotels, and transportation. It is no exaggeration to call it a business behemoth. If Shu Kai and the eldest daughter of the Ming family go out together, doesn't it mean? As for the deeper level, she didn't even dare to think about it. Liu Jing looked at Shu Kai calmly, only to see that Shu Kai had a cold look in his eyes, staring silently at Zhang Tingting. Without any hesitation, she hugged Shu Kai's hand even tighter. Such a rich second generation must not be let go. After just a moment, she also came to her senses and immediately retorted, "What's our situation got to do with you? What kind of gigolo? If you can sell the things, sell them. If you can't, find someone else. Is it your turn to give orders here?" As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Shu Kai and saw his reaction after she said this. Her curses were very harsh, but if she still couldn't see the situation, then her job as the manager of the gold exchange would be in vain. Now is a good time to show off in front of Shu Kai. At this time, the commotion here attracted a lot of people to watch. There was a hustle and bustle outside the store, and everyone was standing on tiptoe to look inside curiously. Many salesgirls in the store also came over to join in the fun. They had just heard the words gigolo and supporting rich second generations. How can the enthusiastic spectators miss it? Some people even took out their cell phones to take pictures. Crack, crack. The flashlights kept flashing and the place was filled with noise. As the situation became more and more serious, Zhang Tingting's female colleague quickly grabbed her arm, pulled her aside, and whispered, "Zhang Tingting, you are crazy. What will happen if the supervisor finds out that you are scolding customers here?" She still had a bit of kindness in her heart and wanted to help Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting didn't care. She rolled her eyes and said with a wave of her hand, "What are you afraid of? You're afraid of me, but I'm not. Besides, he cheated on women's feelings and our money. Can't I say a few words? I just want to expose his true face." Her voice was so loud that everyone around could hear it. Everyone's face changed immediately and they started talking. What? A scumbag. Another pretty boy who deceives women's feelings and cheats them of their money and sex. Ooh. I despise people like this the most. A gigolo. Everyone looked at Shu Kai with disgust. Shu Kai took a few deep breaths and thought to himself that he really gave Zhang Tingting face. If only I didn't hit women. If Zhang Tingting can walk out of here standing today, he will be considered the loser. However, my top priority right now is to quickly improve my professional proficiency to full marks. As for everything else, it doesn't matter. I don't want to get into meaningless entanglement with someone like Zhang Tingting. At their side, the female colleague who had tried to stop him in vain also changed her expression, not knowing how this situation would end. Just then, a woman in her 30s with a delicate face walked out of the crowd wearing a female executive uniform. His temperament is far superior to those ordinary tellers like Zhang Tingting, and he looks like a senior executive. After taking a quick look, she scolded, "What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss here? This is work time." She was the female manager of this LV store. She had just been out for a while and when she came back she saw the store entrance was crowded with people. She hurried in to check and saw this scene. Insulting guests. What a big deal. A high-end luxury store like theirs was originally focused on service, but now it has become like this. How can she not be angry? When Zhang Tingting saw the store manager coming, her expression changed. In fact, she was a little nervous. Judging from Liu Jing's reaction just now, Shu Kai doesn't seem to be a kept gigolo. Did I make a mistake? Impossible. She was very confident in her own judgment and believed that this Mr. Liu must have been deceived by Shu Kai. She wants to expose him. So many people are here now, and the store manager is here too. The matter has become so serious that if I don't explain it clearly, I'm afraid I'll lose my job. So she pointed at Shu Kai and yelled, "He deceived us women's feelings and cheated us women's money. Manager, I want to expose the true face of this scumbag in front of everyone." Shu Kai sneered in his heart, and Liu Jing's face turned pale. Chapter 20. What are your most expensive bags? The female supervisor looked around, frowned, looked at Shu Kai, and then looked at Liu Jing, who was wearing exquisite clothes beside him. Looking at Zhang Tingting again, he immediately understood what was going on. However, her years of professional ethics made her reprimand Zhang Tingting immediately. "Shut up. It's not your turn to comment on the guests. Apologize to the guests immediately." Zhang Tingting's face changed and she was speechless, but she pouted with a look of dissatisfaction. At this time, the supervisor immediately turned around and apologized to Shu Kai softly. "I'm sorry, it's our clerk who is ignorant and has caused you trouble." As he spoke, he kept an eye on the crowd. She knew that someone had taken a photo of the incident. Once it got out, it would have a huge impact on the store and had to be settled immediately. Besides, the people who come to the store are all customers. It is not the clerk's right to comment on the relationships between customers. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Thinking of this, the female store manager became angry and glared at Zhang Tingting fiercely. But Zhang Tingting crossed her arms and looked dissatisfied. Shu Kai didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Seeing that the female manager's attitude was okay, he looked at Liu Jing, who was at a loss. Unexpectedly, CEO Liu, who used to have the final say in the company, actually acted like a little woman. She just whispered, "Okay, pack up the bag I just picked, and the commission will be hers." As he said this, he pointed to the female colleague who had just helped them show the handbag. The female colleague's mind was still a mess at the moment and she had no idea what was going on. Even the female store manager, who had been calm just now, was a little confused by this sudden change. "What's going on? Is he a gigolo? Why did you buy it again?" Seeing Shu Kai's calm demeanor, Zhang Tingting thought he must be pretending. She immediately glared at him and started cursing. "Just keep pretending. Don't you want to buy it? Pay for it now if you can. If you can really buy it, I, Zhang Tingting, will eat shit right away. I mean what I say." When the supervisor heard this, his face instantly became extremely ugly. The originally curved eyebrows were twisted together at this moment, and he looked at Zhang Tingting fiercely. "You know, this is an LV luxury store, and its main focus is high-end service. Regardless of whether the customer can afford the product or not, the clerk has to be polite. But Zhang Tingting is like this now. How can she have any sense of service? It's like stepping on the customer's face and crushing it hard. Even if Shu Kai can't afford it today, this matter cannot be turned over so easily." The store manager was so angry that he wanted to fire Zhang Tingting right away and let her pack up and leave. But with so many people watching, it's naturally hard to get angry. Shu Kai knew it clearly and he could see that Liu Jing liked that bag. The system mission is urgent right now. He originally wanted to stick to the principle of serving customers to the end, settle the matter first, and then slowly deal with the idiot Zhang Tingting. Who would have thought that when Zhang Tingting saw Shu Kai remain silent, she became even more unscrupulous and arrogant, shouting at the top of her voice, "Hey, why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Is it because you don't have any money in your pocket and can't put it in anymore?" The female store manager took a deep breath, tried to suppress her inner anger, resisted the urge to curse, gritted her teeth and forced a smile, saying, "Okay, I'll pack it for you now. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go." As he said this, he winked at the female colleague who was standing stupidly next to him. The female colleague finally woke up from her dream and quickly responded, "Okay, I'll go right away. Please wait a moment." He showed a comfortable expression to Shu Kai. As she spoke, she walked hurriedly to the handbag that she had just shown to Shu Kai and Liu Jing, stepping on her small leather high heels that made a thump-thump sound. But at this moment, a voice suddenly called her. Shu Kai suddenly said, "Wait." In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. "I'm not buying it," Shu Kai said with a chuckle. How could Zhang Tingting be so arrogant? This is not the only luxury store in Yuan shopping mall. He just didn't believe it and insisted on buying it here. Wait until he completes the task, then come back to deal with Zhang Tingting. Without saying a word, he pulled Liu Jing out of the store. Liu Jing hadn't figured out what was going on yet and could only follow in confusion. Everyone stood there in a daze, looking bewildered. Zhang Tingting seemed to have caught Shu Kai's weakness, and chased him out like crazy, scolding him, "Hey, weren't you pretending to be very convincing just now? Buy it, why don't you buy it?" She just felt that she had exposed Shu Kai's true face, and her face was full of pride. The people around couldn't help but frown. I also subconsciously felt that Shu Kai was just trying to hold on even though he had no money, a typical example of someone trying to put on a brave face. Harmful. Young people nowadays. Under the gaze of everyone. However, Shukai took Liu Jing and walked straight into the Gucci luxury store next door. Just now, several waitresses from the Gucci store were gathered at the door of the store watching the fun. At this moment, Shukai suddenly dragged Liu Jing in, and she was startled and panicked. But they soon calmed down, put on smiles on their faces, and said in unison, "Sir, welcome." Shukai looked calm, as if no one was around. Zhang Tingting was relentless and chased him outside the Gucci store, pointing at Shukai's back and yelling, "Sister Liu, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't be fooled by him. How long can he keep pretending? I'm waiting to see him make a fool of himself." She believed in her heart that Shukai was just a gigolo, and that Mr. Liu must be giving him face so he didn't expose him. Today she was determined to humiliate Shukai so that she could get back her own ground. Song Shinyu called her before and scolded her severely, saying that she missed out on Shukai, a top rich second generation. Now she wants to let Song Shinyu see what this so-called rich second generation is like. The crowds of onlookers did not disperse, but gathered in larger numbers, surrounding the Gucci store, snapping photos with their phones, and talking among themselves. "Oh, today is really an eye-opener, I met another show-off. Look at this guy, he looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect he is this kind of person, just thinking about cheating women out of their money. What's wrong with people these days? All the books I read are in vain." Zhang Tingting couldn't help but feel more proud as she listened to these words, and her back unconsciously straightened a little. The corners of his mouth are almost reaching the sky. She just wanted to see how Shukai would end up today. At this moment, Shukai calmly pointed at the display rack in the store and turned to ask the clerk, "What are the most expensive bags in your store?" "What?" Several waiters were stunned. "I say, which are your most expensive bags?" Shukai repeated in a calm tone. Chapter 21. Then please help me wrap it up. At this time, the waitresses who had been standing at the door watching the excitement were stunned. There was complete silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. I was wondering what was going on. Wasn't this a scene where a rich second generation tried to please a rich woman, and then got exposed, and then he just kept on trying to be tough? How come it changed in the blink of an eye? The direction of the story development seems to be a little different from what they expected. Just now they thought that there would be something exciting to watch soon. Now, when people come into the store, they ask which is the most expensive bag. Can't read. However, seeing that Shukai was dressed in ordinary, even shabby clothes, they were sure that he could not come up with the money and was just trying to save face. But out of professionalism, Su Yan, a smart salesperson, immediately introduced, "Hello, sir. This is a new bag in our store. It was customized in collaboration with the chief executive of the Roman state. It was specially airlifted to our store. Today is the first day of display. The price is 1.08 million. You may want to take a look." As she spoke, she pointed to a bag in the center of the exhibition stand, and everyone looked over. Not far away, I saw a handbag that was particularly eye-catching. The black gilded body of the bag is matched with a black gold button buckle and embellished with a few thumb-sized pearls. It looks extremely luxurious, obviously made by a famous craftsman. Coupled with the brand effect of Gucci, it is indeed worth the price. After all, nowadays, anything, especially luxury brands, that has something to do with handmade products can be sold at sky-high prices. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people watching outside the store changed instantly, and they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. "Oh my god, 1.08 million. This is too expensive. What a joke. What does 1.08 million mean? Even if you sell me piece by piece, I still can't make up the difference. This young man is in trouble now. He has always been a pretentious person, and now he has finally taken the lead. Let's see how he ends up." Everyone was talking at once, their faces full of disdain for Shukai. After all, in their eyes, Shukai couldn't even afford a 120,000 yuan bag from the LV store, yet he directly dragged Liu Jing into the Gucci store. This is just asking for embarrassment. So everyone crossed their arms, squinted their eyes, and waited to see Shukai make a fool of himself. Anyway, it's fun to watch the fun. Shukai and Liu Jing turned their eyes to the waitresses. The young waitress next to them was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe. They saw everything that happened at the LV store and didn't know what to say at the moment. After all, once you enter the store, you are a customer. There is no reason to chase them out. She would never do something as ridiculous as Zhang Tingting did. under the teasing gaze of the crowd. Then, Shukai looked normal, and after a casual glance, he asked Liu Jing, "Boss Liu, what do you think of this bag?" At the moment, he had money on him. Apart from the 6 million he used to buy gold, he still had more than 4 million. Buying a bag is a piece of cake. Besides, I came here today to serve Liu Jing. Since I want to serve her, I have to serve her well to the end. And Shukai believed that there would be system rewards after buying it. Do you understand this cold investment? It's a sure win anyway. I just don't know what kind of reward Brother Tongzi will give him. At the moment, Shukai is even a little excited. When Liu Jing heard this, she immediately looked embarrassed and waved her hand, saying, "It's too expensive." She sounded flustered and couldn't speak clearly. She had already been shocked by the bag worth 120,000 yuan, and felt that Shukai had really spent a lot of money to please her. Now, regarding this bag worth 1.08 million, she just thought Shukai was joking. Although Shukai had previously spent 6 million to buy gold from their company, at least it could maintain and increase its value, so it could barely be considered an investment. It's not really a loss. But if this bag worth 1.08 million were given to myself, it would feel like a daydream. Feeling dizzy, Liu Jing couldn't help but think wildly in her heart. Even if he was the top second-generation rich man in Jinju City, it was impossible for him to spend more than 1 million to buy a bag for someone casually. Besides, you know your own worth. You are almost 30 years old. It's not like I haven't met those rich second generations who come after me just because they have a little money, but without exception, they would spend a few tens of thousands of dollars at the beginning, and then nothing would happen again. Is Shukai deliberately raising the price of X? As Liu Jing thought about this, her half-ripe yet mature face turned slightly red, and the charm between her eyebrows became even more pronounced, which was unexpectedly quite a different feeling. Shukai just glanced at it casually. Even the eyes can't help but be attracted. Oh shit. Great. Anyway, I have to do the task, maybe. Any additional benefits? Although Shukai was not the kind of scumbag who lingered among the girls, in college, many girls took the initiative to show their affection to him because of his handsome looks. Seeing Liu Jing's appearance at this moment, if he still didn't understand what was going on, then his life would have been in vain. He knew that perhaps he wouldn't even need to do anything next. I'm afraid I can. Cough cough. Create some different sparks. Shukai was lost in thought, coughed twice awkwardly, and then said casually, "Okay, then please help me pack this." Liu Jing was shocked after hearing this. Immediately, he glanced at the handbag on the display stand and asked in astonishment, "Are you really going to buy it for me?" Shukai curled his lips, spread his hands and said, "Of course, do you think I'm joking?" I said wrap it up, and you guys. When the waitresses heard this, they stood there in a daze, not moving for a long time, but they heard Shukai repeat it again. Although he was full of doubts, he looked at him several times and immediately took action. If this bag worth 1.08 million is sold, their commission will be huge, enough for them to live comfortably for several months. So, several quick-handed waiters hurriedly took out the packaging bags and started packing them up quickly. Everyone outside the store and Zhang Tingting were stunned and confused for a moment. Looking at Shukai's relaxed and casual look, Zhang Tingting looked even uglier. I kept wondering in my heart, could it be that I really guessed wrong? But this Shukai doesn't look like a rich man at all. Isn't he just a gigolo who uses his good looks to seduce middle-aged women? How can you afford a bag worth 1.08 million? Impossible. Absolutely fake. After a while, Zhang Tingting came to her senses and shouted, "Listen to me, don't believe him, he must be bluffing. When it's time to pay, he will definitely make excuses, such as not having enough money, forgetting to bring his phone, or his phone is out of battery. In short, it's impossible to pay this money." His tone was firm. At this moment, Zhang Tingting is like the backbone of this group of onlookers. She will not accept that her guess was proven wrong, and will not tolerate anyone else having any doubts. Chapter 22 Shocked. Not to mention, this matter is related to Shukai. Yes. I think so too. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood, their eyes lit up, and they all said, "Yes, yes, that must be the case. We have seen this kind of routine many times. When the time comes to pay, there will be lots of excuses, like not having enough money, not liking it, or the phone is out of battery. There must be a way to refuse." Several people smiled at each other. Although he said this, he was actually extremely jealous in his heart. In today's society, many people cannot afford to buy things for themselves, so they cannot stand to see others doing better than they should. This is a typical case of sour grapes. They don't believe that someone like Shukai can afford this bag. After all, Shukai is tall, young and handsome. If he is still a top rich second generation who can easily spend 1.08 million. Is there any justice in that? They don't believe it. Absolutely not. You must be pretending. Just waiting to see Shukai make a fool of himself. A group of people crossed their arms, with their cell phones flashing, just waiting to see Shukai make a fool of himself, with looks of contempt and ridicule on their faces. Shukai, however, remained calm and muttered, retarded, under his breath. Faced with such a person, he ignored him. At this time, the waitress who had already packed the bag walked timidly to Shukai and whispered, "Sir, your handbag is already packed." Liu Jing next to him was still at a loss and in a panic. Shukai didn't say anything, just glanced at the bag calmly, and then asked, "Okay. How do you pay, card or cash?" The waitress was a little dazed and spoke in shock. "What do you think?" Shukai was amused. When the waitress heard Shukai smile, she immediately came to her senses and hurriedly explained. "Excuse me, sorry. I'll take you to the counter to scan the code." The other party didn't bring a bag, how could he pay in cash? Besides, no matter how rich a person is, it is impossible for him to carry hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash around all day long, right? The waitress stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "Sir, please follow me." Shukai didn't say anything else, but followed the waitress to the cashier counter. Liu Jing, holding the exquisitely packed handbag in her hand, her face flushed, stared at Shukai intently. All of this is a little too unbelievable. Only. Would he really spend money to buy himself this bag? When Shukai was paying, he could clearly feel the eyes of the group of people behind him were fixed on him. He kept saying things like, "Wait and see how he pays, and then watch him make a fool of himself." Shukai remained silent, as if he didn't hear anything, and just urged softly, "Are you ready? It will be here soon. Please wait a moment." The waitress did not dare to delay and immediately operated on the computer, sweating profusely. Liu Jing on the side was also at a loss and obviously a little nervous. She thought this was too unbelievable. After all, before today, she and Shukai were just an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. We don't interact much on weekdays. But now, is it true that Shukai spent a huge amount of money to buy her a bag worth 1.08 million just to please her? No one would believe this if you told them. It's really too dramatic. Shukai said nothing and waited silently. After a while, the waitress finished it, and she nervously tidied her hair on her forehead and apologized. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, sir." "It's okay." Shukai responded, turned on the screen of his mobile phone and showed the payment code. "Come on, sweep me." The waitress raised the barcode scanner and tapped it lightly, with an incredible look on her face. Ding, followed by a crisp code scanning sound. Then, the waitress looked as if she had seen a ghost. She stared at the computer screen in front of her in disbelief. She covered her mouth with one hand and exclaimed, "Payment successful." In fact, she had felt from the bottom of her heart that Shukai definitely couldn't afford the money and was just pretending. Now she didn't expect. Everything that happened seemed different from what he had imagined. "Then, can I leave now?" Shukai asked expressionlessly. "Of course." The waitress said guiltily. Shukai didn't say much, just glanced at Liu Jing and said with a gentle smile, "Okay, that's enough, let's go." Liu Jing was stunned. She stood there in a daze, holding up the handbag in her hand, her Adam's apple moving with difficulty. Obviously, he hasn't fully come to his senses yet. All this is really too shocking. "Okay?" Shukai chuckled. "Mr. Liu, please don't tell me you are stupid." As he said that, Shukai pushed Liu Jing, and she came to her senses and said with an awkward smile, Oh, sorry." After saying that, she glanced at Shukai timidly, her heart filled with shock, a hint of shock showing on her blushing face. At this moment, Zhang Tingting and the people watching outside the door had livid faces and were completely silent. You can hear a pin drop. The words that were whispered to backstab Shukai just now could not be heard at all at this moment. His mouth was wide open and he could not utter a word for a long time. Even Zhang Tingting opened her eyes wide and stared at Shukai in disbelief. You really just bought this handbag worth 1.08 million. Yes. Shukai said as he put his phone in his pocket and asked casually, do you want me to see my payment record? You. Zhang Tingting spoke incoherently. She never expected it. Shukai could actually spend 1.08 million to buy a handbag. Just for a woman. If that's the case, then do I have a chance too? But before she could think about it, Shukai said nothing and just pulled Liu Jing out of the mall. There are plenty of opportunities to deal with a bitch like Zhang Tingting, there is no need to rush. With so many people watching here, it's bound to be troublesome. When I have time, I will settle the score with her. After all, Liu Jing, a top VIP client, is watching here. She cannot embarrass herself and must maintain her composure. We must quickly max out the career satisfaction of this system. This is the important thing to do. Just thinking about it made him excited. New career? I don't know what it is. Shukai's thoughts were churning, and he pulled Liu Jing, who was distracted beside him, out of the mall soon. The Bugatti Veyron with its extremely shocking shape was still parked in front of the door. From time to time, beautiful young ladies passing by would stop to take pictures. Ahem tilde. Shukai walked over and pressed the key. The headlights of the car suddenly lit up, extremely eye-catching. Several girls exclaimed, and their beautiful eyes flashed as they looked meaningfully at Shukai. Chapter 23 So direct. Then he shifted his gaze and saw Liu Jing beside Shukai. He immediately understood what he meant and tactfully moved aside. Someone has already taken action. If I try to add prestige in front of others, it would seem like I'm snatching food from a tiger's mouth, so forget it. If you check the social software again at night, maybe you can meet such a top-notch second-generation rich son-in-law at night. Shukai smiled and didn't say much. He just opened the passenger door and invited Liu Jing to get in the car in a very gentlemanly manner. Liu Jing was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, her beautiful little face blushing, and she lowered her head and bent down to get in. Shukai watched all of this. I have to say that when Liu Jing got on the car just now, she accidentally exposed her snow-white calves and her perfect S-shaped curves. Cough cough. In one word, absolutely. He took a few deep breaths, suppressed the anxiety in his heart, closed the door gently, and was about to walk to the driver's seat. But at this moment, a crisp sound came from his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to their host, you have now received the customer's extremely shocking admiration. Professional rating B, cash reward of 30 million yuan. After hearing this, Shukai was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his throat and his brain froze for several seconds. 30 million. If it had been in the past, he would have had to work as a laborer for many years to earn this much money, but now, things have taken off instantly. With this much money, who would be willing to work like a slave? Fuck his grandma. Shukai didn't even think about it. He walked to the driver's seat and opened the door without saying a word. He was in a good mood having just received the money. After lighting the fire, I chose my favorite song, the romantic and invincible Overlord Gun. Explosive music suddenly sounded. Then, as if he sensed something, he glanced sideways. Liu Jing looked at Shukai in shock as he finished doing all this. Her little hands were trembling as she held up the handbag worth 1.08 million yuan, with a look of astonishment on her face. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Shukai was a little surprised and didn't understand why the other party had such an expression. No, I just feel too shocked. Liu Jing's head shook like a rattle, and her black hair swayed along with it. Her little face was pale, and it seemed that she had not yet come to her senses. Looking at Liu Jing's frightened appearance, she became more and more beautiful and charming. Shukai couldn't help but feel excited. I didn't expect that General Manager Liu, who used to be decisive and had the final say in the company, actually had this kind of feminine side. Although Liu Jing was very beautiful, he had never had any other thoughts about her before today. After all, it's too cold. He doesn't like it. But right now, this kind of maturity is accompanied by shyness, just like a ripe peach that is experiencing a second spring. Great. What's more, he had never seen Liu Jing in this image before. If the group of people working overtime in the company knew about this, wouldn't they be shocked? Even this female superior who was usually aloof showed such a shy look in front of him, which made Shukai feel faintly stimulated in his heart. This feeling was indescribable and difficult to explain. Anyway, I'm very excited. However, Shu Kai thought about it and felt that this was normal. Little did I know that it happened some time ago, even a week ago. From time to time, I have to ask Mr. Ma for help to use Huabei to make ends meet. From time to time, I have to rack my brains and borrow money everywhere for a few hundred yuan. Now that I suddenly got the system, it seems as if my life has changed and everything has become clear. One word. Cool. At this time, Shu Kai had already started the brand new Bugatti Veyron under his seat. With the beast-like roar of the engine, the car was back on the road. Under Shu Kai's superb technical control, various ordinary cars on the side were overtaken one after another. It's like earning points. Shu Kai had a lot of fun. Accompanied by the extremely rhythmic music in the car, it filled the car. Everyone says I'm the most romantic and invincible overlord Speartilder. Shu Kai suddenly seemed to remember something, turned around and asked, Mr. Liu, do you want to buy anything else? Since Liu Jing is his client, if he wants to provide service, he naturally has to provide her with adequate service. He also wanted to see if he could get a higher score from Liu Jing. Currently, a C-level score has been rewarded with 30 million in cash. If you can get to B level, what will the reward be? Shu Kai was very excited, and even had a vague guess in his mind. He wouldn't be rewarded with 100 million, right? If that's the case. Shu Kai's heart was pounding and his mind was full of wild thoughts. When Liu Jing heard what Shu Kai said, she was stunned at first, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look over with a look of shock. He actually wants to buy things for himself. This is too rich. She even began to doubt who this Shu Kai was. Could it be a pig-killing scam? She surfs the internet frequently and often sees news about pig-killing scams, saying that a 30-year-old female white-collar worker was defrauded of money and sex, and in the end lost both her money and her life. Sometimes she wondered, wasn't she the target group of this kind of pig-killing scam? But on second thought, it's not right. Who would buy a handbag worth 1.08 million right after getting a pig-killing plate? What's more, although I am a bit lustful, my wealth is not as much as this half handbag. If it's a scam. Ahem, as she thought, she secretly looked at the 1.85 meter tall Shu Kai's sharp profile, high nose bridge, and deep eye sockets. I do. But Liu Jing was very curious about Shu Kai's identity, which was too unpredictable. Could he be the son of the richest man in Jin City? No, even the son of the richest man in Jin City wouldn't be so generous, right? The key point is, she has seen those people on TV, and it is definitely not Shu Kai. Moreover, Shu Kai had just bought himself a handbag worth 1.08 million yuan, and now he was asking himself whether he wanted to buy anything else. She said earlier that she was going to buy some clothes. Originally I thought I would just go through the motions and buy some clothes for a few $1,000s. Just some casual foreshadowing for what's going to happen that evening. Not too direct. Don't want to look too cheap. But unexpectedly, she came out holding a Gucci limited edition handmade bag worth 1.08 million, which was made by the chief Italian designer himself. She still felt like it was a dream. I don't think I'm going to cut my own kidney. Liu Jing tucked up the hair in front of her forehead and said in a daze, no need, I've had enough. Suddenly, she asked again, as if possessed by some mysterious force, then, where should we wait? But the next second, as soon as the words came out of her mouth, Liu Jing's face turned red instantly, and she turned her head away, not daring to look directly into Shu Kai's eyes. Chapter 24. I like to take it slow. Why does it sound weird when I say this? He acted as if he was in a hurry. Liu Jing. You are a serious woman, you can't fall into this kind of material sugar-coated bullet. Reserved. You must be reserved. I heard that rich people like to be reserved, but mature women in their 30s are reserved and shy. I don't know if they will like it. When Shu Kai saw Liu Jing's many reactions to her own words and actions, he was stunned at first, but the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up for a moment. He is an adult after all. If he doesn't even have this little bit of common sense, then he has lived in vain. But he is not an impatient person. Being impatient is not his style. Firstly, it's not interesting, and secondly, it's not fun. He likes to proceed step by step. He also wanted to see what other unknown sides this previously cold and aloof female boss Liu Jing had. Have a good explore. He pretended to know nothing, cleared his throat, and said, how about we just take a stroll in the afternoon and go to the bar to play in the evening? Shu Kai usually works part-time as a waiter in a bar, but he has never been in there as a customer. Every day in the past, looking at those customers who were so cool in the bar, he used to provide a dog-licking fund for his ex-girlfriend Sung Shin-yu. Shukai, who was cutting back on his spending and dieting all day long, would be lying if he said he was not envious. But now that he has money in his pocket, even Shukai can't help but want to experience what it feels like to be a customer, to be a god. Liu Jing agreed without hesitation. Okay, no problem. Shukai and she smiled at each other. Liu Jing's eyes wandered as she watched the towering office building nearby quickly recede behind her under the high-speed Bugatti Veyron, her thoughts in a tizzy. Are you kidding? There is no reason for her to not agree to a rich second generation like this. Even just thinking about it. Even she couldn't help but start looking forward to what would happen in the evening. Should. After just a moment's thought, Liu Jing's round legs wrapped in black stockings were so tight that she couldn't close her legs. Invincible Overlord Spear Tilder. Night fell, and darkness like the night sky enveloped the entire Jin city. Dazzling neon lights lit up one after another, and from a distance, the whole city seemed to be shrouded in colorful lights. Layers of halos. Wankang Road, the most famous street in Jinju City, is a famous bar street. At this moment, all kinds of beautifully dressed men and women walked together, and their loud conversations filled the entire street. From time to time, expensive luxury cars come and go, and every time they make a roar like an explosion, it will attract a group of young and beautiful girls to look sideways and exclaim. His eyes were full of envy. At this moment, a Bugatti Veyron with smooth shape and flowing lines slowly drove into the street with a low roar of the engine. In an instant, men and women on both sides of the street looked sideways with shock in their eyes. Oh my god, this car is so cool. You must be joking. That's a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. I saw it online before. It's worth 26 million. What? 26 million. Oh my god, that's enough to buy more than a dozen houses. I wonder which top rich second generation from Jin City will show up again. Everyone was whispering, and their words were filled with shock and horror. Liu Jing, who was sitting in the cool air-conditioned room, was obviously not used to the attention. She tidied her hair and said with a guilty conscience, Shukai, aren't we being too conspicuous? When she saw the reactions of the young men and women outside the car window, her face turned red. You know, in the past, whenever this kind of high-end and expensive sports car appeared on the street, it would attract attention without exception. Once upon a time. Isn't she one of these people? Time has passed and I didn't expect that I would be sitting in the passenger seat now. 2-level reversal. Identity swap. Shukai, who was holding the steering wheel in the main driver's seat, was nonchalant. He turned the steering wheel while driving this beast in a suit slowly towards the underground parking lot in the distance. It's okay, you'll get used to it in a couple of days. I was like that the first 2 days as well. Was it like this 2 days ago? Liu Jing didn't understand and blinked, her long eyelashes covered with mascara in a daze. However, he shut his mouth angrily and said nothing more. But somehow, I felt a kind of indescribable joy in my heart. Although it is shameful to be vain. But what should I do now that I am vanity itself? Just thinking about it, I couldn't help but feel that Shukai next to me seemed even more handsome, tall and mighty. The bar that Shukai is going to today is a well-known bar in Jinju City. Bar number 7 and Night Bar are equally famous. Because Night Bar is where Shukai works, and it happened to be working hours, it would be too conspicuous to go there at this time. It was not appropriate, so he took Liu Jing to bar number 7. As a well-known bar in Jinju City, it naturally has dedicated parking spaces and security guards responsible for parking. When the Bugatti Veyron drove from the street into the underground parking lot, a waiter wearing a black uniform vest and headphones on his ears was startled at first, and then immediately came forward to greet it. After seeing the expensive sports car in front of him, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes, and his face immediately changed into a polite smile. Hello, it's a pleasure to serve you, welcome to bar number 7. Shukai stopped the car and got out of the driver's seat. Liu Jing also got off the car immediately. At the same time, he naturally put his arm around Shukai's. Seeing this, Shukai just glanced at it, his lips curled up slightly, but he didn't say anything. At the same time, he threw the car keys to the security guard in a very casual manner. Park it for me. This feeling is so wonderful. You have to try it, this feeling of ordering people around and being bossy. But Shukai was not a pushover. He reached into his pocket and prepared to give a tip. But after a while, it was embarrassing. I didn't bring any cash. The security guard, who had been waiting eagerly, had a flash of disappointment on his face, but it was gone in an instant. It's okay, boss. You can play inside. At this moment, Liu Jing naturally opened her handbag, took out $200 bills and handed them to the security guard as a tip. When the security guard saw him, he immediately smiled even more flatteringly, nodded and said, "Thank you, boss, have fun." Seeing this, Shukai couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. He didn't expect that Liu Jing was so sensible. Liu Jing pretended not to notice Shukai's gaze at all and smiled slightly. Just kidding, you can't lose face when walking with those top rich second generations. Chapter 25 Top Rich Second Generation. So, with Liu Jing holding Shukai's arm, the two of them walked into the bar with loud noises and deafening music, one after the other. The security guard bent his waist with his butt almost raised to the sky, and watched Shukai and his companions leave. It was not until the two had left for a long time that he slowly straightened up. When Shukai and Liu Jing walked into the bar, the first thing they heard was the deafening sound of disco horns and the flashing lights that were so blinding that they could not open their eyes. In the middle of the dance floor, young men and women in all kinds of sexy outfits were twisting their bodies wildly. In front of a huge electronic screen on the stage, a DJ with trendy and exaggerated hair was playing the DJ turntable in front of him. From the loudspeakers on both sides came bursts of noisy and rhythmic music. "Hello, is this your first time here?" Soon, a beautiful young woman who looked like a bartender came over and greeted us warmly. He first glanced at the tall and handsome Shukai calmly, and then pretended to casually glance at the simply dressed Liu Jing. Employees like them who work in bars have to have good eyesight. As soon as a customer comes in, you have to tell at a glance what the other person does, whether he has money, and what his spending level is. At this moment, the blue earphones on her delicate right ear were flashing continuously. She had received news from the security guard in charge of parking at the door that the person standing in front of her was a top rich second generation who drove a Bugatti Veyron sports car worth 26 million. Although many people who come to nightclubs want to pick up girls, they may rent a car and pretend to be rich second generations. But what is that car at the door? The latest limited edition Bugatti Veyron is so cheap that there's south no place to rent it. He's definitely a rich second generation. Guaranteed authenticity. He immediately adopted the most sincere attitude and served diligently. The security guard was only responsible for parking, so Shukai gave him 200 yuan, but she also knew that the money was paid by the girl next to her. If the rich second generation in front of me gave the money, I'm afraid he would be even more generous. At that moment, I couldn't help but look forward to it secretly. At the same time, the waitress' heart was in turmoil and she glanced at Liu Jing who was beside Shukai again. I didn't expect that the other party, at such an old age, could still be favored by such a rich second generation. But it was fortunate that Shukai didn't know. If he knew what she was thinking, he would probably just scold her. "This is what I like, what do you care?" "Yes, this is our first time here. Please find me a booth. I can sit down casually." As Shukai spoke, he glanced at Liu Jing who was standing beside him. Liu Jing nodded in agreement. "Okay, sure. I'll do as you say." As she spoke, her face turned red and her voice dropped even lower, as red as a ripe apple. Shukai's face couldn't help but brighten with joy again. "I'll go." Why didn't he realize that Mr. Liu was so charming before? Even he couldn't help but start looking forward to what was going to happen that night. How delicious is this? The waitress looked at the two flirting and curled her lip slightly, but it was not clear under the dim light of the bar. Then she said respectfully, "Hello, follow me this way." Soon, even though the bar was packed, it was unclear whether the waitress had deliberately gone through the back door or something. He actually helped Shukai find an empty booth and guided the two of them to sit down. Shukai hugged Liu Jing, and the two walked into the booth one after the other. However, Shukai was not a sucker, so this time, he naturally did not give a tip. The waitress stood by for a while, and when she saw Shukai didn't say anything, she stepped back calmly and said, "Sir, you can scan the code to order." After saying that, she turned and left, leaving behind a pretty figure. There was no displeasure in his tone. After all, those who come to the store to consume are customers, and they are the ones who provide service, so they have no right to ask them to give tips or not. Besides, if you serve this kind of rich second generation well, are you still worried about not getting a tip? Leaving a good impression is the most important thing. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. There is still a long way to go. What shall we drink? Liu Jing stood aside. The dazzling lights shone on her face, revealing her delicate features and high nose bridge, which were obviously all natural and without any tampering. Shukai really doesn't like the fact that many girls nowadays try to look like internet celebrities. They make their faces a mess, with a technological feel everywhere, and they even call it something like, the little fairy is on her way to a better self. Shukai had secretly complained about this in his heart before. What good looking or ugly, what beautiful or ugly, aren't they all given by our parents? Rather than this, it would be better to say that I want to abandon the imperfect self I once was. But who in this world is perfect? Boring. If you want to find one, you have to find something natural. I have to say, from the current perspective, every step taken by Liu Jing really hits me in the heart. The best. Just drink a little. Shukai smiled. But I can't drink much, so please don't bully me, okay? I'm afraid you'll take advantage of me when I'm drunk and bully me. Liu Jing seemed to be joking on purpose. After she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and laughed, looking as if she was reluctant but actually willing. Oh shit. This posture seemed even more charming in Shukai's eyes. Shukai was stunned again. The eyes are fixed. What are you doing? Liu Jing felt a little embarrassed by Shukai's stare. She stretched out her thin arms, pushed his abdomen, and deliberately moved down a few inches. When Shukai came back to his senses, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This girl. So easy to understand. However, Shukai naturally did not let Liu Jing do the scanning of the QR code to place the order. It's okay to pay once, but if you pay too much, and maybe make your customer unhappy, that would be a big deal. He was also counting on improving his professional rating with Liu Jing. After all, the previous tip incident was because I didn't have any cash on me, but now I have 30 million in my mobile bank card. He immediately reached out to scan the code without hesitation. Liu Jing came closer again, as if looking at Shukai's mobile phone screen. But the softness of her body was rubbing against Shukai, making him feel uneasy. The faint scent of unknown brand of perfume and the elegant and refreshing smell of shampoo spread in Shukai's nostrils, and he couldn't help but take several breaths. In a state of restless trembling, Shukai didn't remember the process and casually ordered a set meal of 1888, which included 24 bottles of beer and a bottle of white wine. Although bar number 7 is well known in Jinju City, the more important reason is that the consumption is not expensive. A set meal like this only costs 1888, which is really not expensive for a high consumption place like a bar. Chapter 26, Rejection. Of course, Shukai now has 30 million in savings in his mobile phone, so he naturally doesn't care about this small amount of money. But 3 days ago, this 1888 would probably have cost him his life. Right now, ordering this set meal is something that can be done without even blinking an eye. After a while, a young waiter in a vest brought the wine Shukai ordered and placed it on the table. Sir, your wine is ready. If you need anything, you can call us anytime. Okay, thank you. Shukai just laughed softly. The waiter didn't say much either. He bent down to gesture and then turned and left. Shukai picked up 2 bottles of beer with swift movements. With 2 bang sounds, white smoke came out of the bottles and he handed them to Liu Jing. Liu Jing smiled and raised her hand to take it. Her movements were very quick and she poured a glass into the cup in front of Shukai and herself respectively. This made Shukai, who was just about to pour himself a glass of wine, stunned. Shukai's eyes lit up involuntarily. He didn't expect that Liu Jing was so sensible. I haven't said anything yet. Liu Jing pretended not to see it and tucked her hair around her forehead. The dazzling lights reflected on her face, making her look even more beautiful and charming. Come on, let's go. Okay. Without saying a word, the 2 men first picked up their beer glasses and clinked them in the air with a bang sound, making a crisp sound, and then drank them all in one gulp. Liu Jing was quick to fill the glasses for both of them again. Looking at the golden beer in front of him, Shukai raised his lips slightly and suggested, how about we play a game? I don't know if accompanying Liu Jing to have a good drink will count towards my service satisfaction. After all, playing with customers should also be considered a service item, right? Shukai was thinking vaguely. I don't know if Liu Jing couldn't drink much or she did it on purpose, but after a glass of beer, her fair face turned a little red. In the dim light flickering in the bar, she looks even more charming. What shall we play? Liu Jing asked. Shukai glanced and saw several sets of dice cups placed next to the table. How about we play dice? Dice is a common entertainment activity in bars and lounges. Usually you just roll a few dice and call out the numbers, which you can add up, but there are a lot of rules anyway. Shukai, who usually works part-time as a waiter in the night bar, naturally has some understanding of this aspect, and Liu Jing, as a VIP customer of the night bar, has no reason not to understand it. Sure, no problem. Liu Jing smoothed the hair on her forehead and agreed immediately, agreeing very readily. Shukai chuckled and placed 2 sets of dice cups in front of himself and Liu Jing, and the dice cups made a clattering sound. 3 4s. 4 6s. Open. Shukai agreed, pretending to be surprised and slapping his thigh in a pretentious manner. Liu Jing just smiled and drank a glass of beer without saying anything. Gurgle gurgle tilde. Shukai watched everything with a smile on his face. Liu Jing's face, which was already slightly red, looked even more charming at this moment. Her eyes became a little blurred in an instant, which was very alluring. Shukai couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, thinking to himself. Oh shit. Although Mr. Liu is nearly 30 years old, he is no worse than a young girl. Middle-aged woman. The charm remains. The ancients never deceived me. Come on, keep going. Liu Jing seemed unconvinced and quickly shook the dice cup with her beautiful little hands. Shukai was not willing to be outdone and pushed forward with great force. There was another round of fierce competition. After a short while, more than half of the 24 bottles of beer on the table had been consumed, and most of them went into Liu Jing's stomach. Liu Jing was wearing a grey shirt at the time. She was a little tipsy and suddenly unzipped her shirt, revealing a black tight sweatshirt underneath. The belly is flat without a trace of fat, and the slightly delicate belly button in the middle shows off the slender waist. Perfect. Shukai took a quick glance and was surprised that Liu Jing was already 30 years old but still looked so well maintained. Perhaps noticing Shukai's gaze, Liu Jing smiled and boldly flicked Shukai's forehead, saying, "What are you looking at?" Shukai quickly retracted his gaze, with a sly smile on his face. "Just take a look, what's the matter? It's not like I'm missing a piece of meat or anything." Liu Jing snorted lightly, not knowing whether it was out of anger or intentional, and immediately said, "I'm going to the bathroom." "Okay, then go ahead." Shukai responded. Liu Jing was a little tipsy. She supported herself on the table and slowly stood up. She staggered and almost fell. Shukai was quick to act and quickly grabbed hold of him the moment the two touched. He immediately felt a soft touch on his hand, and the scent of perfume, he didn't know what brand it was mixed with a slight pleasant smell of alcohol. It rushed straight into Shukai's nasal cavity, and the feeling went straight to the top of his head. There was even a moment. Shukai was thinking, why are we still playing dice? Just go directly to the hotel. However, when he thought of the task issued by the system, Shukai hardened his heart and quickly retracted the idea. The system's mission is not yet complete. What would happen if I took Liu Jing directly to their hotel? Don't lose the big picture for the small. Are you okay yet? Shukai collected his thoughts and asked softly. It's okay, it's okay. Liu Jing shook her slightly tipsy head, waved her slender little hands, stood up again, and staggered towards the end of the corridor. And in the lighted aisle of the bar, Liu Jing's figure walked farther and farther away with graceful steps, just like a beautiful scenery. Although she was wearing a casual sweatshirt, it still couldn't hide her graceful and elegant figure underneath. Many men passing by looked over with fiery eyes. After all, it's rare to find someone like Liu Jing who is neither too young nor too young, who is in excellent condition, and who exudes the charm of a mature woman in her every move. This attraction is absolutely overwhelming. It was enough to attract the attention of the men who came to the bar looking for prey. Shukai smiled at this and sat back in the booth, holding a beer glass in his hand, shaking constantly. The yellow beer inside swirled and swayed. Let the dim light from above reflect on his handsome face. But I was secretly thinking in my heart. Could it be that playing with clients doesn't count towards brushing up on career mission scores? Because he had just waited for a long time and didn't hear any system prompt sound. Shukai was wondering, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see Liu Jing come back. This made him a little worried. Could it be that this little girl is drunk? Chapter 27, Say Love With Me. Mar. Sh. Shukai was about to stand up when he suddenly heard someone yelling from a booth in the distance, "Are you blind? Do you know that these are the Hermes shoes that our CEO Zhu just bought? Read to me, Hermes. If you break it, I'll see how you pay for it." Then, Liu Jing's panicked apology came over, I'm sorry. The sounds of scolding and apology mixed together, and seemed a little unclear under the noisy and rhythmic music in the bar, but they were particularly harsh. Shukai's blood pressure suddenly rose and he stood up abruptly with a solemn look on his face, looking scary. What a joke, someone dares to bully his own customers in front of him. It's time for a hero to save the beauty. This is a great opportunity to improve your career rating. Mr. Liu. I am coming. He was about to rush forward, but before he could take a few steps, suddenly, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Limited time mission released. Let client Liu Jing call their host, Dad, in public. Complete it to get 10 consecutive draws of rare rewards. Oh shit. So precious. Oh shit. So perverted. Shukai even doubted whether he had heard it wrong. The system can also issue such tasks. Let manager Liu call himself Dad. Brother Tongzi, I'm not that kind of perverted uncle. Although when he was in college, before he and Song Shin Yu got together, Shukai also met a few. Ahem. I haven't heard this sound before. But this is a bar. Asking Liu Jing to call him Dad is too outrageous, isn't it? But think about it. Shukai was a little dazed for a moment, still complaining in his heart. But at this moment, he heard a clang and the sound of a beer bottle hitting the ground, which immediately brought his thoughts back. I'm telling you, if you don't pay the money today, you can't leave. Do you know who our zoo is? The famous zoo group. What's the point of apologizing? I'm sorry, if it works, then what do we need the police for? The man's curses became more and more arrogant, incessant, and even became more and more unpleasant. Liu Jing's drunkenness dissipated a little, her pretty white face was full of fear, and her long hair trembled slightly along with her body. I was very scared. When she passed by just now, she seemed to be tripped by something and almost fell down. In panic, she held onto the wine table next to her. Unexpectedly, a wine bottle was overturned and the wine spilled all over the floor. I don't know whether it got on several people. Before she could even apologize, he started scolding her. In the dark booth, the light was dim, and 4 or 5 men were sitting there in a nonchalant manner, watching the fun with their arms around each other's shoulders. Looking at the panic-stricken Liu Jing, his eyes were full of amusement. If Shukai was here, he would definitely find that there were 2 old acquaintances. One of them was Zhu Hua, who was wearing a grey suit, crossing his legs and had a playful expression on his face. The one who was cursing just now was Sun Qianyu. He looked at the people around him with a respectful face, but had a completely different attitude towards Liu Jing. The expression on his face seemed to have a few words written on it. I'm going to eat Liu Jing today. There were also a few hostesses who were dressed up in fancy clothes and had heavy makeup on, and they looked like prostitutes, so their true appearance could not be seen at all. At this time, she covered her mouth and giggled, her mouth couldn't close and her body was shaking. Har ha har ha tilde. Liu Jing apologized with a red face, I'm sorry, don't be angry, I will compensate you. She couldn't help but look guiltily at the pair of Hermes leather shoes on Zhu Hua's feet. As Liu Jing works at the gold exchange, she naturally knows Hermes. It is said that a pair costs 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. It's time for a discount. 40 or 50,000. Liu Jing was worried. Why was she so careless just now? Although her salary is not low, she can only save a few thousand yuan every month due to car loans, mortgage payments and daily expenses. 40 or 50,000 yuan would be enough to make her feel distressed for a while. What's more, there were 4 or 5 grown men sitting in the booth, and they all looked unfriendly. Liu Jing felt a little scared. Sun Qianyu stood up, the light above his head reflected on his face, and he smiled playfully. You must give an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. As he cursed, he looked Liu Jing up and down without any expression, with a hint of heat in his eyes. There was a sly glimmer in his eyes. Just now when Liu Jing passed by, he was the one who tripped her on purpose, but the bar was so noisy and no one noticed it. Plus, Liu Jing herself was drinking, so she didn't feel anything at all. Seeing that she looked like she was easy to be bullied, Sun Qianyu cursed her even more harshly, and his obscene eyes swept around her without any disguise. It's disgusting just looking at it. Although Liu Jing was wearing grey casual clothes today, her tall figure and delicate facial features could not be concealed at all. However, her small face with light makeup was countless times more beautiful than those with rouge and powder next to her. And at first glance, she is from a good family. There is no comparison between the scumbags out there and the decent ones like this, okay? Otherwise, he wouldn't have set his sights on Zhang Tingting before. The taste is simply incomparable. But, I do have a way to save you from having to pay so much money. Sun Qianyu had a wicked smile on his face. Liu Jing felt uncomfortable under his gaze and subconsciously took a step back. Her face turned pale. What do you want to do? Actually. Sun Qianyu looked back at Zhu Hua, and their eyes met, seeming to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. He immediately laughed even more evilly and stretched out his dirty hands to grab Liu Jing. Hey, I see it's not easy for you to work here, and you don't have to pay the 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. But just accompany us brothers to have a few drinks, and that's it. If you feel comfortable at night, I might even give you tens of thousands. Liu Jing was so scared that she shook her head repeatedly. No. Don't even think about it. Absolutely not. I have money, I can compensate you. Even if you have money, it won't work. Sun Qianyu's face darkened. Today, we don't want any money. I just want you to come drink with me. If you keep on dawdling, I'll beat you up. In the booth, several men and women laughed even more happily, looking at Liu Jing with teasing eyes. As he said that, Sun Qianyu actually wanted to use force. He took a step forward and pretended to grab Liu Jing and drag her inside. The customers around were all stunned by this scene. They all looked over, but no one planned to come forward to help. The timid girls screamed in fear. Zhu Hua sat there with his legs crossed, a fierce look in his eyes, cursing, "You don't know how to be polite, huh?" Chapter 28. Let me come. Get it in here. Don't hide anymore. Compensate us with some wine. It won't cost us a piece of flesh, right? Sun Qianyu's hand was about to grab Liu Jing. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the side and grabbed Sun Qianyu's arm tightly. He struggled several times, but the hand was like an iron clamp, holding him tightly and making him unable to move at all. Who the hell is meddling in other people's business? Sun Qianyu cursed with a fierce look in his eyes. He looked up and saw who was coming. A trace of panic flashed across his face and he subconsciously loosened his hands. He sobered up immediately. He wanted to step back, with fear on his face. Shu Kai. Sun Qianyu shook his head and rubbed his eyes to focus his vision, fearing that he had seen it wrong. The men in the booth also looked at each other. I wonder why Sun Qianyu, who is usually fearless, would have such a reaction. Zhu Hua, who had been sitting with his legs crossed and looking relaxed, suddenly had his pupils shrink and immediately stopped smiling. He put down his legs and his expression became serious. I was surprised. Why is he here? Sun Qianyu's hand was grabbed by Shu Kai and it hurt. His face turned red, but he couldn't break free. The most important thing. Shu Kai is the owner of the night bar, and Sun Qianyu was showing off in the bar before. He is just an ordinary person with a little money. He was already in a bad mood after hitting a wall yesterday. How come I run into this disaster again now? I thought you didn't know who I was. Shu Kai sneered, suddenly grabbed Sun Qianyu's arm and pushed him back. Sun Qianyu staggered and fell directly on the sofa, knocking over the beer on the table as he waved his hands and feet. With a clang, the beer bottle hit his face, beer spilled all over him, and he looked in a miserable state. The beer was dripping from the machine, and the beer was all over the floor. The hostesses sitting at the seats let out screams of surprise. But Sun Qianyu didn't dare to say anything. What a joke! I was defeated by him before and was beaten up. My body is still hurting now. How dare you be so presumptuous? Shu Kai crossed his arms and sneered, what's wrong? You don't recognize me so quickly. Pretending not to know him. He was originally thinking about finding an opportunity to deal with Sun Qianyu, but he didn't expect that he would run into it today. At the same time, he glanced at Zhu Hua who was sitting there, and there was obvious guilt in the other person's eyes. Shu Kai found it funny. How come these two, the dragon and the phoenix, ended up together? And most importantly, I have offended myself again. The feeling of being stabbed is still vivid in my mind. He's itching again. Liu Jing was frightened, and she grabbed Shu Kai's arm and whispered, it's okay, you go first. I can handle this here. She was afraid that things would get out of hand, so she tried to persuade Shukai to leave. Unexpectedly, Shukai reached out and gently rubbed her face, saying softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Why are you panicking? If I leave, they will be in trouble." In the dim light, Liu Jing's pretty face was stunned. Somehow, she felt a sense of security from the man in front of her. And it's obvious that Shukai is a few years younger than her, damn it. She is also his female boss. At this moment, I heard shouting and cursing. "Shukai, don't be so presumptuous. Don't think I don't know your background. You really think you are rich second generation?" Zhu Hua stood up suddenly, pointed at Shukai's nose and cursed. "Besides, what does this woman have to do with you? Why do you come out to meddle in other people's business? Why should I mind my business?" "Humph, she's my girlfriend," Shukai said without thinking and said directly. As he spoke, he pulled Liu Jing forcefully into his arms. Liu Jing staggered, and before she could come to her senses, her face was flustered and she subconsciously wanted to refuse. But feeling Shukai's uncontrollable strength, one of her hands went limp and she was pulled into his arms, pressing against his strong chest, as if she could feel his pounding heartbeat. This. Liu Jing's face turned red instantly, and even though the light was dim, it looked as if blood was about to drip out. She buried her head in embarrassment, as if what was happening right now had been thrown into the sky. "I just felt like there was a little deer in my heart, beating wildly. My girlfriend, can't I control her?" Shukai asked coldly, feeling the warmth in his arms. Sun Qianyu had just cleaned up the stains on his body and stood up hurriedly, but when he met Shukai's eyes, he subconsciously shrank back. For some reason, as soon as he looked at Shukai, his heart trembled. Zhu Hua took a deep breath. "You said she is your girlfriend, so she is your girlfriend. How do you prove it?" "How to prove it?" Under the gaze of everyone, Shukai remembered the task assigned by the system before. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but he turned his head and whispered to the panicked Liu Jing. "Call me daddy." "What?" Liu Jing thought she had heard it wrong and her face was filled with shock. Zhu Hua and Sun Qianyu standing by were also stunned, their eyes widened with a look of disbelief. "I said call me daddy," Shukai said gently, and at the same time reached out to rub Liu Jing's head, but his tone revealed an unquestionable dominance. "He is just like a domineering president." Liu Jing was stunned for a moment, her face flushed red. She had no idea why Shukai suddenly said that. Now that she was drunk, she looked around at the people around her. She seemed to have noticed something. Her face turned slightly red, her red lips slightly parted, and she whispered, "Dad." The sound was crisp and clear and fell into everyone's ears. At this moment everyone was stunned. Liu Jing's face was so red that she was out of shape. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Shukai's eyes that were full of domineering yet narrow. A small white hand inadvertently climbed up Shukai's waist and pinched it quietly as if in a reproachful manner. So embarrassing. Although she had heard that many people on the internet like to call boys dad between men and women, but now she and Shukai were innocent, and he actually asked her to call him dad. This was a bit. And in front of everyone, the key is that it is at this time. It's really hard to talk about. But for some reason, she couldn't seem to refuse Shukai's request. "I just screamed out for some unknown reason. Bad guy." Liu Jing buried her red face even lower. Shukai felt the revenge of the little hand on his waist, but he was not angry at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and his face looked happy. "It's the best. After dealing with these two idiots, it's time to get down to business." Then I heard the crisp sound of the system in my head. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 10 consecutive draws as rewards, which can be redeemed at any time. Chapter 29. You are a gigolo. Shukai was delighted again. "I don't know what the reward will be this time. Sports car? Famous watch? Or Dabi?" Zhu Hua and Sun Qianyu did not expect that Shukai would do this in front of everyone. After a moment's pause, he came back to his senses. "Even if she's your girlfriend, so what? You broke someone's things, don't you have to pay for it? Give me the money." Sun Qianyu couldn't figure out Shukai's background, but he was definitely not an ordinary person since he could buy a bar worth tens of millions. He didn't dare to challenge Zhu Hua like he did, and immediately shrank back like a turtle. Shukai smiled but said nothing. Just lose money, the last thing Shukai lacks now is money. Zhu Hua continued to scold, don't think you are so great, Shukai. I have investigated you. You are not a rich second generation, and you are not familiar with Miss Mingru at all. At most, you are kept gigolo. After being severely humiliated by Shukai in the hotel yesterday, Zuhur went back and thoroughly investigated Shukai's background and found that he was not a rich second generation at all. Wow, I didn't expect you to have investigated me so thoroughly. Shukai looked amused. Liu Jing, who was standing by, was bewildered and her little face showed a hint of surprise. Shukai's financial resources are far beyond that of ordinary people, and she can see that clearly. If even someone like Shukai is not considered a rich second generation, then are there any rich second generations in this world? So he naturally didn't take Zhu Hua's words to heart at that time, and instead held Shukai's arm even tighter. Zhu Hua sneered a few times and snorted, "Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? No matter whether this girl is your girlfriend or not, she must apologize to me today. And now the 40,000 yuan is not enough. Let me tell you, the price has increased. It's 400,000 yuan. Bang! As soon as Zhu Hua finished speaking, he put one foot on the old coffee table and cursed with a frown on his face. Several people sitting in the booth before, including Sun Qianyu, looked over in surprise. 400,000. You're so brave to ask for it. Several people were secretly shocked, but they said nothing. Shukai sneered and said, 400,000 is fine, but I'm afraid you won't be able to spend the money if you don't live long enough to get it. Shukai crossed his arms and laughed. When he was in college, Zhu Hua pretended to be a decent person. But how could Shukai, also a man, not see through those little tricks behind the scenes? If I hadn't taken the initiative to be with Song Xinyu, I would have put an end to Zhu Hua's intentions. The other party might have used all kinds of despicable means. Even after Shukai and Song Xinyu got together, Zhu Hua was like a fly that smelled the fishy smell of eggs and would always bite them for no reason. As for what kind of person he is, Shukai knows it very well. Moreover, this bastard has been using all kinds of excuses to make things difficult for me. He had long disliked Zhu Hua. He immediately waved at him and said, 400,000, no problem, come here and I'll give you the money. As soon as these words fell, everyone looked over there in unison, their faces filled with shock. Previously, there were many people sitting in the booths nearby, leaning their heads over to watch Shukai's behavior. I was a little surprised and didn't understand. Weren't you quite tough just now? Why does this thing seem to be going wrong? Zhu Hua was stunned at first, but then he smiled smugly, muttering, fuck, I really thought you were something great. Turns out you're just a wimp. Zhu Hua laughed out loud, and the people around him also laughed out loud, creating a chaotic scene. Shukai remained silent, just staring at him intently with a half-smile on his lips. Although Zhu Hua didn't understand what Shukai was doing, he still came over, but saw the next second. Bang! With a bang, the crisp beer bottle exploded. Zhu Hua covered his head and screamed in pain. His body instantly fell to the ground, his face twisted, and the blood from the headshot mixed with beer bottle drops flowed down his forehead. For a moment, the scene was in chaos and some people screamed in fear. Sun Qianyu widened his eyes, looking at everything in disbelief, and pointed at Shukai with a trembling hand, You. What do you mean? Why don't you try it too? Shukai grinned, holding a half-empty beer bottle with a comfortable smile. Sun Qianyu was startled and staggered back. The scene where Shukai hit him on the head with a beer bottle in the night bar was still vivid in his mind. How could he dare to go up and offend him? Immediately his voice choked and he stepped back. Shukai's ferocious eyes swept across the audience. Anyone who refuses to accept this can come up and give it a try. As he spoke, Shukai picked up another beer bottle, held it in his hand, weighed it, and looked ferocious. At this moment, everyone present was silent. Who dared to speak? Even in this situation, he still dares to hit people. I guess this young man really has some confidence. For a moment, the people present could not see through Shukai's background, and did not dare to make trouble easily. Liu Jing was also startled. Her pretty face turned pale. She covered her mouth in panic and quickly grabbed Shukai's arm. Shukai, this is not the company. If it happened in the company, Wang Ming might be afraid of Liu Jing's identity and would not dare to make a big deal out of it. But we are in a bar now, with so many people watching. If Zhu Hua is determined to make a big deal out of it, it will be troublesome. Maybe I will even go to the detention center. Shukai crossed his arms, looking relaxed and at ease. It was the other party who provoked us first, and there are surveillance cameras from above, so it is obvious that they are deliberately looking for trouble. If we really talk about it, the few people who touched Liu Jing should be charged with hooliganism and indecent assault. Besides, it was just beating someone up, so there is no criminal liability. The most that can be considered as civil liability is. The worst that can happen is that I have to pay money, and that's it. Is Shukai short of money? Even if the river has no water. How precious can Zhu Hua's head be? Shukai now has 30 million in his pocket. Not to mention blowing up Zhu Hua's head, he can afford even if he blows up 30 more. Zhu Hua covered his face, feeling the sticky blood on his head, and shouted in fear, "Call the police, arrest him! Arrest him!" Sun Qianyu and the others were all stunned with fear. After a while, the security guards who heard the noise rushed over and formed a group. The leader was a middle-aged man, wearing a formal uniform and with a walkie-talkie on his shoulder, from which voices kept coming out. "Sizzle, sizzle tilde." He shouted into the intercom, "There's a fight going on, come quickly, this side of Area C." Shukai just glanced and said nothing. Chapter 30. If I say it's your responsibility, then it's your responsibility. Soon, more than 10 security guards surrounded Shukai, making it impossible for him to get out. Who was fighting just now? When Zhu Hua saw the security guard coming, he seemed to regain his confidence. He looked at Shukai, and his panicked face became arrogant again. "It's him. Catch him. Catch him." The security guard looked at Shukai in confusion. Shukai looked calm and composed, and Liu Jing, who was standing next to him, was definitely a first-class beauty in terms of looks, appearance and figure. The security guard was unable to grasp the true identity of this kind of person and did not dare to take any action on his own. But at this moment, a woman's smiling voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, Shukai, you are still idle. Now you come to my place to beat people up again. Why does this voice sound familiar?" Shukai was stunned at first, then turned his head and saw a woman in a pink cheongsam walking out of the bar corridor with flashing lights in the distance. Under the shining lights, the pair of snow-white thighs were exposed, and the body was swaying. Her figure was comparable to that of a model with a perfect figure, without any difference. A big wave of hair casually draped over the shoulders shows the charm of a woman. And Shukai was very familiar with that pair of eyes. Mingru. This is her place again. Shukai was shocked. He never expected that the two most popular bars in Jinju City, the Night Bar and the No. 7 Bar, were both owned by Mingru. Things are getting more and more interesting. Mingru walked over in her high heels, first glanced at Liu Jing casually, then slowly set her eyes on Shukai. She couldn't tell whether she was happy or sad, and said with a smile, "You're in a good mood. Have you found a new target?" Although Liu Jing was a businessman who had worked hard in the business world, she was still at a disadvantage in front of Ming Ru, the powerful eldest daughter of the Ming family. She could not help but turn her body to the side and hide behind Shukai. But she clearly felt a strong sense of jealousy between the women, and after changing her mind, she immediately straightened her body and thrust her chest forward. When it comes to capital, who's afraid of whom? Mingru saw all of this, her lips curled up slightly, her red lips lifted slightly, and she said, "It's okay, I'm not here to steal your boyfriend. I'm here to see who is so brave as to come to my place and cause trouble." As she spoke, Mingru's eyes swept sharply towards Zhu Hua and Sun Qianyu sitting in the booth. Zhu Hua, who had just been clamoring to arrest Shukai, suddenly looked pale and his legs went weak. He kept saying that Shukai was Mingru's kept gigolo, which was extremely unpleasant. However, he did investigate and found that Shukai was not a rich second generation at all, but just a person from an ordinary family. So he thought Shukai was just a gigolo. But looking at the current situation, Mingru and Shukai do have a special relationship, and they are not just gigolos, right? Moreover, after Mingru came over, she did not scold Shukai immediately. Instead, her words and actions seemed to be attacking them. Is there really any relationship between the two? Zhu Hua's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a smile on his face. No, Miss Ming, you are wrong. It was Shukai who started the fight first. As Zhu Hua spoke, his face was full of guilt. His father still has business dealings with the Ming family, so he doesn't dare to offend the eldest sister of the Ming family. I was even more miserable in my heart. I had hit a wall before. Who would have thought that bar number 7 was actually Miss Ming's property? Shukai looked at Mingru with interest. He was also very curious about how this woman would deal with this matter next. At the same time, he turned his head and comforted Liu Jing. It's okay, don't worry about what happened today, nothing serious will happen. A hint of worry flashed across Liu Jing's eyes, and she timidly responded, yeah. He hit me first. Do you have any evidence? Besides, why would he hit you for no reason? Zhu Hua was stunned when he heard this, blinked his eyes, and groaned in his heart. Isn't this obviously biased? And the bias is too obvious. He quickly explained, no, Miss Ming, you are wrong. It was his girlfriend who spilled beer on us first, so I caused trouble for him. We really are not causing trouble. Girlfriend. Mingru frowned slightly, then looked at Shu Kai and casually glanced at Liu Jing beside him. Is this your girlfriend? Shu Kai was a little troubled for a moment. How to answer? Mingru and Liu Jing are both VIP customers of his bar, and he is counting on them to help him improve his professional rating. How could he not sense that there was a hint of jealousy in Mingru's words? Could it be that this little girl Mingru is also interested in me? However, after only a moment, Shu Kai remembered what he had said before. It was too late to take back what had been said, so he naturally stopped playing tricks and moved closer to Liu Jing, showing his attitude with his actions. Mingru smiled when she saw this. Her eyebrows were curved like willow leaves and her eyes were narrowed into slits, which looked very beautiful. But I don't know whether I believed it or not. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, Mingru clapped her hands directly. Okay, I have figured out what happened. You two bullied someone else's girlfriend, and in the end you made provocative remarks, and in the end you were cracked with a beer bottle. Is that what happened? Mingru made her conclusion without saying anything. No. Zhu Hua and Sun Qianyu were anxious. Several charming hostesses who had been serving drinks at the booth stood up and seemed to want to explain. Ming, Boss Ming. Mingru frowned and glanced at them fiercely. The women immediately shut up and understood what she meant. I'm sorry, we suddenly feel a little unwell. We'll leave first. Several women even ignored Zhu Hua's obstruction and hurried away one after another as if they were escaping. There was a hint of despair in Zhu Hua's eyes. He could see that Mingru was clearly here to take sides. Even the hostesses who had just witnessed what happened were driven away by her. Although he was the one who started the trouble, it was also true that Shu Kai beat people up. If they were here, they could still throw dirty water on Shu Kai. But right now, Mingru is the owner of this bar and the surveillance video is in her hands. She can find an excuse to delete the surveillance video and I won't be able to complain. Zhu Hua was completely convinced and looked at Shu Kai with resentment. Okay, since Miss Ming is here today, I admit defeat. Shu Kai, just wait for me. After saying that, Zhu Hua pulled Sun Qianyu and prepared to go out. But at this moment, Mingru suddenly called him. Wait a moment. For a moment, even Shu Kai folded his arms and looked at Mingru with narrowed eyes, feeling a little strange. At this moment, Zhu Hua and Sun Qianyu heard Mingru calling them, and they didn't dare to leave. They could only turn their heads around with a confused look on their faces. Chapter 31 Losing Money. Zhu Hua's face was livid, and he suppressed his anger, saying in an unwilling but helpless tone, Miss Ming, isn't the matter resolved? Mingru smiled coldly and raised her chin. Is it resolved? You just flirted with her girlfriend in front of so many people, don't you want to pay some mental damages as a token of your appreciation? What do you mean? Zhu Hua's eyes widened. He was the one who was beaten just now and the blood on his face had not dried yet. Now he had to pay compensation. Isn't this too biased? 200,000. Mingru raised her red lips slightly and brushed the hair by her ear casually, but her tone was as cold as a knife and she spoke in a decisive tone. Within 3 days, every cent will be transferred to Shu Kai's account. If the money doesn't arrive, I will call the police in the name of the bar and report that you two were fighting in a group. As for the details. She paused and chuckled twice. What do you think I will say? Zhu Hua's entire face suddenly turned the color of liver, and the veins on his forehead throbbed wildly. This is simply too much. He gritted his teeth, and the gloom on his face could hardly be suppressed. But due to Mingru's identity, after a change of mood, she could only force a smile. Miss Ming, you are right, I will do as you say. It almost squeezed out from between the teeth. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Mingru waved her hand with a half smile, as if waving away a fly. Go away. Zhu Hua and Sun Qianyu smiled awkwardly, looking aggrieved. They covered their injured faces, not daring to say a word, and walked out dejectedly. The guests around who were watching the fun all cast teasing glances. The security guards from before stood in a circle, still in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to do anything? Mingru looked around sharply and said coldly. The posture of a strong woman. Yes, yes, yes. The security guards hurriedly nodded and bowed, looked at Shukai with lingering fear, and immediately scattered. The guests also looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Everything returns to peace. However, many people in the surrounding booths still looked at Shukai with eyes full of shock and confusion. Who is this person, and how could he make the eldest daughter of the Ming family come in person? This is too unbelievable. Shukai stood there quietly, watching Mingru perform this big show. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mingru turned her gaze to him at the same time, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Shukai, I helped you so much today, shouldn't you ask me to talk? Shukai raised his eyebrows, but before he could speak, Liu Jing beside him had already grabbed his arm and looked at Mingru with a slightly cold expression. Miss Ming, just say whatever you want to say. A woman's sixth sense is always very direct. But as if realizing something, Liu Jing inadvertently let go of her hand, frowned slightly, and said nothing. She is not related to Shukai, so how can she have the right to order people around here? Oh, you're really protective of me, little sister. Mingru chuckled and glanced at Liu Jing, with a hint of joking in her tone. Okay, then I'll just say it directly. Shukai, come to my office later, I have something to talk to you about. I wonder if you will give me this honor. Okay. Shukai agreed readily. He glanced at Liu Jing, who was looking angry, and felt a little more amused. I didn't expect that Liu Jing would be like this when she got jealous. Okay, it's a deal, I'll wait for you. Mingru turned around and left with satisfaction. Her slender and tall figure was particularly eye-catching under the lights of the bar. People around began to whisper, and more eyes were cast on Shukai again. Who is this kid? Why is even the eldest lady of the Ming family so concerned about him? TSK, amazing. It seems like this person is definitely not a simple person. Be careful next time, don't get yourself slashed. Shukai walked back, ignoring those glances, and pulled Liu Jing back to the booth. As soon as he sat down, he saw Liu Jing with her head down, her mouth pouting, looking unhappy. What's wrong? Were you scared just now? Shukai asked with a smile. No. Liu Jing raised her head, with a trace of shame and anger on her face. I just feel that, you always bully me. How have I bullied you? Shukai raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Liu Jing didn't say anything, but she couldn't help but recall that Shukai had asked her to call him Dad in front of everyone. Her face became hot and she lowered her head and kept rubbing the corner of her clothes. This bastard. After someone bullied me, I actually had to say it out loud myself. So shameless. Looking at her acting like a little girl, Shukai couldn't help laughing in his heart. He didn't expect that Mr. Liu, who was always strong, would show this kind of look. It made him like him more and more. But at the moment, he couldn't help but think of the 10 consecutive draws rewarded by the system. He took a deep breath and said to himself, System, activate the 10 draw combo. Ding! The host initiates the 10 consecutive draw, the draw begins. A virtual big turntable appeared in Shukai's mind, with a wide variety of rewards: top luxury cars, top cooking skills, improved appearance, fighting skills. Each one is enough to make people excited. The pointer moved quickly and stopped after a moment. Thank you for your patronage. Damn it. Shukai's face darkened in an instant, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. This system actually plays with thank you for your patronage. This is a scam. Shukai, what's wrong with you? Liu Jing noticed his expression and asked softly. It's okay. Shukai waved his hands helplessly, but he had already cursed the system in his heart. Keep smoking, I won't believe it. The pointer on the turntable started to move again, and Shukai felt nervous. This time it stopped at appearance plus 10. Shukai was stunned and touched his face. My face is already handsome enough, at 10 points, how handsome do you want me to be? If he hadn't been handsome when he was in college, how could he have been with Song Shinyu? Not to mention his debut, at least I am sure that he is handsome. Before he could think more, he heard a voice beside his ear and Shukai raised his head. Liu Jing suddenly stared at him for a few seconds and whispered, Shukai, have you become more handsome? Shukai was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. This was the system reward starting to take effect. He immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled. Boss Liu, you didn't notice that I was handsome before, but now you finally see it. Liu Jing's face turned slightly red. She sneered, lowered her head and said nothing, but she couldn't help muttering in her heart, why does it feel like Shukai is really different from before? Ridiculously more handsome than before. Seeing her like this, Shukai smiled slightly, then remembered Mingru's words and stood up. I'll go to Mingru's office and come back later. Chapter 32 Mingru's Request. Shukai just came out of the bar lobby and found himself a little confused. When I promised Mingru just now, did I forget to ask where the place was? It's completely dark now. Excuse me, where is your boss Mingru's office? Shukai stopped a waitress and asked in a leisurely tone. The waitress was obviously stunned for a moment, with a bit of nervousness in her eyes, and nodded quickly. Oh, over here, I'll take you there. Everyone saw what happened between Shukai and Mingru just now, so naturally they dared not be negligent now. Okay, thank you for your help. Shukai responded casually and followed the waitress upstairs. The lights in the corridor were dim, and the warm yellow light sprinkled on the ground, revealing a hint of ambiguity. There were several abstract paintings hanging on the walls on both sides, but Shukai lost interest after just one look. This kind of art is a bit far from his aesthetic. After passing through a long and narrow corridor, an exquisite door finally appeared in front. Our boss is inside, you go in by yourself. The waitress pointed to the door, with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Shukai looked at her cautious appearance and felt happy in his heart. How scary is Mingru to be able to train her employees like this? Okay. He waved his hand and looked relaxed. I can do it myself. The waitress felt relieved and quickly turned and left. Shukai stood in front of the door, raised his hand and knocked a few times. Juan, Juan, Juan. A clear and lazy voice immediately came from inside the door. Come in. Shukai pushed open the door, and the scene in front of him made him a little dazed for a moment. The decoration of this office is so understated that even the word luxurious would be an understatement. The crystal chandelier above the head emits soft pink light, and the floor is covered with a thick handmade carpet. In the middle is a huge antique wooden table with a globe casually placed on the table. These are nothing. What really attracted Shukai's attention was Mingru on the sofa. She changed into a long knitted nightgown and leaned lazily on the sofa, holding a magazine in her hand and flipping through it casually. A pair of slender, white legs were casually placed on the armrest of the sofa, and the lines were so perfect that people couldn't take their eyes off them. That half-covered posture reveals a natural sexiness. Shukai stood at the door and couldn't help cursing in his heart. This woman is amazing. These legs are longer than his life. He walked into the office as if nothing had happened. Mingru seemed to notice his gaze, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she lazily covered her chest with the magazine in her hand, instantly covering her cleavage that had just been revealed. Shukai cursed in his heart, damn. There is no other place to put this book. Coming. Mingru threw the magazine aside and stood up. As she moved, her long skirt swayed slightly, revealing a section of her slender ankles. She stepped barefoot on the soft carpet with an elegant posture. Shukai glanced down at the carpet and sighed in his heart. This thing alone is probably worth hundreds of thousands, and it's hand-woven. It's okay, just step on it. Okay. Shukai was not polite. He stepped on the sofa and sat down with his legs crossed. What would you like to drink? Coke or beer? Mingru didn't mind his casualness. She smiled slightly with a hint of teasing in her voice. Who are you scolding? Drinking Coke in a bar. Shukai glanced at her. Mingru smiled without saying anything, turned around, took out a can of beer from the refrigerator and threw it over. Shukai quickly caught it, pulled the ring and said, why don't you drink it yourself? He gulped down a mouthful of the drink, then let out a long sigh, feeling refreshed all over. Mingru, on the other hand, opened a bottle of white whiskey, poured half a glass, and added a few cubes of ice. She shook the wine glass gently, tilted her head back and took a sip, her long neck tilted back slightly, her Adam's apple sliding up and down with the movement. I can't get used to beer, I like this. That picture is so elegant and attractive no matter how you look at it. Shukai couldn't help but curse in his heart, this woman can even enjoy drinking so much. Aren't you curious about why I asked you to come here? Mingru's voice was a little nonchalant. She shook the wine glass and glanced at Shukai with an elusive look in her eyes. Shukai lazily leaned on the sofa and shook the can in his hand, not curious. He took a sip of beer with a slight smile on his face. I just don't believe that Miss Ming can still eat me. Mingru chuckled after hearing this, and gently twisted the wine glass with her fingers, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. I won't eat you. But this time, I really want your help with something. Help? Shukai raised his eyebrows, glanced at Mingru casually, and looked around. Tell me, what's the matter? Shukai finally spoke, put the can aside, and leaned back on the sofa leisurely. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Mingru said lightly, without any hesitation in her tone, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Shukai was stunned for a moment, and almost spit out the beer he was about to drink. He widened his eyes and asked, What? Mingru looked up at him and asked, Do you have to make such a fuss? She put down her glass and repeated, I said, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and go home with me. Now Shukai was completely confused, thinking that the plot development was going a bit off track. Pretend to be a boyfriend. What? Is it his turn to save Miss Ming's love life? Shukai didn't say anything for a while. All kinds of questions kept popping up in his mind, but he didn't know where to start. Don't think too much, it's just a formality. Mingru seemed to see his doubts and added casually, My family is pressing me hard, and I'm too lazy to look for anyone else. It just so happens that you're a pleasing person and can hold your own, so I'll let you do it for a while. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing, just ask for any reward you want. Shukai came back to his senses and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman is good at negotiating terms. He leaned back on the sofa, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked at her meaningfully. Miss Ming, my appearance fee is not cheap, are you sure you can afford it? Mingru sneered, with a hint of provocation in her eyes, Any price you want, I want to see if you are worth it. Hey, then I won't be polite. Shukai's smile deepened. He stood up and walked slowly towards Mingru. Mingru's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had noticed something was wrong, and her tone was a little alert. What are you doing? Chapter 33. It's time to get down to business. Shukai didn't answer, but didn't stop. Instead, he walked straight to her. He lowered his head and glanced casually at her white hand holding the wine glass, then looked at the knitted nightgown she was wearing, and his mind was filled with spring. I muttered to myself, Miss Ming's outfit really makes it hard for me to concentrate on talking, but... He. To pretend to be your boyfriend, you have to adapt to the role in advance, right? As he said this, he suddenly reached out and pulled Mingru into his arms. He skillfully put his other hand on her waist and lowered his head to move closer. If you can't act like it then, don't blame me for not trying my best. Mingru obviously didn't expect him to suddenly attack. She screamed and almost dropped the wine glass in her hand. A look of panic flashed across her face. But she quickly forced herself to calm down, bit her lower lip, and sneered, adapt in advance. You are really something. Having said that, there was a hint of threat in her eyes. That is. Shukai pretended not to see it, and the corner of his mouth raised even more. If you don't get used to it, it will be easy to be exposed. After all, it's not real. Don't you think so, Miss Ming? Snort. Mingru narrowed her eyes slightly, and suddenly pushed hard, breaking away from Shukai's arms, and said coldly, but it hasn't started yet, and it's not the right time to take advantage. After being pushed away, Shukai was not angry, but laughed out loud. Feel the remaining heat on your hands. He sat back on the sofa, picked up the can of beer, tilted his head back and took a sip. Gurgle gurgle. Mingru squinted her eyes and looked at him, her mood changing, without any sign of emotion fluctuation. HMPH. Shukai drank the beer in his hand, then exerted force with his hand and the beer can instantly deformed. Whoosh! Shukai threw the beer can into the trash can nearby with a perfect arc. Okay, I finished my drink, I'm leaving now. Someone is waiting for me outside. Then Shukai didn't wait for Mingru to speak, and strode out the door without looking back. Only a light voice came, remember to send me the time and place, I will definitely be there on time. See you later. Mingru didn't say anything else, but there seemed to be a light flowing in her charming peach blossom eyes. Watching Shukai's back as he left in a graceful manner. She glanced down at the beer stains on the ground, frowned slightly, and showed a thoughtful expression. Interesting, which big family's young master dares to talk to me like this? A light and floating voice sounded calmly. Shukai came out of Mingru's office, familiar with the route, and soon arrived at the booth where Liu Jing was. I glanced down and couldn't help but smile. Liu Jing was now asleep on the table, her proud figure rising and falling with her even breathing. The shaking continued. It turned out that after Shukai left, Liu Jing, who was bored, drank by herself and drank 2 more glasses of beer. At the moment, that fair and tender little face is rosy and has a little baby fat. The pink and pretty face makes people want to take a bite. The dim light shines down. Even Liu Jing's half-mature woman's charm was exuded to the extreme at this moment. Great. This was the only thing on Shukai's mind. You're back. Liu Jing vaguely felt that Shukai had returned and waved her hand. What took you so long? You are quite romantic. You can drink so much by yourself. Shukai sneered. Liu Jing rolled her eyes and her hair lifted slightly, making her look even prettier. Some people went to see Miss Ming. I felt so ashamed that I used alcohol to numb myself. How could Shukai not hear the jealousy in Liu Jing's words? He just smiled contemptuously, stretched out a strong hand, and pulled Liu Jing up from her seat. Perhaps because she used too much force, Liu Jing felt a little pain. She frowned and pouted her bright red lips. You don't know how to be gentle with women at all. Har ha har ha. Shukai pursed his lips and laughed, then changed the subject. Okay, it's late today, let's stop drinking and go somewhere else to have fun. Liu Jing, who was still drunk before, raised his eyebrows, but a brief clarity flashed in his eyes. Are we finally getting to the point? Liu Jing didn't know if she was drunk or what, but she staggered and fell into Shukai's arms. Feel that strong chest and that pounding heart, full of life. Shukai remained silent, but instead put one hand directly on that smooth shoulder. I have to say. Very smooth tilder. Liu Jing just felt her face turn red and the corners of her mouth curled up, but she didn't say anything. Where are you going? Seeing this, Shukai raised his lips slightly, stretched out a hand, rubbed Liu Jing's waist calmly, and said, Of course there is a place. Just follow me. The two left the noisy bar one after the other, and their figures walking together looked extremely well matched. Young talent and beautiful woman. From time to time, someone in the booth in the distance would poke their head out, look in the direction where Shukai and the other person left, and secretly smack their lips. Oh my god! Who on earth was that guy just now? How could he be related to Miss Ming, and have such a beautiful woman accompany him when he goes out? I'm so jealous. They all came to the bar to have fun. After seeing the situation just now, even a fool would know what is going to happen. It's so damn enviable. Several men had fiery looks in their eyes. Because of drinking. Of course Shukai couldn't drive, so he took out his cell phone and swiped the screen a few times. After a while, a man riding a small electric car appeared in front of them. It's a pleasure to be of service to you, sir. It's too early for you to be happy. Shukai hugged Liu Jing and said with a chuckle. What? The designated driver was stunned at first, but soon Shukai showed a friendly smile on his face and got into the back seat of the car. I'm just kidding, drive. Shukai moved leisurely and threw the key directly to the designated driver. After taking it, the man scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and quickly got into the car. When he saw the Bugatti Veyron in front of him clearly, his face was shocked. Oh my god, this is so expensive. Even if you sell me, I still can't afford it. The man secretly smacked his lips. Fortunately, the designated driving company has given them professional training, and after training they can drive such expensive luxury cars. Boom boom boom. The engine roared like a wild beast, and the dazzling lights instantly reflected in the parking lot, attracting people's sidelong glances from time to time. Chapter 34, Steadfast Light. Another burst of exclamations. Then, the Bugatti Veyron, with its extremely smooth lines, slowly drove out of the parking lot with its 16-cylinder engine. The security guard at the door stood very straight. There is a determined light in his eyes. Welcome to visit us next time. Outside the car window, the city was already immersed in flashing neon lights and bustling with life, and the towering buildings were rapidly receding behind us. The dim light reflected on Shukai's face, flickering. Liu Jing. In the back seat. Liu Jing was lying on top of Shukai, drunkenly, with even breathing sounds coming from her mouth and her nose quivering. The pretty little face was a little drunk and extremely red. Shukai's Adam's apple bulged involuntarily when he saw this. TND, so exciting. Even though she is old, she still has charm. This saying is true. Shukai's thoughts were in a mess, and somehow he felt vaguely excited. A few days ago, she was a cool and beautiful female boss, but now, she is a well-behaved and obedient kitten. Who can withstand this? Young man, you can't control it, let your uncle do it. Following the location indicated by Shukai, the Bugatti Veyron drove into the most luxurious Qinglong Villa area in Jinju City. When the system rewarded this villa worth nearly 100 million yuan, it specially marked the location, so Shukai found it easily. As soon as I got close, one majestic and imposing villa after another catches the eye. They look so luxurious that one can't take their eyes off them. There are all kinds of luxury cars parked in the community. Those who can be named and those who cannot be named. Shukai was dazzled. However, Shukai's car was naturally very eye-catching. As soon as the car approached the gate of the community, the security guard in front of the gate opened the gate without even asking. Joke. The latest limited edition Bugatti Veyron. If this still can't prove Shukai's identity, then there's no point in him doing his job as a security guard. The security guard straightened his back, saluted, and shouted with full energy, "Welcome home, owner." The designated driver sitting in the driver's seat couldn't help but straighten his back a little. This feeling. Cool. The car drove in slowly. After a while, Shukai drove the car to a villa in the Qinglong Villa district according to the signs given by the system. After Shukai and others saw the villa clearly, they couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. This is too damn luxurious. It's not that Shukai has never seen the world, but this villa is so luxurious that it's a bit scary. Just looking at the area, it is at least more than 1 acre of land, and there is even a large courtyard at the door with European architectural style. There was also an old man who looked like an English butler standing at the door, bowing respectfully with a focused look. Welcome the owner, welcome home, Madam Owner. At this moment, Shukai had already pulled Liu Jing out of the car. When he heard this, he clearly felt the beauty in his arms tremble. The corners of Shukai's mouth curled up slightly. Good. Are you still pretending with me? Of course, Shukai was not stingy and immediately gave the designated driver a tip of 200 yuan. After thanking the designated driver repeatedly, the man happily took the tip and left. Before leaving, he couldn't help but take a look at this high-end villa area that he had never seen before. He muttered, "Damn it, what do I have to do to be so rich?" Shukai once again turned his gaze to the British butler in front of him, feeling a little uneasy. System, will I be recognized?" The system immediately gave a mechanical and cold response. Host, rest assured, all materials are formal and legal, and can withstand various inspections, please rest assured. After hearing this, Shukai felt more at ease. He immediately pulled the staggering and drunk Liu Jing into their house. The British butler helped Shukai open the main door just in time, and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Seeing this, Shukai couldn't help but reveal a playful smile on his face. It turns out that the world of rich people is different. Immediately afterwards, Shukai took Liu Jing and walked directly into the villa. "Shukai, where are we?" Liu Jing barely opened her eyes a crack and looked around blankly, not knowing whether she was pretending. Seeing this, Shukai raised his lips slightly and smiled mischievously. "Of course we have arrived at a happy place." Liu Jing screamed, and then she felt a huge force holding her up, with an unbridled and hideous laugh in her ears. However, she only struggled symbolically before nestling in Shukai's arms like a docile kitten. She just used her fair little hands to beat Shukai's broad chest with a little dissatisfaction. What the hell? What the hell? So exciting. Without saying a word, Shukai strode to a room with a clang and kicked the door open. "Tonight, Mr. Liu, I will show you what it means to commit an insubordination. Hate." The housekeeper watched Shukai go upstairs with an expressionless face and closed the door quietly and gently. "Don't pry into the owner's privacy casually. Tonight." The pile driver on the construction site in the distance worked all night and the workers were miserable working overtime. Wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Boss, I really have nothing left. Can you please stop working overtime? Keep smashing it. Smash it harder." Early in the morning, Shukai, wearing a bathrobe, woke up from the extremely comfortable soft bed, rubbed his eyes, and looked sleepy. Then he turned his head to look at Liu Jing beside him. At this moment, her nose was moving slightly and she was sleeping soundly. Her long black hair was casually draped on the pillow, as delicate as a pretty beauty. Shu Kai sat up straight and shook his dizzy head. He didn't get much rest last night. Fuck, what time did you go to bed last night? Just getting ready to get up. Shu Kai cried out in surprise and immediately put his hand on his waist. He felt as if his energy had been drained away and a feeling of weakness quickly spread throughout his body. Hissed Hilder. He took a breath and couldn't help but look back at Liu Jing. What a fucking witch. It's not that he's not healthy, it's just. The landlord has no surplus food. Shu Kai took a long time to calm down, then he leaned against the wall and walked out of the room. Unexpectedly, the old butler who opened the door for them yesterday was standing outside the door respectfully, and said humbly, "Master, I have prepared breakfast for you, you can enjoy it now." Shu Kai was shocked. There is such a service. This is somewhat of a nouveau riche house. It has just been demolished and its character has not yet caught up. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his eyes, but soon his expression returned to normal. Okay, put the breakfast downstairs, I'll be down in a minute. Okay, master. Chapter 35. Leave it to me. Shu Kai returned and walked into their house. At this moment, Liu Jing was still lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, with a slight breathing sound coming from her, and her fair face was slightly flushed. The sight of them waiting for anyone to pick the fruits made Shu Kai feel dazed again. It's not that XX is not strong, it's just that this XX is too cunning. Shu Kai complained that he was powerless and turned to the sink. Packed up. After washing up, he tiptoed towards the living room. In the large living room of more than 100 square meters, there is a European-style dining table in the middle, on which is placed a piece of bread, a glass of white milk, and a boiled egg. Shu Kai was stunned for a moment. That's it. But he didn't say anything. He just pulled out a chair and sat down. He didn't say anything and just picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. I was so tired last night that I have to replenish my nutrition now. The respectful butler at the side reminded, "Master, you can go slower, the main course has not been served yet." Shu Kai, who was wolfing down his food, was stunned. What? There's also a main course? Yes. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him. Shu Kai turned his head and saw two women in maid clothes pushing two food carts towards him. It was covered with a lid and you couldn't see what was inside. Shu Kai's attention was instantly attracted by the figures of the two maids. She is tall and hot, with long hair like a waterfall, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings have no fat at all. She is comparable to those Victoria's Secret models. The lives of rich people are really different. Even their maid is so exquisite. If she were to live in other places, she would definitely be considered a goddess. Shu Kai complained in his heart. Soon after, the dining cart was pushed up to him. As the butler lifted the lid of the dining table and saw what was inside, Shu Kai almost cried out. A lobster as thick as his thigh was cooked to perfection. The bright red shell had a slight luster, making people salivate at the sight. There is also a wide variety of delicious foods such as Wellington steak and foie gras. The bread in Shu Kai's mouth suddenly lost its flavor and his eyes became fixed. Isn't this a bit too much? Is this breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Shu Kai had never had such a sumptuous breakfast in his life. He swallowed his saliva and his eyes were stunned. Serve the young master the food. The butler at the side reminded. The two maids immediately and swiftly placed a variety of dishes on the table, then stepped aside respectfully with their heads lowered. Shu Kai almost asked, "Are these all for me to eat?" But after a brief moment. Now that you have become rich and have a system in place, why worry about this? Make. Shu Kai took the cutlery and cut a piece of juicy and tender steak in an orderly manner and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. The meaty aroma of beef instantly exploded in his taste buds. Shu Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately devoured it without hesitation. Halfway through the meal, Shu Kai seemed to have thought of something and reminded, "Oh, call Liu Jing down to eat. No matter what, you can't eat alone. Besides, I don't know if they had enough to eat last night." A sly smile appeared on Shu Kai's lips. After the old butler responded, he quickly went upstairs and invited the sleepy Liu Jing down. Liu Jing, wearing a black nightgown, had blurry eyes. She rubbed her messy hair and walked downstairs in a daze. Soon he came to the dining table and sat down. Wait until she sees clearly. Oh my God. Liu Jing covered her rosy little mouth with her hands and almost screamed. This was the most sumptuous breakfast she had ever seen. What decent person would eat lobster so early in the morning? There is steak and foie gras. What kind of family is this? Immediately, that pair of beautiful eyes glanced at Shukai calmly and clicked his tongue secretly. Rich second generation. Definitely a rich second generation, definitely a rich second generation. If you are not a rich second generation, how can you be so rich? And he is a top rich second generation who is hidden and low-key. At this moment, Liu Jing felt like she had picked up a treasure. His eyes moved back and forth between the delicious food in front of him and Shukai. What are you doing? Shukai pretended not to notice and stuffed food into his mouth in big mouthfuls, devouring it in no time, and said nonchalantly, "Eat quickly, don't waste it, eat more." Oh. Liu Jing thought Shukai was joking, and immediately restrained herself a little, but just took 2 slices of bread and chewed them. Reserved. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. But what she didn't know was that Shukai was also shocked during this meal. So the world of the rich is actually like this. After dinner, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. There was no way, the two of them got up late. After Shukai got dressed, Liu Jing also changed her clothes. What Shukai didn't expect the most was that there were girls' clothes in the villa. At the moment, Liu Jing is wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and white casual trousers, revealing her slender waist, which is very eye-catching. Thinking about what happened last night, Shukai's mind was full of thoughts. "Boss Liu, are you going to work?" Shukai teased, his eyes darting fiercely at her. After what happened last night, the relationship between the two has become much closer, and there are some things that Shukai said without any psychological burden. "Well, it's almost time to go to work." Hey. Shukai grinned and immediately pressed the car key. The lights of the Bugatti Veyron next to him lit up immediately and 2 beeps were heard. "Get in the car." After coming out, Shukai first sent Liu Jing back to her workplace. Before leaving, Liu Jing looked reluctant. "Remember to contact me when the time comes." Liu Jing bent over, her unmade but beautiful face looking at Shukai through the car window. "Got it. Don't worry, I will never forget you." Shukai had a wicked smile on his face and his eyes moved 3 inches down to the full cleavage. Liu Jing noticed it and immediately covered her chest with her hands, saying coquettishly, "Hateful." Har. With a step on the accelerator, the Bugatti Veyron sped away again. Liu Jing stood on the curb looking at the vehicles going away, her hair slightly fluttering, her brows slightly furrowed, and the reluctance in her eyes was so clear that it could almost be seen through lines. Until Shukai completely disappeared from sight. Then she turned around and walked into the office building in her high heels. Don't just take everything and leave it alone. Holding the steering wheel comfortably, you can feel the powerful steel beast under your seat and listen to the exciting music playing in your ears. Shukai was at ease. Chapter 36 Cell Phone. Everyone says I'm the most romantic and invincible overlord spear. Knock knock. The cell phone on the passenger seat vibrated. Shukai glanced and saw that it was a text message from Mingru with a time and place marked on it. Tianhua Hotel, 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Shukai did not reply directly, but just raised the corner of his mouth slightly to smile, and stepped on the accelerator again. It's been a crazy couple of days. I have to hurry back to the night bar to work. The system's professional ratings haven't been completed yet. I don't know what the next reward will be. Right now, he is becoming more and more interested in the hidden professions in the system. Stimulate. Right now. In a bright and transparent office, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire Jin city can be seen. Mingru was holding a mobile phone, swaying slightly in the boss chair, with her long legs clearly visible and resting on the desk. The lines were so perfect that people couldn't take their eyes off her. At this moment, those willow leaf eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, staring at the screen intently. The screen showed that no one had replied to the text message that had been sent. What do you mean? Mingru frowned and threw her phone onto the table beside her in dissatisfaction. Bang! I never thought about it. Then, ding-dong, the phone vibrated. Mingru's face lit up with joy, and she quickly took the long black stockings and looked at the phone on the table with excitement. Replied. But the result was a text message from a public account. That's too much. You promised me before, so why don't you reply to my message now? Mingru glared at him and spoke in an unhappy tone with a reproachful tone. But it seemed that even she had forgotten that it had only been 1 minute since she sent the text message. Just as Mingru's face turned gloomy, she slowly stood up with her 1.2-meter long legs. The phone vibrated again. Her face changed again. He looked back and saw it clearly, and his face immediately lit up with joy. The phone screen clearly displayed, "Received. Reply in person, Shukai." Mingru held the phone in front of her chest with both hands, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was smiling, making it impossible to tell her emotion. "Why are you replying again? Don't reply." Shukai did not return to their night bar immediately. Although professional rating is important, his mobile phone is also important. Every time he made a phone call, the phone would make a crackling sound that hurt his ears. "I'm afraid it will explode one day. I have 30 million in my pocket now, can I still use this broken phone? It doesn't match my status. No, now that I have money, I have to improve my temperament." Just as he was thinking about it, the Bugatti Veyron running on the road suddenly turned and sped towards the mobile phone city next to him. Previously, in order to make it easier for work, Shukai rented a place not far from his office, and the mobile phone city happened to be nearby. A gust of lightning. Shukai parked his car in front of the entrance of the mobile phone city, which attracted a lot of attention from the people around him. Shukai, who was already used to all this, simply closed the car door, turned around and walked towards the mobile phone city. There are shops scattered around in the mobile phone mall. There is a corridor that is wide enough for several people to walk side by side. There are all kinds of signs standing beside it, which say various famous brand mobile phone stores, such as Snapdragon Mobile Phone Store, Feitian Shalington, refurbished mobile phones, etc. People of all kinds come and go under various signs, and the noisy sounds coming from beside my ears are extremely noisy. Shukai frowned and looked at each house one by one. But the next second, he frowned and saw a familiar figure, which made him freeze in his tracks. Zhao Yilan. In an ordinary mobile phone store, two middle-aged women were leaning on a transparent mobile phone display stand, whispering to someone in the distance. She just relies on her good looks. Her mobile phone sales have been poor these past few days, but the boss lady still gave her a raise. Humph, what a moral. Oh my god, who knows, maybe she has some special services when she sells mobile phones. When people sell expensive things like cars and houses, they should at least provide some service. But she doesn't mind selling a shabby cell phone. Har ha 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 ha. The two young women were whispering to each other, their words becoming increasingly unpleasant, and finally they looked at each other and burst into laughter, rocking back and forth. There was a sour taste in his words. Zhao Yilan, who was completely unaware of what was happening, was silently wiping the mobile phone counter in front of her, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. She is still in college, and as soon as the summer vacation came, she found a job working in a mobile phone store. The salary is not high, only 2,800 yuan a month, including 800 yuan in commission for each mobile phone sold. I have only been working for half a month and I have already sold 3 units. Although it's not much, it's much better than that of several other colleagues in the store. However, her colleagues seem to have some opinions about her, and they would try to trip her up from time to time, both implicitly and implicitly. But she is open-minded and doesn't care about these things. She thinks that as long as she does her own thing well, why does she care what others say? Walk your own way and let others talk. Wear other people's shoes and leave them with no way to go. Zhao Yilan thought secretly, and found herself amusing, revealing a sweet smile. Hello, do you sell mobile phones here? Nonsense, what else can you sell if not mobile phones? The people who were playing with Zhao Yilan were unhappy about being interrupted, and they all looked over there. Zhao Yilan, who was wiping the counter, also looked over. After seeing the person standing at the door, he was stunned. Her big watery eyes blinked, and a hint of nervousness appeared on her pretty pink face. Shukai walked into the store, looked at Zhao Yilan for a moment, smiled slightly, and then looked away. Walking into the store, he casually glanced at the various counters, and saw a dazzling array of mobile phones of all kinds. There are Nokias, brick phones, high-end brands like fruit phones, and a variety of domestic mobile phones with varying prices. It's really dazzling. Hey, handsome guy is buying a cell phone. Among the two women who had been talking about Zhao Yilan earlier, one of them, the one wearing a black sales uniform and with short hair, immediately looked happy and hurried over to greet them. Yes, is there a suitable mobile phone? Shu Kai answered casually. In the distance, seeing Shu Kai withdraw his gaze, Zhao Yilan's face darkened and she felt lost, but she didn't say anything immediately. She just lowered her head and started wiping the table again. Forget it, I won't argue with Sister Liu and the others, so as to avoid being gossiped about again. Chapter 37. Wrap it up for me. It's just. She thought of the scene when Shu Kai walked in just now, and felt a little aggrieved. The saleswoman named Liu Guixiang was delighted when she was asked to recommend something. However, when she looked up and saw Shu Kai's ordinary-looking outfit, her expression changed immediately and the corners of her mouth twitched in embarrassment. After taking a closer look, I felt disappointed. The young man is not very old and looks like a student. I guess he can't afford an expensive mobile phone. Oh, that's boring. As she was thinking about it, she glanced coldly in the direction of Zhao Yilan, and felt even more unhappy. So jealous. I don't know what luck this little bitch has. Several big customers came before and asked to buy mobile phones from Zhao Yilan as soon as they arrived. Not only did he buy 3 units in a row, but he later placed an order for more than a dozen units. This made several veteran cashiers in the mobile phone store extremely envious. It's just that you are young and beautiful, what's so special about that? Cut. Just thinking about this, Liu Guixiang's mood became even worse. She looked at Shu Kai and said in a cold tone, "Young man, what kind of mobile phone are you going to buy?" Shu Kai frowned, feeling a little strange. He was fine just now, why did his attitude change now? But he had no intention of looking for them, so he frowned and said, "I want to buy a mobile phone from that girl just now, is that okay?" As he spoke, his hand pointed at Zhao Yilan. Zhao Yilan, who was wiping the table by herself, had actually been paying attention to the movements here. When she heard Shu Kai talking, she looked up blankly. With a look of surprise and astonishment in his eyes, he pointed at himself and said, "You want to buy it from me?" "Yes, I'm looking for you." Shu Kai smiled. When Liu Guixiang heard this, her face became even uglier. The previous customers came in and went straight to Zhao Yilan to buy mobile phones, and now a poor-looking young man finally came and actually came to her. Bar. 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 Just look for it, it's good. How can a poor boy buy a high-end mobile phone? She immediately rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, then go find her, huh?" Liu Guixiang returned to the counter without looking back and continued muttering to the female clerk next to her. Shu Kai frowned when he saw this, but didn't say anything. Zhao Yilan, who was standing by, felt a little embarrassed. He quickly put down the rag in his hand, wiped his hands on his body, and ran over in small steps. You came to our store to buy a mobile phone. Did you come to me specifically to find me?" "No." Shu Kai answered honestly. "Oh." The light on Zhao Yilan's face dimmed immediately. She thought Shu Kai knew she was here, so he came to her specially to buy a mobile phone. But on second thought, a smile appeared on her face again, and her tone was happy. "What kind of phone are you planning to buy? Just take a look around. I work in this store, I can give you a discount." When several female shop assistants nearby heard this, their faces immediately fell. What kind of discount can she give? Bar. 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 You're just a bitch who only knows how to seduce men. Knives seemed to emerge from the eyes of several people, and they looked coldly at Zhao Yilan. Zhao Yilan was completely unaware, but Shu Kai, who was standing beside her, felt those gazes and immediately looked towards them. They looked at each other and immediately looked away. Shu Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a long while he turned around and looked at Zhao Yilan again, examining her carefully. Sometimes Shu Kai also had doubts. The landlady is a big and strong woman with a waist as thick as a bucket and a voice that sounds like thunder. How could she give birth to such a beautiful daughter who speaks so delicately? Could it be that the hospital made a mistake? And every time this girl saw him, she always smiled sweetly, as if she had walked out of a painting. So after all these interactions, Shu Kai still had a good impression of Zhao Yilan. Just when Shu Kai's mind was wandering, Zhao Yilan suddenly pulled his hand and walked to the counter next to him, saying, "Look, we have several models of mobile phones here, some are made in China, and some are imitation Apple phones. Take a look and see which one you want." Having said this, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Shu Kai used to owe his mother rent every month. And it was delayed for several months. She subconsciously defined Shukai's target group as low-end mobile phones. But she suddenly remembered that Shukai was now driving the latest model of Bugatti Veyron. What did that mean? How could someone who can afford that kind of car be interested in such an ordinary, low-end mobile phone? Just thinking about it, Zhao Yilan's face turned red. She lowered her head and dared not look directly into Shukai's eyes. Shukai naturally didn't know what Zhao Yilan was thinking. He turned his eyes and watched her face turn red and white, and couldn't help but think that she looked even cuter. I immediately asked, "Please recommend to me which phone is suitable for me." Zhao Yilan didn't even think about it and pointed directly to the Apple phone beside her. "Why don't you buy this? The new Apple 14 Pro is the most high-end one." It's not that she wants Shukai to spend more money. But Shukai was driving a Bugatti Veyron, so it would be out of place for him to use an ordinary mobile phone, so he immediately recommended the most expensive one in the store to him. It's purely out of kindness. Shukai glanced at it casually, then said with a smile, "Okay, then you help me pack it up." What? Zhao Yilan was shocked. Ordinary people would look at it again and again before buying a mobile phone. Then I compared the prices, but now Shukai wanted to pack it up without saying anything. But on second thought, this is normal. After all, Bugatti Veyron. Okay, then I'll pack it for you now, please wait a moment. Zhao Yilan was a little panicked, and she quickly opened the door of the mobile phone counter and prepared to take the phone. Shukai didn't rush him, but just waited silently with a smile on his face. The two female shop assistants who were about to laugh at Zhao Yilan's joke suddenly changed their expressions and their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. Buy it now? This is too outrageous. Is this a rich second generation? Liu Guixian, who was sarcastic just now regrets it so much. The commission for selling an ordinary mobile phone is 200 yuan, but for selling a Fruit 14 Pro, the commission is as high as 1,200 yuan. She even felt that this was more painful than losing 1,200 yuan. The most important thing is that the money was earned by that little girl Zhao Yilan. So angry tilde. With a bang, Liu Guixian punched the counter next to her, frightening the female clerk next to her and asking, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Liu Guixian rolled her eyes, her teeth itching with anger. Looking at Zhao Yilan who was busy packing, Shukai's mind suddenly became distracted for some reason, and he asked for no reason, "What do you usually do at night?" Chapter 38 Another customer. Tonight. Zhao Yilan was busy with the work at hand. She didn't know whether she was nervous or something, and answered incoherently for a moment, "Maybe we'll go to the night bar tonight." "Are you free?" Shukai was stunned. Doesn't that mean that Zhao Yilan is also a customer of his night bar? If it is your own client, can't you also improve the professional rating? Shukai's eyes lit up and he pondered it carefully. "If I buy a mobile phone from you, will you get a commission?" Zhao Yilan didn't understand what Shukai meant, and blinked and said, "Yes, normally I get 300 yuan commission for buying a mobile phone, 800 yuan for a high-end one, and 1,200 yuan for the Fruit 14 Pro you bought." She was extremely honest and told him everything. Shukai smiled when he heard that, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This little girl is really honest. She answers whatever I ask. Why didn't you say anything when you saw me come in? Instead, you asked someone else to receive me. Shukai was a little curious. Zhao Yilan obviously knew him, and when he entered the mobile phone store just now, a normal person should have come up and chatted with her. After all, she was an acquaintance, and I owed the landlady a lot of money before, which was quite embarrassing. Shouldn't Zhao Yilan take advantage of the situation to earn some commission from me? Not even making any money. No, Zhao Yilan was a little flustered. She glanced in the direction of Liu Guixiang and the others as if she was still a little frightened, and immediately whispered, "There are rules here. You can't just take away your colleagues' customers, otherwise you will be excluded." Shukai was speechless and his face turned a little ugly, but he soon understood what was going on. When she came in just now, Liu Guixiang was trying to get close to her at first, but after looking at her for a while, her attitude changed completely. Shukai, who was used to the fickleness of human nature, knew what the other party meant. It was obvious that he looked down on him. But right now, har. He wanted to show them what amazing financial resources were. Zhao Yilan, who was packing, heard a light sound that was louder than a heavy hammer. "If I buy 100 mobile phones from you, how much commission can you get? R. She even widened her eyes, with a look of disbelief on her face. She even thought she had heard it wrongly, and asked in a panic, You are not kidding, right? 100 mobile phones. Shu Kai crossed his arms and nodded calmly, yes, that's 100 mobile phones. This moment, Zhao Yilan felt as if her worldview had been turned upside down. Although she had met many big customers before, the most she received were orders of a dozen or 20 units, which was considered a great success. But now Shu Kai asked for 100 units. She had no doubt that Shu Kai was making fun of her. After all, he was driving the latest model of Bugatti Veyron worth 26 million yuan, and there seemed to be only 3 of them in the whole country. There is no need for the other party to make fun of you. This. Zhao Yilan was so nervous that she was incoherent. She didn't know why Shu Kai took so long. Shu Kai saw everything, his lips curled up slightly, and he felt funny in his heart. Just a few words made her feel flustered. And her pink little face, which showed a hint of panic, made her even cuter. The more I looked at her, the more I liked her. Furthermore, the other party will go to the night bar at night. Strictly speaking, even if they are your own clients, you can also improve your professional rating from them. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. System, is this potential customer also considered a customer? He asked in his mind. Answer the host, and include potential customers in the customer list. Gaining the customer's favor can improve your career rating. Wonderful. Yes, I want 100 units. Please pack them for me and let me know how to pay. Shu Kai made a rough estimate. 100 mobile phones, at the market price of about 10,000 yuan each, 100 mobile phones would cost more than 1 million yuan. Now I have more than 30 million yuan on me, so spending more than 1 million yuan is more than enough. Without even taking a breath. Wait a moment, I have to report to the store manager. Zhao Yilan panicked a little and even spoke nervously. After all, I am only working part-time in the store. The sales volume of 100 units is too large, and I don't know if the store has so many goods. I must inform the store manager. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Shu Kai was not in a hurry. Zhao Yilan responded quickly, glanced at Shu Kai with lingering fear, then she tied her hair across her forehead and quickly left the counter. The 2 female shop assistants who were whispering behind the scenes saw Zhao Yilan rushing over in a hurry and sneered. What's wrong? Didn't that person just come to you to buy a phone? Why didn't you buy it? Hearing this, the 2 of them burst into laughter. Zhao Yilan's face changed, and he said guiltily, the customer just now said he wanted 100 mobile phones. 100. Liu Guixian's laughter stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened and she said in a trembling voice, how many did you say? He said 100 units. Zhao Yilan repeated. At this moment, the entire mobile phone store seemed to be silent. Liu Guixian and the female clerk next to her widened their eyes and even wondered if they had heard it wrong. I have to tell the manager. Zhao Yilan said in a low voice. Earlier in the store, Liu Guixian and the other female clerk had deliberately made trouble for her for no reason, and now she actually felt a little guilty. Liu Guixian's expression changed from gloomy to bright, but after a moment she suddenly said, Okay, I'll go talk to the store manager about this, and you don't say anything. Before Zhao Yilan and the other female clerk could speak, Liu Guixian hurriedly came to the phone, picked up the phone, and pressed the key. Soon, a voice came from the other end, What's the matter? Manager, a big customer came to our store and said he wanted to order 100 fruit phones. Do we have any in stock? Liu Guixian was extremely excited. If this order is successful, how much commission will I get? 1,200 for 1 unit, and there are 100 units in total, which means 120,000, which is almost equivalent to a year's salary. Just thinking about it, stars were popping out of her eyes. So exciting. At the same time, he looked at Zhao Yilan with jealousy and resentment. Why? How can she find such a client? Why can't I do it myself? Pooh. Bitch. 100 units. Wait, I'll be in the store soon. The phone was hung up in a hurry, and after Liu Guixian hung up the phone, she hurried to the counter, coughed, and pretended to be serious. Chapter 39 Shameless. Xiao Zhao, I've just talked to the store manager and told him that I will help you sell these 100 mobile phones, and I'll give you some commission later. Liu Guixiang grinned. Zhao Yilan was stunned when she heard this. She was about to say something, but nothing to say. I'll give you some commission when the time comes. What's wrong? You're a newcomer and you want to take all the commission. Liu Guixiang immediately turned hostile. She never expected that the young man who just walked in actually wanted to buy 100 mobile phones. What kind of concept is that? If Zhao Yilan took all the commission, then she would have no face left. No. Occupy. Must occupy them all. Just then, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door, followed by an anxious figure rushing in. Who said they wanted to buy 100 mobile phones? Shu Kai looked in the direction where their voice came from, only to see a middle-aged woman in her 40s rushing in. She was wearing the same clothes as Liu Guixiang just now, with a panicked look and neat short hair. After she came in, she looked around nervously and asked loudly, who said they wanted to buy 100 mobile phones? Liu Guixiang called her just now. As soon as she received the message, she ran over in a hurry. Now she is out of breath and almost lost one of her shoes. It's me. Liu Guixiang raised her hand quickly and walked to the store manager with a beaming face. It's him, this young man. He said he wanted to buy 100 Apple phones. As he said this, he pointed at Shu Kai. Shu Kai frowned and thought to himself, this Liu Guixiang is really so shameless. When I came into the store just now, she looked down on me and without saying a few words, she already made me feel really bad. Now that he heard that I was going to buy 100 mobile phones, his attitude immediately changed, and he wanted to lick me from head to toe. Zhao Yilan stood aside, looking hesitant, rubbing his hands together, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. The female clerk next to her, who had previously joined Liu Guixiang in targeting Zhao Yilan, was now frowning, but didn't say anything. Oh, it's you, isn't it? The store manager smoothed his hair and walked quickly to Shu Kai with small steps. He glanced up and down and said immediately, I'm the store manager of this store. My name is Wang Yu. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Hearing this, Shu Kai almost laughed out loud. He was only in his 20s, and the other party was almost 40 or 50 years old. And he called her Xiao Wang? It's okay. However, once the money is in place, everything will be easy to discuss. Yes, I plan to buy 100 Apple phones, but... Shu Kai paused. Several people in the store looked at him in unison, thinking, could there be some unexpected change? But the commission for these 100 mobile phones has to be hers. Shu Kai said, pointing his hand directly at Zhao Yilan, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The female store manager was stunned at first, then quickly glanced at Zhao Yilan who was at a loss, and then looked at Liu Guixiang who was stunned beside her, and immediately understood what was going on. There are small conflicts in this store every now and then, and it is Liu Guixiang who loves to gossip the most. She must have looked down on others and passed Shu Kai to Zhao Yilan as a client. Now that she heard that the other party wanted to buy 100 mobile phones, she shamelessly approached him. This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's Xiao Zhao, right? Well, then I'll help you arrange the order right away. The store has the stock. It's in the warehouse and you can get it anytime. The female manager said politely, her face expression normal. Liu Guixiang, who was standing aside, had a gloomy expression on her face and was so angry that her teeth were itching. The look she gave Zhao Yilan was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. This damn bitch, 100 mobile phones, this is more painful than killing me, how can I suppress her in the future? She was extremely angry, but now that the female manager was here, she did not dare to lose her temper. She could only look gloomy and coldly look back and forth between Shu Kai and Zhao Yilan. These men and women must be doing something shameful. Bar, sluts, bitches, shameless. Liu Guixiang seemed still unsatisfied and glared at him a few times with a knife-like gaze before she stopped. Zhao Yilan was flattered. This. As he said this, he glanced at Liu Guixiang guiltily. Shu Kai looked unsurprised, and said casually, okay, then 100 phones. Please help arrange it as soon as possible. How do you pay? I'll pay in cash. He has already made plans. These 100 mobile phones can be directly placed in the night bar for marketing. At that time, he will give a mobile phone to any customer who comes to the store and spends a certain amount of money. By that time, the night bar will have more and more customers, and if I spend a little more time and effort on providing service, it will take off immediately. Woo! Just thinking about it made him excited. What? Manager Wang's face changed when he heard it, and his eyes involuntarily swept over Shukai. If nothing else, 100 Apple phones would cost more than 1 million yuan. No matter how you look at it, the young man in front of him doesn't look like someone who can directly take out more than 1 million, but now that the other party has said so, how can he refuse? Okay, I'll be right there, please wait a moment. Shukai stood there without saying a word, while Zhao Yilan hurried to his side, as if she wanted to say something, but was blocked by his eyes. She immediately shut her mouth, looking a little restrained. After a while, under the shocked gazes of Liu Guixiang and the others, Manager Wang quickly took out a cash register. Shukai calmly took out his mobile phone, and with a ding-dong sound, the payment was successful. The store manager took a deep breath as he looked at the display on his phone showing that more than 1 million yuan had arrived in his account. This is a rich person. She couldn't help but look back and forth at Shukai, thinking to herself, could it be that this is some rich second generation who came here directly to spend money? If you are not a rich person, how could you buy 100 mobile phones at once? Zhao Yilan was also very surprised. Her Adam's apple throbbed and she looked at Shukai with gratitude. 120,000. Her mother is a landlord, but she is very stingy and only wants her to marry a rich second-generation man. The living expenses he gave her were usually very tight, just like squeezing toothpaste, giving her a little at a time, and a little at a time. Zhao Yilan was forced into a corner and had to work part-time, under the pretext of supporting herself. But the old mother still asked her for money from time to time. Now she can get a commission of 120,000 yuan, which is enough for her to live a good life for a while. Of course I am grateful. Chapter 40. The commission must be hers. Thank you, Shukai. Zhao Yilan said with a red face. It's okay. What's there to thank me for? I just bought something. The commission is yours. Isn't that normal? Shukai smiled slightly, not taking it seriously at all, but of course he was also speaking to the store manager. I have paid you now, when can you bring the goods to me? Now that he had received the money, the store manager naturally said nothing and nodded repeatedly. Wait a moment, I will go to the warehouse and get the goods for you right away. Shukai nodded. At this time, Liu Guixiang suddenly started cursing and stood in front of everyone, like a hen guarding her food. No, we can't just let this go. The commission should be mine. After saying that, she glanced at everyone. Feeling the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, Liu Guixiang's face turned pale, but after hesitating for a moment, she shouted again, this commission must be counted as mine. I was clearly the first one to receive that young man just now. Before Shukai paid, she still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that Shukai would definitely not be able to pay. But after seeing the more than 1 million yuan instantly arrive in her account, she could no longer bear it. This is a commission of 120,000 yuan. How many things can it buy? When she thought about being snatched away by that damn girl Zhao Yilan, she was so angry that her teeth were itching with hatred. Shukai crossed his arms, squinted his eyes and watched, looking like he was enjoying a good show. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. The store manager's face suddenly changed and he reminded her, Liu Guixiang, what are you doing? The customer is still here. What's wrong with the client being here? The commission must be mine. Liu Guixiang shouted at the top of her voice, and then glanced at Zhao Yilan with a cold look. Why should all the commissions be hers? And why should she be given a raise? I was the first to contact this client. Shukai found this scene a little funny. Just now, she clearly felt that she might not be able to afford these mobile phones, so she directly threw herself to Zhao Yilan, but she didn't say anything at the time. Now he is shamelessly coming out to ask for this commission. No wonder Zhao Yilan said just now that customers cannot be snatched away in this store. Now Shukai finally understands how annoying these people are. The store manager suppressed his anger, his face turned colder, and said, Liu Guixiang, don't make trouble here. The customers are still watching us. Seeing that Manager Wang didn't dare to make a big deal out of it, Liu Guixiang became even more shameless. No, there must be an explanation for this matter. This commission must be counted as mine. The store manager was in a dilemma. He looked at Zhao Yilan, then at Liu Guixiang, and then his eyes fell on Shukai. He hesitated and said, this matter. There's nothing to say. This commission must go to Zhao Yilan. Shukai said firmly. Liu Guixiang's face immediately changed. Just as she was about to say something, Zhao Yilan quickly said, "Sister Liu, this client, Brother Shukai, was indeed brought in by you just now. I can give you half of the commission. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this, Liu Guixiang became even angrier, as if she was begging her for alms. "Humph, what do you mean by half and half? You're still giving me some? This is obviously my client, you have to give me all of it." HMPH. Shukai sneered. "What's the difference between this and robbery?" Then, he looked at the store manager and said seriously, "Manager Wang, as for how to deal with this matter, it's up to you. Anyway, I can pay the money and I can return it." When Manager Wang heard this, his face changed immediately. If he still didn't understand what the threat meant, then all his work as a manager would be in vain. He immediately frowned and scolded Liu Guixiang, "Liu Guixiang, stop fooling around. I'm telling you, if you dare to fool around again." Liu Guixiang, on the other hand, looked aggrieved. "Manager, how did I mess around? I was the first one to receive this customer. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance camera to see who spoke to him first." Zhao Yilan stood aside, looking somewhat at a loss. Hearing this, Shukai sneered, "Yes, you spoke to me first, but didn't you ask me to ask Zhao Yilan to recommend a phone to me? How can this commission be counted as yours? Tell me about it." Zhao Yilan might spoil someone like this, but Shukai would never do so. This person is shameless, and he wants all the benefits to be for himself. It makes me angry just looking at it. I. Liu Guixiang felt a little guilty and couldn't speak for a while. "Manager, if this matter cannot be handled properly, what can you do? Anyway, the commission must be counted as Zhao Yilan's," Shukai said calmly. After hearing this, Zhao Yilan felt warm in her heart and looked at Shukai with gratitude. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang said in a very serious tone, "Liu Guixiang, let me tell you, many people have already reported to me about the things you did in the store before. You were picky about customers, and you bullied new employees." Upon hearing this, Liu Guixiang hesitated and tried to make excuses, asking, "Who reported me? How can it be? Whether it's true or not, you know it yourself." Manager Wang was furious. "If you weren't a veteran employee, I would have fired you long ago. But you're still making trouble here. The situation is already like this, and you still have the nerve to shout here. Liu Guixiang, I'm telling you, you are fired, and half of your salary for this month will be deducted." When Liu Guixiang heard this, she was struck by lightning and sat down on the ground. She even thought she had heard it wrongly. "Manager, why are you firing me? I've worked here for so many years, and you're firing me. Their family depends on her work. If she is fired now, life will definitely be difficult. I was going to fire you, but look at what you've done," the store manager snapped. "I'll give you half an hour to clean up your things and get out of here right now." As he spoke, the store manager pointed outside the door with a stern tone. Liu Guixiang's Adam's apple bulged, cold sweat streamed down her face, and her dead pig face suddenly turned pale. She looked at Shukai again, and then at Zhao Yilan. She never expected things to turn out like this. Zhao Yilan used to speak in a delicate voice, "Why is she silent now? And that boy just now, why is he so domineering when he speaks?" She had previously bullied Zhao Yilan because she was a veteran employee of the store, and she also thought that the store manager would not do anything to her, so she dared to act so unruly. Chapter 41. You're fired. But I didn't expect that I would be fired now. Manager, Her tears of grievance flowed down. As she spoke, she looked at Shukai pleadingly, "Handsome boy, you help me to say something good." Shukai almost laughed out loud. How could this person be so shameless? The last second, she was still complaining to me, and now she has the nerve to ask me to say good things about her. He crossed his arms and said nothing. He felt that he would lose face if he said one more word to such a person. "Get out," the store manager yelled again. Shukai said that just now. If she still doesn't know what to do, then she has no business being a store manager. I'm saying this one last time. Get out of my sight right now. When Liu Guixiang heard this, her legs went weak. She looked at the indifferent Shukai pleadingly, then her face turned pale and she wiped her tears. Feeling disheartened, he walked back dejectedly, still mumbling as if complaining, "It is what it is." Why? Shukai watched Liu Guixiang leave, and his originally cold face finally softened a little. I just came here to buy a mobile phone, and I encountered such a terrible thing. Suddenly, a timid voice came from my ear. Thank you. Zhao Yilan rubbed her hands and said nervously. Ever since I came to work in this mobile phone store, whenever she had the chance, Liu Guoxiang would make trouble for her, either throwing the dirty and tiring work at her or snatching clients from her. She took advantage of the fact that Zhao Yilan was new and didn't dare to say a word, so she became more and more arrogant. But when she saw Shu Kai supporting her just now, she couldn't help but feel a little fond of him. No, to be precise, I already had a good impression of him, and now my impression of him is even stronger. It's okay, it's just a small favor. Shu Kai didn't take it to heart and waved his hand. I'm not just doing this to help you, I'm just promoting my own bar. Your bar? Zhao Yilan looked surprised. Shu Kai realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately held back the rest of his words. You have to know that I have spent more than 1 million on Zhao Yilan. Don't let her stop coming when she finds out that this night bar is opened by me. That would be a big loss for me. Shu Kai scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Oh, nothing. Zhao Yilan was even more confused. At this moment, Manager Wang came over with a smile on his face. Hello, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I made you unhappy and gave you an unpleasant shopping experience. How about you give me your address and I will send all the mobile phones to you? After all, if there are more than 100 phones. As he spoke, he glanced at Shu Kai's hand. There are more than 100 of them, which weighs dozens of kilograms. It is a big bag to lift and it is not convenient to carry. Shu Kai immediately understood what he meant and said, okay, let's do as you say. Their handover was completed quickly, and the female clerk who had been whispering with Liu Guoxiang was completely stunned. At this moment, I feel shocked and scared. She secretly thanked her lucky that she didn't follow Liu Guoxiang to cause trouble, otherwise it wouldn't be just her who would be in trouble now, she would probably be included as well. Looking at Zhao Yilan at this time, he no longer had the arrogance and domineering look he had before. He knew very well in his heart that the relationship between the rich second-generation man in front of him and Zhao Yilan was probably unusual. The two of them were talking and laughing, and they were definitely not people he could afford to provoke. Seeing Shu Kai and Zhao Yilan talking, Manager Wang's eyebrows moved, as if he understood something. He immediately stood up straight and shouted at the top of his voice, in this store, no one is allowed to bully Zhao Yilan from now on. If I catch her, I will punish her. 100 units at a time, what a concept. A typical rich second generation. By then, if you just refer someone, wouldn't business come pouring in? The god of wealth must not be offended. Of course, these words were naturally spoken to the other person in the room. Upon hearing these words, she immediately lowered her head guiltily. My face is burning and hurts. Shu Kai was quite satisfied. He turned to Zhao Yilan and said, let's go to the bar together tonight. If you are free, I will pick you up then. Zhao Yilan was surprised. She didn't expect Shu Kai to agree to pick her up. Isn't it inappropriate? Nothing inappropriate. When do you get off work? 6:30 in the evening. Zhao Yilan said shyly. Okay, then we'll meet at 6:30. See you then. As he spoke, Shu Kai waved his hand and walked towards the door. Zhao Yilan was left standing there alone, watching the direction Shu Kai left. Somehow, there was a hint of loss in her eyes. What's wrong? Xiao Zhao, what are you still thinking about? Manager Wang came up to her considerately, patted her shoulder gently, and asked in a soft tone. The attitude is completely different from before. Oh, nothing, manager, I'll go to work now. Zhao Yilan looked flattered, and hurried to the cabinet beside her. She picked up the rag very consciously and continued to wipe the counter. This. Manager Wang was speechless when he saw this scene. She is indeed a good girl. At this moment, Shu Kai had just walked out of the door for a short while when he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh my god, I actually forgot to get one for myself. What a bad memory. He realized that he had come into the mobile phone store to buy a mobile phone for himself, but now he had come out and forgot to take the phone. But there is no need to go back. He never turns back. Just like that bitch Song Shin Yu. Anyway, the phone will be delivered to the night bar in the evening, so there is no need to rush. Besides, I have some feelings for this broken brick that is accompanying me. Let it retire later. Shu Kai quickly walked towards the Bugatti Veyron. The roaring steel beast roared again and then sped towards the night bar. 12 noon. At this time in the night bar, many employees were still cleaning up and preparing for opening in the evening. The bar opens around 7 or 8 in the evening, but there is not a single customer at the moment. After all, normally not many people would come to the bar to drink during the day. Who would drink in broad daylight? As soon as Shukai walked in, the employees who were cleaning up in 2s and 3s all looked up and greeted him excitedly and politely. "Hello, boss, hello. Yeah, you guys just take care of your own things." Shukai didn't put on airs at all. He nodded in response and walked towards the office. Everything that is happening now seems like a dream. Even he himself hasn't fully recovered. Chapter 42, Intensifying Efforts. Just a week ago, I was still enduring the manager's scolding in this bar every day, obeying his orders submissively, and even having a drink or two with clients from time to time. Now he has become the owner of this night bar. How could this not make him feel emotional? In a blink of an eye, he had arrived at the office. The moment he opened the door, a faint scent of unknown perfume filled the air and hit his nose. Shukai wrinkled his nose. He sat directly on the wide boss chair, put his feet unceremoniously on the table, turned the chair slightly, and looked relaxed and casual. At the same time, his eyes looked around curiously. Before him, the owner of this office was Mingru, and the lingering smell of perfume in the room was probably left by her. Just thinking about it, Shukai couldn't help but imagine Mingru's graceful figure that made people unable to take their eyes off once they saw it, and his hands were still simulating the imaginary curve in the air. It's really amazing. Shukai was just thinking when suddenly his cell phone vibrated slightly. He took out the phone slowly. "Shukai, what are you doing?" The message was sent by Liu Jing. The corners of Shukai's mouth curled up slightly, a smile appeared on his face, and the scene of last night appeared involuntarily in his mind. "It looks like you're still not full." He chuckled, typed a text message and replied, "I'm thinking of you." Soon a message came back from the other end. It is an emoticon package of a cute little bear with a pouting mouth and 3 big words marked on it. "I don't believe it." "Believe it or not." Shukai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and put his phone away. He has a lot of things to do right now and has no time to chat with Liu Jing here. "I don't know when I can get my career rating up to a level. I'll unlock a new career. B level is so amazing, so a level will definitely be able to take off." Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone started vibrating again, continuously, shaking the table. It seems that Mr. Liu wasn't he so clingy before? Shukai thought to himself and picked up the phone, subconsciously thinking that it was a message from Liu Jing. But the screen showed an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" Shukai answered the phone in surprise. A slightly humble voice came from the other end. "Shukai, where are you? Are you free to have dinner together?" Shukai was stunned. He was very familiar with this voice. It was the call he had been dreaming about and hoping to receive half a month ago. It was from Song Xinyu. At the beginning, he lived frugally every day just to buy all kinds of gifts for Song Xinyu. He was a real bootlicker and was humble to the core. But every time the other party contacted him, it was either to top up his phone bill or to order takeout. He never once showed concern for him, let alone asked him if he was free to eat. "I'm busy." Shukai frowned and hung up the phone without saying a word. "Don't hang up yet, I have something to talk to you about." "What's the matter?" Shukai's tone was cold. With a click, Shukai didn't give her a chance to speak again. He hung up the phone and threw it on the table. "Neuropathy. Oh, that's right." Shukai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly picked up the phone again. "Then, I quickly blocked this unfamiliar number in the settings. This is the only way to be safe. When it comes to making a decision, make it cleanly and decisively, without any dragging your feet. This is a complete farewell to the previous bootlicker. With a system in place, who would still be a bootlicker? There's something wrong." Shukai was thinking about something when there were sudden knocks on the door. "Enter." "Hello, boss." A man in a suit walked in, looking very respectful. Shukai looked confused, and then he listened to his serious explanation. "I am the new professional manager of this bar. From now on, boss, you can tell me any request you have." Shukai was stunned. He didn't quite understand what was going on, but he naturally didn't care about the bar at the moment. The key point was how to better serve the bar's customers. He was just thinking about this matter when he didn't expect someone to come. Then come over here. I have something to tell you. Later on, 100 fruit phones will be delivered to our bar. They will be delivered directly to customers who spend more than 10,000 yuan. Do you understand? The professional manager was immediately stunned. What is the difference between this and giving money away for free? His years of studying financial planning and professional ethics do not allow him to do this. But out of professional ethics, I will meet your request unconditionally, but can I understand why I do this, boss? Shukai was a little unhappy. Don't ask me why, just tell me what to do, okay? Yes, yes, yes. The manager nodded quickly and walked quickly towards the door. After the people left, Shukai leaned back in his boss chair, thinking carefully. He doesn't know much about this system yet. If all bar customers are considered as your customers, and you just give away mobile phones yourself, would that be considered good service? Is there a reward for that? Shukai didn't know for sure, so he planned to give it a small try first. If so, then increase investment and step up efforts. Joke. It's just 1 million. Now Shukai has the system and 30 million in deposits in his card. He can still afford this cost. A drop in the bucket. That's not right. Shukai was stunned, as if he remembered something, and looked surprised. Brother Tongzi, have you forgotten something? Replying to their host, it is detected that their host has served the bar customer Zhao Yilan well, and is rewarded with a Rolex and a Patek Philippe watch. Professional rating has not been upgraded. Brother Tongzi, I won't allow it next time. System. Shukai took a deep breath. Soon the system conveyed the location of the two watches to him, which was in the second drawer of the bedside table on the left side of his bedroom in Qinglong Villa. Follow the system description. These two watches are the top-of-the-line Rolex and Patek Philippe watches, with market prices of over 3 million yuan. Not bad, not bad. I got something worth 6 million in exchange for just 1 million. At the moment, Shukai is becoming more and more interested in this system. He immediately looked at his watch. It was just past 3 o'clock, and there were still 3.5 hours left before he had to pick up Zhao Yilan. Zhao Yilan should still be at work right now and has no time to reply. Customer. Shukai pondered and soon remembered. And there is Liu Jing. He immediately picked up the phone without hesitation. Speak with conscience. Last night's experience was truly. Chapter 43. Do you have any needs? It's hard to describe in words. Top. The most important thing is cleanliness. What he didn't expect was that Liu Jing was almost 30 years old and had never had a boyfriend before. The best of the best. Even now he still felt a little guilty. After all, I was just approaching her with a purpose, and Liu Jing's performance clearly showed that she was truly moved. But soon, that little bit of shame became as solid as a rock again. It's an exchange of value, each taking what they need. It's no big deal, you can just pay it back when the time comes. After all, they are all my customers, so I have to serve them well. Shukai immediately showed a sly smile again, and at the same time he edited a text message and sent it out. Mr. Liu, what are you doing? When are you free? The reply came quickly. The coquettish meaning between the lines is almost flying out. You're still calling me Mr. Liu. That's not what you called me last night. The corners of Shukai's mouth curled up again. However, so far, the most system rewards he has received have come from Liu Jing. A total of 30 million in cash was awarded. Such top customers must be maintained well. Maintenance during the day. It also needs to be maintained at night. I just want to ask you, do you need a car recently? Shukai edited a message and replied. You know, I just helped Liu Jing's company achieve a sales volume of 6 million, but the system rewarded me with 30 million. If I buy her a car myself, how much money will the reward be? That's not taking off directly. Hey. In the office, Liu Jing was sitting in front of the computer desk fiddling with her mobile phone, her breasts slightly pressed against the desk, staring intently at the message in front of her. Right now, how could she have the heart to go to work? Seeing the message from Shukai, she was delighted and said to herself excitedly, could it be that he is going to buy me a car? She was very excited and her face turned red. I didn't expect that last night would be. Although Liu Jing also approached Shukai with a purpose, the other party seemed to be very generous. And that broad chest. Even a woman like her who had long been calm couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast and her face burning. Damn it! What a charming man! She wanted to reply directly that she needed to buy a car, but then she seemed to think of something and said, "No, I have to be more reserved. It would be bad if he thought I was too materialistic." After careful consideration, she deleted the message and edited a new one to reply, "Yes, there is, but I don't think it's necessary now. I live very close to the company. If possible, it would be best if you could send me off." After Liu Jing edited and replied, she was extremely satisfied with the message. Not only did she express her need to use a car sometimes, she also acted like a good boy in front of Shukai, and brought the two closer together. "I'm such a genius." But the text message Shukai replied to her the next second made her eyes widen, and she looked at the words displayed on the phone in disbelief. "If it's convenient, please accompany me to the Rolls-Royce store." Oh my god! Liu Jing almost screamed out and quickly covered her mouth. Her little face was full of fear and her eyes were wide open. "Are you going to give me a Rolls-Royce?" She was shocked. Just at this moment, there was a respectful knock on the door. "Who is it?" Liu Jing looked unhappy. "Mr. Liu, there's a girl outside who wants to see you. Is it convenient for you now?" "Who is it?" Liu Jing looked puzzled. After taking another look at her phone, she quickly replied, "Of course I'm free. When you're free, just contact me. I'm always here." After adding another sweet emoticon, she put her phone in a drawer beside her with peace of mind. "Who is it? Take me to see you. What do you want to talk to me about during working hours?" Liu Jing's expression changed very quickly. She became furious and walked out of the office with her legs wrapped in black stockings and high heels clacking on them. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw a familiar figure outside the door through the transparent glass of the office. Song Shinyu. The other person's eyes were red, his nose was twitching, and he looked extremely aggrieved. He was holding a mobile phone in his hand, looking very aggrieved. His eyes kept scanning the company, as if he was looking for something. How could it be her? Liu Jing frowned. How come she didn't know why Song Shinyu came to the company at this time? She is Shukai's ex-girlfriend. If Song Shinyu still maintained a relationship with Shukai, Liu Jing might still feel a little guilty. But from what happened yesterday, Shukai's attitude couldn't be more obvious. He didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. "What do you mean by coming to see me?" It's obvious that he wants to find Shukai. How could I give her this opportunity? Let her go and stay away from the door, or notify security. Liu Jing was not interested in wasting time with Song Shinyu, nor did she want to meet her. There was nothing much to say between the two of them. Are you kidding? How could she let go of such a generous, handsome and cool rich second generation so easily? I don't know if the other party is crazy. He actually ordered Shukai around and picked on him like that. Do you regret it now? There's something wrong with your brain. What have you been doing so far? Liu Jing turned around and went into their house without hesitation. The employee who knocked on the door earlier nodded quickly. Okay, got it, manager. Soon, the employee came to the door and said something to Song Shinyu. Song Shinyu looked aggrieved. She looked around the office for a long time without giving up, and then left in despair. She clutched the phone in her hand, her legs dragging on the ground like a zombie, the light in her eyes dim. There is no trace of the campus goddess she used to be. So haggard. She hasn't slept well for several days. How is that possible? He really ignored me. Song Shinyue's eyes were red and she was crying inconsolably. She called Shukai just now and found out that she had been blocked for a long time, so she borrowed someone else's phone to call him back. But the call was hung up before I could finish a few words. When I called again, it showed that I had been blocked. It's even more uncomfortable. Song Shinyu couldn't believe that Shukai would be so cold to her. Could it be that all the meticulous and thoughtful care he provided in the past, such as delivering takeout to the downstairs of my dormitory and buying snacks for me, was all fake? She planned to go to the company to talk things out with Shukai. But there was no sign of Shukai at the moment. He was chased away before he even entered the company. This made her feel even worse, and all the sadness welled up in her heart, making her feel really uncomfortable. It's like stirring with a knife. Then he squatted on the ground, hugged his legs, and sobbed with his shoulders shaking. Shukai, you've gone too far. You weren't like this before. Chapter 44. We break up. At this moment, the cell phone in her hand suddenly vibrated. Her eyes lit up, and she looked over hurriedly, opening the phone in ecstasy. She thought it was Shukai calling her. But the number displayed on it was Zhang Tingting's. Maybe Shukai is passing something on to me through Zhang Tingting. Song Shinyu was impatient and wanted to hang up. After all, it was Zhang Tingting who instigated the breakup between her and Shukai. But she still answered the phone with a glimmer of hope. Hello, Tingting, what's the matter? She tried her best to control her emotions. Shinyu, where are you? There's a party tonight, are you coming? I heard there are several rich second generations there. The forced smile on Song Shinyue's face froze in an instant. Rich second generation. Rich second generation. Is there any better rich second generation than Shukai? Rich, handsome, and good to himself. Before Zhang Tingting could finish, Song Shinyu started to curse into the microphone of her phone. Zhang Tingting, I'm telling you, from today on, we have no relationship anymore. You are not my best friend, and I don't want to attend this kind of drinking party. Don't ever come to me for this kind of shit again. After saying that, Song Shinyu took the phone and smashed it against the wall beside her. The phone immediately broke into a pile of parts and scattered on the ground. Then she hugged her legs, buried her head deeply in her knees, and cried even harder. Am I stupid? Why did I break up with Shukai? Everything was fine at the beginning, the relationship between the two was very good, and Shukai was also very good to her. Song Shinyu cried louder and louder. If Zhang Tingting was in front of her, she would want to tear her apart with her bare hands. It's all her fault. Zhang Tingting was shopping on the roadside when she heard the hang-up notification tone and beeping sound from her mobile phone. She was stunned. What kind of person is this? I'm just trying to comfort you. Thinking of the incident when she had provoked Shukai before, she felt furious that she had missed out on such a rich second-generation man. If I had known earlier that I would persuade Song Shinyu to break up, I would have seized the opportunity and taken action immediately. After all, it has to be said that Shukai is handsome, whether in college or in society, and even among those debut stars, he is one of the best. Except that I thought he was short of money. She thought unhappily. But now the facts have proved that Shukai is not only not short of money, but is very rich, the kind of extremely rich. He is also a rich second generation who drives a Bugatti Veyron. This kind of expensive sports car has a fatal attraction to little girls like them. Humph, but Shukai, why are you so cocky? If you can lick Song Shinyu, why can't I? Zhang Tingting was furious again. Previously, she had a conflict with Shukai in the LV store, and was later scolded by the store manager. She was very unhappy. Feeling somewhat guilty towards her best friend, she called Song Shinyu to inform her that there was a trap to ensnare a rich second-generation man that evening. But she didn't expect that the other party not only refused, but also scolded her. You know, the other party was very interested in it before. Virtue. Zhang Tingting rolled her eyes, waved her hands, and hurriedly walked towards the shopping mall in front of her in her high heels. Forget it if you can't find it. I still don't believe I can't find something better. Find someone who is richer than all of you and make you mad. Company. Liu Jing returned to the office and sat down angrily, but soon she changed her mind. I feel like maybe what I did just now wasn't a good idea. After all, Shukai's reputation as a dog bootlicker was well known in the company, and it seemed that the conflict between him and that idiot Wang Ming was also because he mocked Shukai. If he knew about this. As a company executive, she had heard about Shukai's affairs on a daily basis. Now that Song Shinyu has come to the company, if I don't tell Shukai about this, will he be angry when he finds out? Liu Jing hesitated for a moment, but still picked up her phone and edited a message, but she took 10 minutes to think before sending it. She was very nervous. Also very nervous. Shukai, Song Shinyu just came to the company to look for you. Soon, Shukai's reply came from the phone, with a slightly cold tone in his voice. Don't worry about her, just kick her out. Although the tone was cold, Liu Jing knew it was not directed at her. The corners of her rosy lips curled up slightly, and the joy in her eyes could not be suppressed. It looks like they are really broken. This clearly shows that Shukai is completely disappointed with Song Shinyu. If that is the case, then doesn't that mean I have a chance? Become the principal wife. I recalled the luxurious Qinglong Bay villa worth over 100 million yuan, the ostentatious butler, and the breakfast that looked so colorful last night. She was so excited. Okay, I kicked her out. Liu Jing responded quickly, trying her best to conceal her excitement between the lines. But this time, after replying to the text message, Shu Kai didn't reply for a long while. But Liu Jing was not angry. Instead, she stood up happily and said to herself, it must be because he hates Song Shenyu. What he said just now made him unhappy. But doesn't this give me a better chance? Hey. I have to think of a way to take down this rich second generation. Although people in big cities get married relatively late, she is almost 30 years old after all, and her family arranges blind dates for her one after another. Liu Jing, who has relatively good conditions and has devoted herself to her career in recent years, naturally looks down on those ugly ones. Now that you have finally found one that you are extremely satisfied with, you must seize the opportunity. This is an opportunity given by God. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Jing smoothed the hair on her forehead and then walked to a floor-to-ceiling mirror in the corner of the office. Looking in the mirror, I can see my excellent figure that I have maintained for many years, as well as the great goods that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. And that little face is as pretty as any staress. She is confident. Maybe Shu Kai likes this kind of me. Shu Kai, who was in the bar, naturally didn't know that the three women had already started a shocking war for him. At this moment, he was rubbing his temple, sitting in front of the huge desk, thinking to himself, how can we make the best use of this system now? As for Liu Jing, I'll take her to a Rolls-Royce store and buy her a car. The system will definitely give me a big reward. As for the rest, Shu Kai suddenly had an idea. He quickly took out his cell phone, edited a text message and sent it.